This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now, these people are in very high positions,
Yes.
Ooh, welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 299. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, bet you didn't see this one coming. That's right. We're back after well over a year with the latest installment of our Contra series. And, I think we hadn't necessarily planned on, reviving Contra just now. We actually just stumbled, I think, on this topic, but then as soon as I started going back over it and looking at kind of the characters and the networks involved in this one particular event from the early 1980s, I kind of realized it fits perfectly into the wider oeuvre of every little episode we've covered on Contra thus far.
Not only did we not plan for this to be a Contra episode until yesterday, we really kind of just sort of did just incidentally came upon the topic while we were kind of talking about future things. We were just like, well, what about this? And then we could do that Thursday. And then so here we are.
Right. Yeah. Here we are. Yeah. We almost put this into our upcoming episode next Monday, episode 300, which is gonna be a long big day.
It's actually going to be 3 episodes.
3 episodes, folks.
This is the
3
sort
for
of
300.
concept. This is the sort of angle that we've come up with.
Right. We want to do something a little a little different for this anniversary.
Yeah, we were thinking, because we just had 5 years and we had, some guests on.
And we had a New Year's Eve
call in for the new year. It's we can't do either of those things again. What were we going to do?
Right.
And we were just trying to figure it out. We were passing some weird ideas back and forth. And then I was like, well, what if we do kind of a celebration of some iconic SJ topics?
Right. I guess you thought it would be kind of ironic and a good bit to revive my probably not very popular numbering system, which, because of that, we already have done more than 300 episodes, but we're only reaching 300 now. So we're going to do a 300A, 300B, 300C episode. 3 topics.
Yes.
First one
will be about
in a different subgenre of SJ topics, but very central ones. I think people will be very pumped about that. I think we're going to do the first one on YouTube on Monday, and then we're going to switch over for the first time ever. We're going to try doing that into the grotto itself for parts 2 and 3, but we're going to do them all in a row, basically without breaks.
Maybe we'll have a bit of a break in
between. A little break after
break,
the first one.
Yeah.
But, roughly 2 hours-ish for each one, maybe a little longer in the finally last one.
That's what we're aiming for, 2 hours, which means they'll probably be a bit longer, but we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. We don't want to, if they were as long as normal episodes, then we probably wouldn't really be able to do them unless we stayed up for 24 hours. which we don't necessarily.
Right. We're not quite at that level.
But,
we're not quite at that level of like streamer challenge yet of punishing ourselves. But it will be a long one.
Event. Yeah,
and it'll be good. But we almost picked
it'll be good.
today's topic, and then
that was one that kind of percolated in the sort of brainstorming of what we would do.
All right, you even said maybe one of them should be like a Contra-like episode. I thought, good idea. And then we sort of split this off and decided to just make this because we didn't have an episode to do for today, and thought, this could probably use more time than we don't want to be under constraint for this one because it's a really tangled web. But then I was thinking about it and reading about it last night, and I thought, no, this is Contra 9, and I think also if most of our Contra episodes I think are unlocked to the public now, you can go on our collections tab on Patreon and find all of them. You will notice that starting at like Contra 7, that has 5 different parts. And it's basically like a 12-hour like saga within a saga.
That's a great example of like the ABC system.
I think I retired it after Contra 7 because we got up to 125E, and I was like, all right, like this is kind of wacky, and it almost in a way like downplays like the significance. Each of those Contra chapters is like so massive and chock full of like its own thing.
The guy in the chat who said for our 300th app we're adding it, we should have done that. Would have been funny, like if we just like had a third mic and never like explained
it at all,
like and acted like he was always there the whole time, he or she, I suppose.
That would have been funny.
That would have been funny.
Damn it.
We're putting that idea in the bank. Mm-hmm.
We'll have to do it. We'll add 2 people for 400 maybe, but but this I think this fits into what I thought after Contra 7 and Contra 8, which were both like 5 and 6 parts respectively. Contra 8 being about the sort of development of the like late and post-Soviet Russian mafia and their interactions with Western intelligence agencies and underworld players, like that are part of this larger Contra octopus, like Bruce Rappaport, and certain figures from that tawdling town of Chicago, getting involved in looting the Soviet economy. That was, I think, maybe the densest Contra yet. But I think the great strength of the Contra series, in my opinion, is kind of more of these bottle episodes that just focus on like one particular node of this kind of historical network that built itself up kind of during the Cold War and then reached its kind of frightening apex like in the 1980s under the Reagan administration. The thing we would call like the Iran-Contra enterprise, although it's like much bigger than that. That's just one tentacle on a much even larger octopus. And I think zooming into, one thing, like what was our Contra 1, just to recap previously on Contra. Number 1, the October surprise, the Revenge of the Sacred Cowboy. I believe we covered the 1980 election between Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter and the allegations by several insiders that there was a secret deal made involving Iran, basically promising to not release the hostages until after the election, so as to undermine Jimmy Carter and get Reagan elected. There are a lot of spicy allegations there that, future CIA director Bill Casey, George H.W. Bush, and a whole cast of strange kind of international arms dealer type people. Remember Ari Ben Menashe, right? A real kind of Israeli disinfo impresario, you could say, was bopping around that. That was our jumping off point. Then we get into Contra 2, Smuggler's Blues, the systematic drug trafficking of the CIA and their proxies in the 1980s. A lot of it through the Mena, Arkansas airport, where a certain governor, certain neoliberal governor, was on the political rise at the time. And I think, we talked about some of those whistleblower allegations. We saw cameos from like Felix Rodriguez, aka Special Agent Max Gomez, and what was the code name of of Bill Barr, who at the time Robert Johnson, CIA agent Robert Johnson, was allegedly how he was introducing himself in the 80s when he was involved in CIA drug trafficking before Bush would make him his attorney general and later Donald J. Trump. And, Barr himself with his family connections to Epstein. That's very interesting. Contra 3, speaking of Epstein, we go into the still overlooked child abuse network out of Omaha, Nebraska in the 1980s, run by Lawrence E. King. The Franklin scandal, right? We unpacked all of that. And I think that continues to be like just as relevant as ever as a kind of comparison case to the Epstein scandal that like is more accepted now, right? Though the intelligence connections of it are still, I would say, being obscured. You could see a very clean analog in what Larry King and his buddy Craig Spence were up to in the 1980s, trafficking kids from the Boys Town orphanage in Omaha to Washington, D.C. sex parties, and the Conspiracy of Silence documentary. Contra 4 was our art Contra, featuring the work of noted conceptual artist Mark Lombardi, who I think, I think we read Patricia Goldstone's book, Interlock, right? About the sort of conceptual art, very minimalist charts of interlocking corporate ownership with various like parapolitical figures, things about the BCCI scandal. And of course, he died. He killed himself kind of at the height of when he was finally being recognized in the New York art world, just about a year before 9/11. And that's just another angle to it. It's a reminder that art can be powerful and dangerous, right? If you're focusing people's attention on the right things. Then moving on to Contra 5, one that might come up a little bit today, or we might refer back to, which is a critical read of Peter Schweizer's book from the 90s, Victory, which is very much an insider's account of all of the amazing patriotic things that CIA Director Bill Casey did in the 1980s to subvert and undermine the Soviet Union and communism worldwide, which the book argues it's kind of a collection of Reagan administration ghouls bragging about all the secret shit they did to help like destroy the Soviet Union at a moment when, they were like at the peak of their triumph, right? When, under, Yeltsin's Russia, and they were kind of taking a victory lap, but nonetheless kind of reveal a little bit. I think there's even a couple references in that about that might refer to today's topic in terms of Bill Casey going to the Vatican. And then, of course, another one that's kind of connected to today, Contra 6, the BCCI scandal and its connections to 9/11, right? We found some interesting things. The BCCI, one of the shadiest kind of white-collar crime intelligence-related scandals that ran its way through all kinds of places in the global south in the 80s with Aga Hassan Abadi's, mysterious bank. And then, of course, Contra 7, Castle Bank, kind of a prequel Contra in a way, focusing on the CIA connected Castle Bank from Burton Cantor and Paul Hellawell that set up an elite tax shelter in the Bahamas and laundered lots of CIA covert operations money and eventually stole all of the money of America's true least sus major rock band in the 1960s, Creedence Clearwater Revival, and set brother against brother and destroyed a great American band because they were actually left-wing, unlike the Grateful Dead. So, yeah, that definitely, and the Pritzker family, lest we forget. They also, I would say indirectly, there's some cameos made today. Every time I see the think tank CSIS, which I think was connected to, I forget it was Michael Ledeen. Ray Klein was certainly heavily associated with CSIS, but I think Tom Pritzker is like the chairman of CSIS, despite being such a heckin' liberal billionaire. I don't know. It's kind of weird. And like I said, Contra 8, Russian organized crime, its intelligence connections, and the sinister role it played in looting the Soviet economy and destroying communism, and how there's much more of a made in the USA aspect to it than is commonly acknowledged, I would say, in like the Western press. And forms a like critical plank of kind of a post Cold War like parapolitical money flows and power and everything. But now we're going back, back to the real decade, the peak decade of Contra, the 1980s.
Yeah, right around the time of the October surprise, actually. It kind of sort of
right
pivots
after,
around some of the same events, like what we're going to talk about now.
Yeah. And the same year that a deluded gunman, John Hinckley Jr., shot President Reagan, right? Shortly after he took office.
It's a great year for deluded gunmen.
And John Lennon, of course, taken out the year prior by another deluded gunman, stalker, Mark David Chapman, who apparently, didn't he give Kenneth Anger, bullets at, some, festival in Hawaii or something? There's some weird connection there. But, as well as the TI that stalked Don Felder from the Eagles and gave him handed him bullets and was hanging out outside of his house. I don't know. Yes, as the chat says, a great classic bit of SJ is when Dimitri decides to become a hardcore partisan for a 70s rock band. I had to do it. Yes. Somebody had to stick up for CCR, right?
I mean, when we started, you were the ultimate Eagles fan. That was that would have been your thing for years, really. That you
probably
loved the
Eagles. 2018, I fell into an Eagles phase.
Yeah, then you discovered CCR, and I feel like they kind of eclipsed the Eagles.
Well, yeah, because they were such a targeted band, and they got involved in such, and it was personal as a native of the East Bay myself. I kind of felt the interesting kinship between CCR, trying to putting out a product, trying to keep it real. Meanwhile, across the bay, there's all these sus lords, that are just getting boosted by the CIA all the time. And so, and you can't say anything, they're the one, they never get their money stolen by the CIA somehow, despite being so hecking countercultural, so there was a lot going on in 2022. And then strangely just followed by me, kind of abandoning classic rock and being interested in techno for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, it helps because now we have to play original music, when we do the show, so we don't get copyright struck. I think Spotify has already taken down so many of our strong music
AI
episodes.
Is scanning. Yeah.
AI scanning. Yeah, exactly. So you got to stay one step ahead.
I mean, I feel like there's a way to do it where you're being transformative, but it's not an easy way.
We've already gotten put in the penalty box for playing an Ariana Grande music video for a minute and talking over it. Apparently that is verboten.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're back to focus on a singular event today that, once you kick over the rocks of it, you start to see all kinds of little deep state centipedes and fascists and insane actors wriggling about, and that is the almost successful 1981 attempted assassination of the Holy Father himself, Pope John Paul II, ne Karol Wojtyła, and by a shadowy Turkish hitman / fanatical grey wolf, Mehmet Ali Ağca. Is that how you would say his name generally? Ağca?
Yeah, at least that's the last name. Yeah, Ağca.
Yeah. I apologize in advance. I'm
the nuances of the pronunciation of in the Turkish manner might elude me, but I think
there are a lot of uses. No shade, but there's a lot of uses of C and G that are they are challenging. I'm I usually don't completely fall flat on my face with a lot of reading foreign language names and stuff like that, but I really need to sit down one day and read the Turkish rules of how letters are pronounced, because it's always
the main thing that will trip you up is that C is a jeem,
ja. Yeah,
that's the main thing.
But then what about the C with the little ooh thing on it?
That's a cha.
Okay.
A yeah.
Okay. And then the G with the kind of thing on it is a wa, or Erdogan.
Yeah, it's like Erdogan. Yeah, Ağca and Erdogan. Yeah.
Right. So Ağca. Yeah. So okay,
I really want to learn Turkish. I mean, I want to learn Ottoman badly. I feel like that's a language that I really would love to be able to read. But, people say it's difficult, but
how different is Turkish and Ottoman?
Oh, they're similar, but different kind of script, and I think slightly different vocabulary.
Yeah,
They're basically the same language. They're not like, different languages. They're both Turkish, but
okay.
I think it's a slightly different vocabulary.
Gotcha. Well, yeah. So, this tragic event happened in pretty early on in Pope John Paul II's papacy. It was May 13th, 1981. I forget, didn't he, 1979 maybe was when he took over from, we have talked about his predecessor, Pope John Paul I, who was in power for a propitious 33 days, I believe, before succumbing to an illness and dying in his sleep. I think we talked about how there are interesting, that one gets even less attention, but there are interesting whispers and aspects of that make people think that Pope John Paul I may have been poisoned by enemies.
Yeah, that's a popular thing. Yeah, I feel like that's an interesting angle to look into eventually.
We could do a deeper dive into that.
I mean, there's a lot of intrigue with the sort of U.S. intelligence and really Soviet intelligence, even though in this case it was kind of a frame job by the former against the latter. Certainly both had an interest in the Vatican as a politically important kind of institution, right?
Absolutely.
There's a huge fixation with making sure that the Pope and the Vatican more broadly was overall aligned with U.S. interests vis-a-vis communism, right?
Absolutely.
And going to when Pope John, I think the last Pope John, basically
John the
kind
23rd.
of said. Yes, yeah. When he said that sort of the sort of anti-communist efforts up to this point had been a failure, and kind of tried to look more towards sort of a rapprochement and sort of rebuffed the CIA. They were incredibly upset. They were kind of outraged. They said that the church is no longer fully aligned with U.S. interests. They're no longer totally committed to the American system. The Holy See is hostile, and we must from now on see its activities in that light.
Oh my
All
God.
because Pope John was we can cautiously dialogue with Khrushchev. That
Exactly.
was their verdict, that they are hostile. They must be seen as an enemy.
Right. So,
yeah.
I mean, that kind of brings to mind something that I think I really want to stress today, because I feel like this is a very important story, and it's something that everybody should know, especially if you're, on the left. It's a story that you should be able to recount anytime you run into a Catholic person and you're talking about politics or the Cold War or anything like that, especially if you're talking about how anti the atheism or the anti-religiosity of communism and the Soviet Union. Of course, the Soviet Union was an officially atheist state. It was ideologically critical of religion. However, there are nuances to that. And it's more complex in this situation, because I feel like if you kind of take that as just face value of Catholic Church versus Soviet Union, they're mortal enemies, and the Catholic Church is on the side of capital, and it's on the side of the West. Now, by and large, for most of the institutions from the Pope on down during the Cold War, that was absolutely true. They were mostly on the side of the West. In some cases, very problematically so. If you listen to my episodes of the Demon Forces 6 over the last year or so, I've talked a lot about the Catholic rat lines and the assistance that various figures within the Catholic Church, sometimes rather high up, played in escorting Nazi war criminals to safety, hiding them in monasteries within Vatican territory, hiding Ustasha leaders and Nazis, and ferreting them through to Spain, oftentimes dressed up as priests with false identities that the Catholic clergy got them through the Red Cross or whatever, and then shipping them off to South America to safety, right? And you could say Pope Pius XII, the Pope during World War II, pretty anti-Semitic, pretty not as anti-Nazi as you would really like, because he hated communism so much that he was kind of sitting on his ass waiting and hoping that they would destroy communism. Even if, the Catholic Church did have its tensions with Nazism, because, Nazism was not at the end of the day, really a Christian ideology.
Catholics, then especially they persecuted Catholics, and
right.
things like that. So,
right.
I mean, there certainly was like a huge failure of responsibility that I think has been kind of recognized, by many. Some kind of still try to make excuses for Pius, but I think
right.
Yeah.
So and then you also have at the very beginning of the Cold War, you have a lot of like powerful people running around in Rome. I think one of the biggest is James Jesus Angleton, who for example saved Prince Junio Valerio Borghese of the leader of the Decima Mas. He saved him from being lynched by like left-wing Italian partisans. That guy would go on to be like a major figure in the sort of underground neo-fascist right in Italy, which is going to pop up today. But I think at the same time, we have to remember that the church is a vast organization. And there were, not everybody was like exactly on the same page, even among, the kind of anti-communist like majority of the church. I mean, you'll often hear said that Pope John Paul II was a pretty conservative pope and a fierce anti-communist. Now that is true, and yet when we get into kind of the details of today's story, we find that even in that there's like a little bit of nuance, just as there kind of is on the Soviet side, where obviously they view like powerful religious movements in Warsaw Pact countries as a threat. However, there is a certain appetite for rapprochement and negotiation and trying to find like a modus vivendi, especially in Poland, which is like an incredibly Catholic country. And, it's like it was communist during this era, of course. This is also like the period of the Solidarność, the Solidarity movement led by Lech Wałęsa. That was
which, like,
massively.
John Paul very strongly supported, and kind of like without him, you can't say like it almost wouldn't have been nearly as successful as it was. I
mean, even the one time I got to go to Poland when I was young, it was like in the 2000s, and I remember this Polish guy talking about, we were taking a tour of Nowa Huta, the model steel city outside of Krakow, that was built like in the 50s as a kind of communist like new city, and had a lot of really like powerful symbolism about like the new kind of like communist worker and all these things. And so it's very preserved, like housing blocks, like brutalist architecture, a lot of public parks, things like that. But I think we drove by a field where this Polish guy was like, this is the field where the Pope came. I forget when he first visited Poland, and maybe it was like in the early 80s or maybe right after he took power. But he was kind of like boasting of saying like, there were like 1 million people out here, and like the communists, like, they just had to like let it happen because like he was too popular. Like they had to let him come visit, and like it was a huge, it made the communists like very nervous, but like they couldn't touch him because he was like, this is, and I myself am half Polish, and like I grew up with the Polish Pope, right? And that was always like a thing. So everyone in my family liked the Pope, like thought he was cool and whatever. And there was like a point of pride because, it was the first non-Italian Pope in like 500 years. Right? Like almost every Pope is Italian. But then you get this Pope from behind the Iron Curtain. He's not even like Polish ethnically, but like, grew up in like the West. Like he was the Archbishop of Krakow under like the communist government. So this is the one Pope that actually had like day to day, like had to interface with communist authorities and kind of negotiate like how they were able to operate and stuff. Because another thing that I think a lot of people probably do know this, but sometimes you might get the wrong impression from like Cold War propaganda, is like they did have the Catholic Church in Poland, like the sort of anti-religiosity, the secularism. While it always was official policy, it wasn't like 100 like the way like anti-communists like will kind of say you can't like practice your faith at all. It's like what they mean is that like the bishop has like a relationship with like the state security services and like isn't going to openly like call for the overthrow of the government or something, and like that, you know, like they're and honestly, like they couldn't eradicate. It was politically foolish and like impossible. Like you just couldn't like knock down all the churches and tell people to like not go to church. You know what I mean? Like not in a country like Poland, right? So there was a level of like coexistence happening with these two, you know, institutions, right? And so when John Paul II like gets put in, you know, there's a lot of hope in the West that this is the Pope that's going to be able to really like shake things up and challenge communist authority and rally everybody in Poland to his side. And ultimately, that is kind of how his legacy goes. But you know, in this story, you do discover some interesting nuances of like, because you know, being anti-communist, pretty par for the course, like at the high echelons of the Catholic Church during the Cold War, if not completely universal. But there's even divisions. But there's like anti-communist, and then there's like Opus Dei, like fascist people. You know what I mean? Like really right-wing, like anti-communist people. And I would say that like for all of like not to like, you know, stick up for JP2 like too much, but like he wasn't on the most for the like there are people in the church that perceived him as dangerous and soft on communism and maybe even a KGB agent. You know, what more of a perfect plot than, you know, to kind of trick the Vatican into electing a Polish pope, and you think that he always talks about how anti-communist he is. And then maybe he turns around and starts trying to have negotiations with the communists. Wait a minute. I thought he was, you know, like a fierce opponent, blah, blah, blah. And so, I mean, you know.
Yeah, like that, you know, of course, like people say like that anybody is, like, no matter like how like far you are in one direction, there are people out there who are going to feel you're not adequate. And like to the point that they will actually say that you like are working for the other side. You know, like, that definitely is a phenomenon. But I mean, it is interesting in terms of what you say about like the Catholic Church and communism. I mean, it is, of course, I think a big part of it. I think a big part of the reason why like Catholics hate communism. I mean, of course, on one hand, it is like the sort of treatment of like religious institutions and like religious people like under the Soviet Union, which like, you know, even though in some cases like exaggerated, like wasn't, you know, there certainly was propaganda around it, which people have been affected by. It also like, you know, in many cases like wasn't great, and like that legacy has an impact. Another thing, and particularly in the, you know, that point would apply to Catholics and to Muslims definitely, but like and to other types of Christians.
Yeah,
but,
Orthodox.
You know, but particularly with Catholicism, you know, they have like a certain magisterial doctrine, and like they have like an official policy, you know, and like they have like condemned, you know, communism, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, which I find to be like a bit, you know, we've been saying this recently about like various religions. Like I feel like the sort of the anti-capitalist character of like a lot of religious traditions is always like it fails to like it to be sort of foregrounded, and isn't like adequate. Like it doesn't really make any sense that other than that kind of element of like the idea that communism has like a fundamentally anti-religious character.
Right.
Even still, though, I feel like it doesn't really make much sense to like condemn communism and not to condemn capitalism, because it is kind of like there is no capitalism as we know it. Without sort of things that are verboten in all these traditions, like usury, you know, avarice, et cetera. So you know, it's kind of like this weird phenomenon. But I think on the sort of sociological level, like, you know, the sort of seed of Catholicism is you know, either in Western Europe, right, or maybe like in Latin America, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of Catholics in Latin America, but the sort of like institutions of the church maybe haven't been, you know, there's been an effort to maybe pivot in that direction and to acknowledge like the extent to which the church's base is in Latin America recently. But certainly at this time still, you kind of had that sort of Zbigniew Brzezinski's kind of image of Catholic Europe kind of being the anchor of the church in that way. So in that sense, it makes a lot of sense that the Catholic Church would sort of lean towards the kind of NATO consensus on matters, and generally like they did. Although, you know, you're absolutely right that had to be cultivated, right? Like that had to be like actively maintained.
Right.
Like those in the Catholic Church who were sympathetic to the U.S., like high-ranking bishops and stuff, they had to be like, flown out and like given all these fancy things, and like, favor had to be curried with them and stuff like that, right? And those who were maybe open to having sort of relations with the Soviet Union in one way or another, even sort of dialogue and talks, right, in pursuit of other ends that should be important to the Catholic Church, like, eliminating poverty and things like that.
Right.
Those people had to be like delegitimized or, sort of
really taken out,
forced aside. Taken out. Yeah, exactly.
And I think especially that's an interesting like legacy of Pope John Paul II is, on the one hand, I think, he often gets a lot of credit for really kind of you're invigorating the kind of like paying more attention to like Latin America essentially and like the Western Hemisphere, and really bolstering like the Catholic Church's popularity. At the same time, one of the first things he did when he got in, he was a huge critic of what was called liberation theology, which is regrettably, that's kind of that would be the horse I would pick if I was going to say, like, what direction should the Catholic Church have gone in. That in some cases, and especially in Latin America, was kind of, building this kind of framework, this interpretation of Catholic doctrine that was like a social gospel that combined certain kind of like moral, certain insights from Marxist theory and theories about social and economic justice with like gospel teaching and, using like, the statements of Jesus, the teachings of Jesus to support, left-wing and populist movements, and in some cases we're like politically mobilizing against these kind of authoritarian military right-wing U.S. aligned governments that in the Operation Condor era. And so I think I've seen it alluded to in one book we're going to get to today that one of the first kind of collabs between the U.S. government and the new Pope John Paul II was he sort of asked for the CIA's help in a way, or the U.S. government's help to crack down on the influence of liberation theologist priests in like Central and South America. Of course, this coincides with like the dirty wars in Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, the Contra War itself. One, I think, dark fruit of that kind of endeavor was the assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero, right?
Yeah,
in
exactly.
El Salvador, by like U.S. proxies, by Contras. And he was not like he wasn't like a Marxist, like liberation theologist, but he was sympathetic enough to that wing in his own country. And he was increasingly a strong critic of, you can think about him in a kind of like Martin Luther King kind of way. Like he was increasingly a critic of like the CIA death squads, and the right-wing fascists that were, trying to take over the country, and spoke out against that. And then he was assassinated in the middle of performing mass, by one of these like, Contra assassins.
It was the Arena, the Nationalist Republican Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Who were associated with that guy, Roberto D'Aubuisson.
Oh, D'Aubuisson. Yeah. One of the main Contra commanders. I think actually, did he personally assassinate Romero?
He didn't do it personally, but it was like his. Actually, in fact, I think he might have been like convicted for it, or
in
something.
Absentia.
He ordered it.
That's
what the Truth Commission, the UN created Truth Commission for El Salvador, had concluded that he had ordered it.
I will say, like, it's funny to think about probably the first time I saw a movie that talked about like the Central American. I might have said this before on a previous Contra, but like the first time I saw like a cinematic depiction of the U.S. like sponsoring like CIA death squads in Latin America was when my in retrospect, my kind of like woke middle school like Catholic school teacher, I think she was kind of like liberal and on like a kind of Jesuit tip a little bit, and was kind of like noited about certain things. Like she definitely like wanted to teach us about like U.S. imperialist crimes like around the world, and she showed us this movie Romero starring Raul Julia, who was like in the Addams Family, if you remember, playing Oscar Romero. And I think this movie was either like like literally produced by like the Jesuits or something. It was like produced by a Catholic order, like they funded it, and it was like it's not like the most hardcore movie ever, but like it does show like there's like these swaggering American characters that like show up and like, you gotta do something about that archbishop, like Jose. And you know, like it's clear, the movie's got it clear that like the US is like, kill him, you know, and I remember kind of like watching that, like she played that first in like 7th grade and being like, damn, like I didn't really expect to be watching this in like Catholic school. There's like a based like left-wing archbishop who's like, you know, he's like a perfect Catholic, but then, you know, he stands up against US imperialism and they murder him and he's like he's a martyr. And I was like, damn, wow, I didn't know like fucking US government did that. That's pretty fucked up. Like, but you know, that was the thing. I think John Paul II, there's a famous like video where he like on his first trip to like Latin America, there's some prominent kind of like liberation theology priests, and he like lectures like them, he like hectors them like on the runway, and like you can't even hear what he's saying, but you can tell that like the Pope is like angrily like denouncing him and being like, you need to stop being a liberation theologist and whatever. And it was kind of a big moment of like the Pope's putting his foot down. He's not like, you're gonna get kicked out of the church and defrocked or even maybe excommunicated if you proselytize this type of Catholicism, like this left-wing kind of Catholicism. So it was already like structurally baked in, like going into like his papacy, that he was kind of cracking down on like the left wing. Now, you know, some might see that and say that might be considered a kind of motive for maybe the Soviets, like that plus his support of solidarity in Poland. That might make the Soviets feel like this Pope's really dangerous. Maybe we have to do something about it. But hold on, you know, there's also more to the Pope, like kind of, I think we went over it in Contra 5 Victory, that the much like you see an echo of it today. I don't know if eventually, actually maybe not, because didn't J.D. Vance, wasn't he like rebuffed by Pope Leo, like when he first went, like right after they took power, like he went to the Vatican for something and he like asked for an audience with the Pope and they're like, the Pope's busy or something like that, because
I don't think that happened with Pope Leo. I think that like, yeah, I don't think so. I think that maybe like Pope Francis, like didn't Pope Francis correct him at the Ordo Amoris or something?
That might be true. Yeah.
Because was that already Leo?
Because Francis and Leo have both been like critical of the ICE stuff, you know. And that, you know, it's also an interesting thing that Francis. Even though, you know, as much as they are like running dogs of like the U.S. empire, they still do have kind of like their own thing that they like adhere to, and like you're not going to automatically get like the Catholic Church to I think sometimes people, we shouldn't confuse it with like U.S. Protestant like evangelical churches, which do this shit like enthusiastically of like war.
Yeah,
like that's actually God's plan. We got to do it. Like the Catholics, like they might quietly go along with something, but they have kind of like an image, a global image to kind of like protect. And there's certain things like most people forget now, because I think it got mostly washed over by the admittedly like really horrific and shocking like sex abuse cover-up scandal in the early 2000s, but people kind of forget that does coincide with, you know, John Paul II. At this point, like he had Parkinson's, he was very old and like frail. But I do like remember him, you know, like denouncing the Iraq War in like 2003 and being like, this is a grave like crime against humanity, and like
Francis was like fairly good on Gaza, and even like Leo is like pretty okay like on it, you know, like they weren't like hardcore like condemning like Israel, you know, or and saying like Israel should like not exist, like this, you know, they need to be dissolved, but you know, at the same time they definitely had a better stance on it than you know, even like the most liberal American president, you know, like because they're like religious leaders and they kind of you know, I mean, like you said, there certainly are religious leaders who are do have those kind of like very like just sort of a despicable like utilitarian fascist politics. But like the they definitely like kind of do try to orient themselves, generally speaking, to like kind of these like broader principles. But you could definitely see also the sort of transformations. Like I think like, you know, like Francis in his like pontificate, like he did a lot to kind of try to change like the character of the church, like make it sort of a more global thing, you know, like try to move it like in that sort of direction where there was a greater room for the influence of Catholics from the sort of broader church, not just sort of centered in these kind of traditional areas of power, right? So
right, the global South, the growing global South constituency, because that is, I think that does pertain to today, especially when you compare it to American like evangelical Protestantism, the type that's like kind of rallied around MAGA, is like that's like an extremely white, like Anglo-American like constituency that we're talking about. I know it's not all white, but like, you know what I mean? Like it's vast majority of like all white. The Catholic Church, however, these days, I've looked up like statistics. It varies a little bit, in terms of what it is now, but like the Catholic Church is like more diverse than like America is. You know what I mean? It's like 60% like European or white, and then like 30-something% Latino, and then maybe about 5% Asian. I'm sure like most are like Filipinos especially, but like Filipinos punch like, I feel like way above their weight in terms of influence and like devotion to being like Catholics. Like they're a big deal, right? Like they're very Catholic. And then of course there's also Catholics in Africa, and there's still a sizable, population like America and in the U.S. and Canada. So they are distributed kind of like, and the growing population, like it's clear, like, I'm sure that there's a lot of Catholics in like the United States and in Western Europe, but like how many of them go to church like once or more a week, go to mass all the time and are like, really, really devoted? I feel like that's more like Latin America, Philippines, like that's where like your real followers are like coming from. So I think, having like an Argentinian pope like that, and then another American pope who spent most of his time in Peru, that they're kind of acknowledging that like this is where our base is now. It's a little bit less so like in the 1980s, but they're, but I did think it's interesting, like in retrospect, that you wonder how long like power structures must have known that Catholic Church was like covering up like abusive children. But then it doesn't come out. It doesn't come out during the Cold War. It doesn't come out really during the 90s. But then when Pope John Paul II calls the Iraq War like a grave crime and like you shouldn't do it. And let's not forget, like now it feels like everybody marches in step with like NATO and everything. But correct me if I'm wrong, France and Germany refused to join like the U.S. and go to and invade Iraq, right?
Right. Remember Freedom Fries.
Freedom Fries, yeah. And that at that point in there was a lot of like hate, and what is France's like dominant religion? Catholicism. And even in Germany, there's a significant like plurality, maybe not majority, but like a plurality.
Wait,
like,
really? Is Germany plurally?
Well,
is like mostly Catholic?
I wouldn't say mostly Catholic.
More Catholic than Protestant?
No, I wouldn't say more Catholic than Protestant, but they have a sizable chunk of like Bavaria, like southwestern Germany is predominantly Catholic, and then I feel like northern Germany is much more Protestant. In like Eastern Germany is more Protestant, I think. I don't know the exact like breakdown, but there's, I mean, like Cardinal,
they have like 23% Catholic according to this.
Right. So like part of their country is Catholic as well, and both those countries and some other European countries refused to join the coalition of the willing. I just wonder, because what do you have here? You have like an extremely fascist presidential administration that just did 9/11, and it's like run, but the president is like he's like an old wasp, like a deep old money, like powerful skull and bones wasp who also converted to evangelical Christianity on top of that, and is probably surrounded with like, the evangelicals can get pretty anti-Catholic. I'd say a little ungrateful, given how anti-communist, the Catholic Church was, that somehow they're Mary worshipers, they're not really Christians, they can't be trusted and stuff. And I have had this like thought, and again, this is not in any way to like excuse like the vast crimes and cover-ups of the Catholic Church. Like I remember it well. I was in Catholic high school when all that shit came out, and was like, ick, oh okay, oh wow, like it's hard to take your like priest teachers like as seriously or like trust them as much when you're hearing all this shit in the news, right? Like it was a big deal. A lot of people stopped going to church. Like the lawsuits that they've paid out, it's like hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. Churches have closed. Like it especially in the United States, I feel like it took the Catholic Church down a peg in terms of like their influence, and perhaps their moral, like their sense of moral power, right? In like their moral authority, right? In, for example,
for sure.
saying
it was devastating.
Yeah,
it was
and
devastating.
It just interesting to me that doesn't come out until the moment that Pope John Paul II basically says that like Europe shouldn't support the Iraq War, and then guess what? You're pedophiles. And it's like, now we're going to draw, like, this is something we've been holding, maybe if, like, we have to deploy it. But, like, at that point, like, they maybe felt like, okay, John Paul II, oh, you want to shit talk us? You want to shit talk our imperial conquest of, like, the Middle East? Well, how about you sit this one out, because we're gonna finally unleash the floodgates of like what we kind of let the church get away with for decades, and didn't say anything
I
about.
Could like see that. I mean, you were talking about like this sort of like incident that is like still a mystery, and like any connection that it has to like the sort of assassination attempt on the Pope like is unclear. If there is any at all, but like the disappearance of those two teenage girls, like
yes.
Around the same time, like. In Rome. It was sort of a strange sort of thing. Some people, I guess, speculated that there was like a blackmail angle to it. I mean,
power games being played inside of the Vatican hierarchy by different.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like obviously, as we all now know, maybe it wasn't super well known at the time. I mean, this is like still during the age when like I remember Sinead O'Connor like criticized the Pope and everyone was like, what?
Yeah.
Like and kind of like made these sort of allegations, right? It's not like there weren't whispers of these things, but the sort of extent of it is now kind of publicly known, right?
Right.
And so like knowing that and knowing how desperate the U.S. was, like, and its intelligence agencies were to sort of wield influence in the Vatican, you can only assume that there was some like involvement in that, right? And that played a role in it.
Right. Like running the kind of like the child abuse network kind of thing, how to what extent maybe in some cases did that like overlap with like Catholic clergy people or higher up figures that were covering up that had some kind of intelligence connection or a kind of underground diplomatic kind of influence that were playing these politics games, that were involved in politics. Like, I mean, another thing about that sex scandal, the cover-up scandal, is that it was like John Paul II was the Pope for all and didn't do anything about it, and so it really fell on his doorstep. Like rightfully so, that him and the person who would be Pope next, right? One of his like ideological enforcers, Cardinal Ratzinger from Germany. He was also somebody in the 80s that like, I don't know, could have put a stop to some of this stuff, could have done something about it, but they didn't, and it seems like they participated in a certain level of like covering it up at the very least. So, it smeared their reputations and undercut his ability to like, say anything moral about anything else. At the same time, the very people that like you're, hypothesizing about that might have had some kind of involvement in, I don't know, like elevating abusive priests who were sus and like covering it up and all these other things, they managed to kind of slip beneath the radar and they don't get brought into the big Catholic scandal story of the 2000s. I'm thinking mainly about an American archbishop from Chicago, Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, who's going to pop up in today's story, like one of the sussest individuals, I would say, to ever walk the halls of the Vatican, and that's not an easy thing to win. But this guy is like a parapolitical, like wandering bishop, but he's like actually an archbishop who, is most well known for running basically the Vatican Bank, the IOB, for in the 70s and the early 80s, and let's just say he got involved in some very dirty money laundering kind of activities with some very unsavory like individuals that and the revelations of such things were starting to come out right around this time that Pope John Paul II was shot by a rando Turkish guy, right? So we'll circle back to him, but he's somebody that even I think you could the old muckraker from Chicago, Sherman Skolnick, I think wrote a lot about Marcinkus's corrupt connections, and anything that was like mafia CIA that was sort of running through the Chicago area in this kind of 60s, 70s, 80s period. Like Paul Marcinkus is involved in a lot of it. There's a lot of shade, and I think there's even maybe some like tangential overlaps with like the Castle Bank network and other people like that that were helping him move a lot of like dark money around. And so, Continental Illinois, I think that was one of the banks that he was, somebody in the chat says that Marcinkus was involved in. And Marcinkus, eventually, I think the Vatican Bank kind of scandal stuff got to a fever pitch in Italy that he eventually had to flee back to the United States. And I think he like retired from being an archbishop and retired to the senior community of like Sun City, Arizona. And it seems like was kind of like low key protected by the U.S. government for the rest of his life. And then he died, so he never got held accountable for any of like the deep criminal shit that he was like doing. And nobody ever really got to like question him and squeeze any information out of him. He was kind of protected. So yeah, that's just a small sample of some of the people that were floating around in the Vatican at this time that, early on in John Paul II's papacy, around the time he got shot. And let's also, again, not forget Reagan's new CIA director in 1981, right? This is like the first 6 months of Bill Casey being CIA director. The book Victory talks about him flying around in his like fortified black plane that had like a hotel suite built into it and like sat phones. And he was like going to the Vatican trying to get an audience with the Pope initially to be like, you need to help us. Like, let us use the church more. Like, we'll give you, money and shit. But, like, we got to team up and support solidarity and, like, overthrow the government in Poland, right? And I do recall from that book that there was a little bit of hesitance on JP2's part at first to, like, meet with Bill Casey. I think he did eventually. But if I recall correctly, the meeting didn't exactly go the way Bill Casey wanted it to. Like, he didn't get the sign off from the Holy Father that he was necessarily expecting. And I think it made him a little bit, him and his friends who had, who were embarking on their grand destabilization mission, didn't like that very much. That's another thing maybe, yeah, I think we'll circle back to. But anyways, we have this, this incident. I don't know. Where should we begin? Should we talk about like what happened, and then
talk about
unpack
just,
it
like,
from
what
there?
Happened? Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, let's just tell the story of the event. So like in a sort of like pretty like straight up way.
Right.
So it happened like in St. Peter's Square.
Yep. In Vatican City.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe we can describe it somewhat thoroughly. So I think maybe it's probably best to talk it from the Pope's point of view. So
that's right. The Pope wrote about it in his book Memory and Identity, right? The last book before he died. He has we could talk about his comments on it. Let me see.
Yeah, that might be good. But yeah, he was shot he was shot at 4 times. His hand was hit. Let me open that part if I can. Rather than just read it from an encyclopedia online.
Or like Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. We got a lot of good sources. Quite a few people have
It was all testimony to divine grace. I see here a certain similarity to the trials suffered by the Cardinal Wyszynski during his imprisonment. The experience of the primate of Poland, though, lasted more than 3 years, while my own lasted rather a short time, just a few months. Ağca knew how to shoot, and he certainly shot to kill, yet it was as if someone was guiding and deflecting that bullet.
A motherly hand was at play. Yeah.
Stanislaw. See, these are the names that are going to give me trouble. Djwizits.
I don't have it in front of me.
Dzi-w-i. Yeah. Zhiwich?
I'd have to see it, but I could pronounce it.
Ağca shot to kill. That shot should have been fatal. That bullet passed through the Holy Father's body, wounding him in the stomach, the right elbow, and the left index finger. Then the bullet fell between the Pope and me. I heard 2 more shots, and 2 people standing near us were wounded. I asked the Holy Father, where? He replied, in the stomach. Does it hurt? It does. There was no doctor within reach. There was no time to think. We immediately carried the Holy Father into an ambulance and set off at great speed toward the Gelli hospital. The Holy Father was praying sotto voce. Then, during the journey, he lost consciousness. A number of factors would determine whether or not he survived. For example, the question of time, the time it took us to reach the hospital. A few more minutes, some obstruction along the way, and it would have been too late. In all this, the hand of God is visible. Everything points toward it. John Paul II. Yes, I remember that journey to the hospital. For a short time, I remained conscious. I had a sense that I would survive. I was in pain, and this was a reason to be afraid, but I had a strange trust. I said to Father Stanislaw that I had forgiven my assailant. What happened at the hospital, I do not remember. Father Stanislaw says, almost immediately after we arrived at the hospital, the Holy Father was taken to the operating room. The situation was very grave. The Holy Father had lost a great deal of blood. His blood pressure was falling dramatically. His pulse barely registered. The doctor suggested that I administer the sacrament of the sick. I did so at once. John Paul II. I was already practically on the other side. Then he was given a blood transfusion. The further complications and delays in the whole process of recovery can be traced back to that transfusion. The first blood was rejected, but there were doctors in the hospital who gave their own blood to the Holy Father. The second transfusion went well. The doctors who performed the operation did not expect the patient to survive. They paid no attention at all, understandably, to the finger, which had been wounded by the bullet. If he survives, we can do something about that later, they said to me. As it happened, the wounded finger healed by itself without any treatment. After the operation, the Holy Father was transferred to a recovery room. The doctors were afraid of infection, which in such a situation could have been lethal. Some of the Holy Father's internal organs were damaged. The operation had been very difficult. As it happened, everything healed perfectly, though without the slightest complication, even though such complex operations frequently do lead to problems. So then he talks about how everyone's outpouring their sympathy, etc., etc. But yeah, so he really did almost die. And I think he felt the pain of that shrapnel for the rest of his life.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah.
And he eventually did forgive Ağca very famously a couple years after the shooting, and visited him in prison, and spoke with him. And I think at some point also Ağca, though Ağca is like a strange figure. We'll get to him. He's one of these assassins, a very weird guy.
He's definitely one of these assassins.
He allegedly converts to Christianity at one point, but then also I think in years later, because he's actually free today. He's still alive. He announced that he was Jesus Christ and that the world was going to end or something like that.
Yeah, he obviously is not the most mentally healthy person, and also he changed his story and lied a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And it seems pretty clear that he was under pressure to say a certain thing at one point. I mean, in his famous meeting, it's not really known what he did say to Pope John Paul II, but there was sort of rumor that he blamed it on Iran. That Iran actually he was controlled out of Tehran,
right.
And it was.
I think he might have said
Um,
publicly at a later point that was one of his shifting stories, was that somehow this had been ordered by Ayatollah Khomeini, and that he was the ultimate mastermind behind it all. But like he said, his story shifted quite radically, I would say.
And that was also the Mossad's favorite explanation. I was telling you that I read this funny book, Gideon's Spies, or not the whole thing, but part of it, by Gordon Thomas, which is kind of it is a sort of a poppy sort of history of the Mossad. But I came upon it because they do talk about this. And the sort of the way that the book frames it is that this brave Mossad agent discovered these links to Tehran, and like they use that to kind of drive a wedge between the Vatican and the CIA, because the CIA had kind of lied about who really did it, and in fact it was Iran. Yeah, like according to that book at least, Luigi Poggi, who's like you know, a big kind of a confidant of the Pope, and was like, I think, the head of like the entity, you know, the kind of Vatican intelligence agency.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
He like was at least willing to entertain this idea and kind of put the Pope in touch with it, according to that book. So,
well, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that was yeah, but I don't believe that story is true.
No, I don't think
reasons.
so. I mean, one of the big things about this story, like beyond the assassination itself, is the quote unquote conspiracy theories, or we might be able to say just theories, because some of them were taken very seriously by like the mainstream Western press, like at the time. But they really are, like, they deserve to be, I don't know. I don't think they deserve to be elevated above, you know, other, you know, less vaunted theories about what happened, because there's still, as of today, like 2026, Pope John Paul II is dead. Mehmet Ali Ağca is still alive. In fact, he was detained by like police, I forget where, maybe somewhere in Europe, like recently for, he was requesting an audience with Pope Leo. It's like, can I just talk to Pope Leo for like 3 minutes? And they're like, no, like, sorry, no. Like, oh, come on. Like, just let me, like, he showed up like weirdly and tried to like slip past the security to like, can I just have like 3 minutes with Pope Leo? And they're, you know, they were like, nah, bro. So he's still kind of bopping around doing weird stuff. But there still is no like smoking gun official Italian government or Vatican or whatever, like, you know, report, like statement of like who really was behind this. It's just kind of like a wilderness of mirrors, and it's just like, I don't know, like it's never been definitively solved, even though at various times people have kind of come forward, usually like to blame the Soviets, and said, well, there's like incontrovertible evidence this time, but none of that has ever really stuck. Same with like the Iran did it kind of theory, that kind of fell by the wayside. But in the few years after the shooting, there was a tremendous push to push like a certain one theory kind of stood above all the others in its seriousness, that was like repeated just like without any criticality by like the New York Times and like all the American kind of news organizations, and ones in Europe as well. And this is kind of called the Bulgarian Connection, which ultimately would lead back, you know, through communist Bulgaria to the Soviet Union itself. And this was like hyped up big time. And the CIA, you know, wanted it and made sure that it was hyped up big time to make the Soviets look bad and evil and etc. So, you know, but when you start to look at the most basic facts about this case, the first thing you notice is that Mehmet Ali Ağca is not just like a crazy Turkish guy, right?
No.
He's not just a Turkish guy who like happens to hate the Pope and he's crazy and decided to shoot him. He belongs to some organizations, you could say. And
yes,
like, it's funny that this wasn't like a fucking smoking gun at the time and being like, oh, like
it's not even like, it's even more of a smoking gun than like it appears to be, I think, in some ways, because like a context that like I feel like is not like brought up like even in a lot of like sort of accounts that are critical of like the Bulgarian connection, which was kind of what the was sort of the name for how the sort of the CIA theory, or the kind of you know, American mass media theory of a Moscow connection was called, because, you know, he had traveled to Bulgaria, right?
Yeah,
and like had, you know, apparently met like KGB handlers there and such things, right? Even in accounts that are sort of critical of the Bulgarian connection, you don't really like. I feel like there isn't or at least from what I've observed, there isn't like a strong enough attention to like the fact that the CIA had just kind of, or at least, you know, the U.S., right? Maybe I'm using the CIA as a bit of a shorthand here, but like, you know, certainly with some you know, U.S. intelligence agency involvement, like the U.S. had just kind of like sponsored or like helped facilitate or encourage like a coup in Turkey, right? So
Right, right.
sort of basically like a huge like crackdown on like left-wing organizations, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had like like May the First Street being like relabeled like Ataturk Plaza and stuff like that.
Right, right.
Like this is in many ways like kind of a reactionary backlash, right? Like even though not to say that like the left had really been in power before, there was like a wide range of like sentiments existing in Turkey at that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So certainly the coup in Turkey.
When was that 1980?
Yeah, 1980.
Okay, yeah. So within a year, like less than a year after this coup, the Pope is shot by a Turk. Right. And you're right. That's like an important context as well. Yeah.
Which like and was a member of like the militant group like the far right Grey Wolves, which kind of even not to say that like in all of this violence that was happening, they didn't like lose some and such, but like still on the whole they were kind of empowered by what happened, right?
Right. This is more. This empowered the Grey Wolf organization, and the Grey Wolf. I mean, that's kind of like the first big like red flag about like what the fuck is that Ağca. Ağca was a member of the Grey Wolves, and for those who like don't know what the Grey Wolves are, they are a sort of like para-state like group and like political movement that was very operative. I guess they were kind of officially founded in like 1968, but they sort of it was Colonel Alparslan Turkish who founded it. He was like the main big figure. And they rose to prominence during the late 1970s political violence in Turkey when its members engaged in urban guerrilla warfare with left-wing militants and activists. And scholars hold it responsible for most of the violence and killings in this period, including the Maraş massacre in December 1978. And they are also seen to be behind the Taksim Square massacre in May 1977 and played a role in the Kurdish-Turkish conflict from 1978 onwards. The other thing is, this organization has long been a prominent suspect in investigations into the deep state in Turkey, kind of where that term was founded, right? It was an application of Turkey, right? Like the idea of a deep state.
Yeah.
And is suspected of having close dealings, I would say very close dealings in the past with the counter-guerrilla, the Turkish branch of NATO Operation Gladio, as well as the Turkish mafia. Among the Grey Wolves' prime targets are non-Turkish ethnic minorities such as Kurds, Greeks, and Armenians, and leftist activists. They're a staunchly pan-Turkist organization. And they're still around like today, like, even President Erdogan himself, I think made like a certain pivot towards the Grey Wolves, in the late 2010s and started like more aggressively appealing to them. And, if you ever see a Turkish guy do, this is the iconic, or an irony poison person do this. This is a fascist symbol of the Turkish Grey Wolves, and they're literally like I think the overlap between them and the counter guerrilla is like, I don't know if it's like 1-to-1 Venn diagram.
And for those who are just listening, it's kind of like making a shadow puppet dog is basically their symbol.
Yeah, a little shadow puppet, kind of like the devil horns, but like you're pointing out your thumb and your two middle fingers.
If you were to make a shadow puppet dog, basically, that's the Grey Wolf symbol. It's not, not too complicated, basically.
But when people, but it like means something. Like when a politician like does it in openly, it's kind of like a nod to like this extra straight.
Did Erdogan actually do that symbol?
Yeah, there's a picture of him doing it. I think maybe in 2017 or 2018. I think he kind of kept them a little more at like arm's length, at least publicly, like when he first kind of came into power, but then he sort of executed. I think once the sort of PKK negotiation, like peace negotiations, kind of broke down maybe in 2015. He kind of pivoted more towards like empowering the Grey Wolves. But during the Cold War, this is like literally the counter guerrilla. Is a stay behind anti-communist military unit that was a constituent of Operation Gladio, and of course Italy itself was like a major hotbed of Operation Gladio activity, and in fact like some of the networks that were supporting Gladio or, or constitutive of it were just being exposed around this time as well, in Italy. The Propaganda Due Lodge had just been kind of unveiled, and I think there was a member list leaked to the press that had tons of powerful like military intelligence, but also business, government, police, like kind of people. And that was run by the Lodge Grandmaster, the super fascist himself, Licio Gelli. I cannot stress enough, like an extremely sinister figure and like powerful, murky figure who had very strong ties to like Nazis in South America and the World Anti-Communist League, and was actually invited and was present, I think, at Reagan's inaugural bash in 80 and 84. So somebody that had a certain tightness with the kind of the cowboys in the Reagan-Bush administration. And he actually had to flee, I think, in early 1981 and like get out of Dodge for a while because his name had been exposed as part of this illegal kind of Masonic lodge of like powerful fascist people who, it would be revealed later, were doing lots of false flag terrorist attacks around Italy and blaming it on communists, right? Like the Bologna train bombing. You had I think it was Ordine Nuovo, the New Order, and some other groups like that, like these neo-fascist, very Evola, kind of inspired kind of groups that were operating under the surface and kind of comprised like the Italian deep state. And, the number one objective of them in Italy, like most of our listeners probably know this, but the stay behind armies and all these Gladio groups in all these countries didn't just like hang out and like, keep their weapons buried and just do nothing, go about their business during the Cold War. No, they started engaging in like parastate activity, often in conjunction, pretty much in conjunction with like NATO or the CIA, to politically manipulate, destabilize various Western European countries so that communist parties would not be democratically elected into power, which they mostly accomplished during the Cold War, right? Like the Italian Communist Party was pretty popular after World War II. They didn't quite get to ever really like run the government. The closest maybe they got was when Christian Democrat Aldo Moro was, won the elections in the late 70s, just a few years before this. But then dagnabbit, the ultra-leftist Red Brigades kidnapped him, allegedly, and held him for ransom, and then somehow he ended up dead right when he was on the verge of announcing like a parliamentary alliance with the Communist Party and like a ruling coalition with them that would bring them into the government. And then, oops, he gets kidnapped by some ultra-leftists, allegedly frequent Alex Jones guest and CIA State Department operator Steve Pieczenik had used to say back in the 2000s that he was involved with that, like personally. And, it also came out in the early 80s that the Red Brigades were deeply infiltrated by like state intelligence and like right-wing double agents that perhaps, I don't know, even took control of the organization and goaded it into doing a kind of heckin' ultra-left adventurism by kidnapping Aldo Moro, just at the moment. And, there might be a theme, there might be a recurring theme there when somebody who's not a communist, decides to talk to communists and work with them instead of just like putting their foot down and opposing them. Maybe sometimes that person is the most dangerous type of person, right? Because they have a kind of credibility outside of communist sympathetic circles. You could say the Pope John Paul II might have just fallen into that category.
Since we're dealing with Mehmet Ali Ağca, who's like a Turkish guy, like
right.
This this is by Jacob Barlow. It's like like pretty like it's like very like sort of brief pretty normie level, just like a general kind of overview of like the U.S. influence on the Turkish coup of the 80s, and like kind of talks about the sort of situation and the relationship between the U.S. and Turkey that prevailed before that and a little bit after. Like I think it's like useful context, and
sure.
like the Cold War context kind of looms over all this like pretty heavily. So yeah, like let me see where to start. This is still a little bit like early, so let me scroll here. Okay, yeah. So from the 1950s to the 1980s, the Turkish economy suffered and benefited from the effects of brain drain. So many educated and skilled workers moved to Western Europe for better economic opportunities that it became difficult to fill important positions in Turkish society with qualified people. Throughout the 1970s, the Turkish economy was importing far more goods than it was exporting, resulting in foreign exchange crises in 1970 and 1977. Unfortunately, remittances from Turks who left to work abroad significantly helped to lessen the foreign currency shortages. Following the 1970 foreign currency crisis, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, felt a need to intervene in the Turkish economy. In the summer of 1970, the IMF devalued the Turkish lira by 65% and liberalized trade to help the struggling economy. The IMF then devalued the lira again in 1978, 1979, and 1980. So you can kind of see, like, how these sanctions can really crush a country in some way. Well, I guess these aren't really sanctions, but how it's kind of economic warfare can really crush or squeeze a country.
Absolutely.
And this, of course, is coming in the context of where, like, having lost Iran by 1979, Turkey would have been, much more important to the United States. But
yeah, totally.
yeah, one of the largest hits of Turkey's fragile economy came in 1974 following the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Turkey was in the process of joining the European Common Market when the Cyprus crisis and tensions with Greece put Ankara's European shift on hold. The Turkish government saw the American arms embargo as a, quote, invasion of sovereignty and responded by closing all American air, army, and naval bases in Turkey except one. Ankara's loss of confidence in Washington continued well into the Iran-Iraq War, during which Turkey didn't allow American troops to use Turkish bases. The arms embargo also hit Turkey particularly hard because Turkish military equipment was left over from the Korean War and in great need of modernization. The arms embargo also coincided with the end of U.S. economic aid to Turkey, which was the third largest receiver of American aid before the Cyprus invasion, behind only Egypt and Israel. After the embargo was lifted, American aid to Turkey was restored. Turkey received a total of this is a lot of money. $678,700,000 between 1978 and 1980. Throughout the post-1973 world economic downturn, Turkey continued its consumption habits as prices for imported goods, particularly oil, increased rapidly, causing the Turkish government to take on billions of dollars of debt. Crude oil imports accounted for nearly 4% of total Turkish gross domestic product in 1980. The Iran-Iraq War, which began right after the coup, also severely disrupted Turkey's import of oil. This is because Iran and Iraq were the largest exporters of crude oil to Turkey throughout the 1970s, accounting for 44.2% of the total. Turkey followed the policy of import substitution industrialization for almost 2 decades, which aimed to end the trade imbalance but actually made goods more expensive for Turkish consumers. Parallel to Turkey's deteriorating economic conditions were crumbling social and political trust. Neither of the two main political parties could gain enough votes to win a majority for most of the 1970s, resulting in 10 different governments from 1971 to 1980, in which only 5 governments had constitutional majorities. The lack of a clear political majority created parliamentary gridlock, which prevented the government from fixing economic troubles. The government's inability to fix the economic problems and come to a political compromise caused many Turks to lose faith in the civilian government. Economic and political inaction caused the more extreme wings of Turkish society to become increasingly polarized into 2 camps: Kurdish socialists and the right-wing nationalists, right? That would include the Grey Wolves. These 2 groups engaged in domestic terrorism and small-scale armed conflict from 1976 until the 1980 coup. The Soviet Union quietly supported the Kurdish socialist camp in an attempt to further destabilize Ankara. Meanwhile, the right-wing nationalist camp received support from Turkey's Western allies, in part to fight off Soviet influence and in part because of economic ideology. During this period, over 4,000 military members and civilians lost their lives, including those who were considered quote-unquote terrorists by the Turkish government. Turkish society was in such an uproar by 1979 that NATO leaders were having regular meetings with Turkish officials concerning the deteriorating conditions. Warren Christopher, Deputy Secretary of State, flew to Ankara twice during the first half of 1979 for 2 days of discussions with Turkish Prime Minister Ecevit. In February 1979, Washington coordinated with Bonn and London to provide Ankara with a $1 billion series of grants and loans to help with the most serious debt repayment problem that had arisen in world finance. That's what they called it, the most serious debt repayment problem that had arisen in world finance. Right. The Carter administration worried that without the $1 billion, Turkey's more than $12 billion of foreign debt would cause its financial collapse, thereby eliminating Turkey as quote, the stopper in the bottle for Soviet expansion.
Right.
The administration's theory was that more military aid to Turkey will keep Russia at bay. So after 9 years of unrest, the Turkish people were fed up with the violence the government in action. The economy was extremely weak, and maybe people died daily from political violence. Sound familiar? The second half of 1980, American policy leaders were guessing when, not if, the Turkish military would intervene. On September 2nd, 10 days before the 1980 coup, the CIA's daily memorandum stated that if politicians continue their squabbles, then military leaders may see no alternative to taking action. The memorandum demonstrates that Washington viewed the Turkish civilian government as squabbling children and the Turkish military as the action takers who would overthrow the stagnant ruling government. Without American contacts in the Turkish military, it is unlikely that Washington would have been able to gauge whether the Turkish military saw no alternative. U.S.-Turkish military-to-military relations played a key role in the 1980 coup. There are multiple accounts from the weeks and months before the coup in which Turkish military officials reported being contacted by U.S. and other NATO officials concerning possible military action. General Evren reported that U.S. and NATO military counterparts wondered when and if the Turkish military was pondering an intervention. This demonstrates that Washington was signaling support for a coup, giving the Turkish military the proverbial green light. American officials worried that the Soviet-backed Kurdish socialist militants might gain enough political power to disrupt Turkey's status as a buffer to the Soviet Union. The Turkish military also respected its ally by giving the American embassy in Ankara a warning of the upcoming military coup a few hours in advance. This advance warning helped quell any potential American discontent from not being informed, and also helped establish trust between the government in Washington and the new military government in Ankara. Scholars who argue that the U.S.'s role in the coup was overestimated point to the fact that militant groups of all political leanings seem to buy their arsenals from the same sources, which points to a deliberate orchestration of violence to prepare the psychological climate for a military coup. One piece of evidence supporting this claim is that General Evren ordered a report on the national political climate in 1979 to determine whether it would tolerate a military coup, demonstrating that the Turkish military was already planning the 1980 coup by late 1979.
I'm just reminded now because, lest you think that maybe the U.S., they appreciated the phone call right before the coup happened to be sort of let in on it. But maybe besides that, they just kind of passively maybe dreamed of maybe a coup would be fun. There are other sources I was reading. I think the Operation Gladio book by Paul L. Williams, I think might get into this. Apparently there was an anecdote where Jimmy Carter, when he got like the word that, there was a military coup in Turkey, he called up, I think, the person who was the CIA station chief in Turkey, I think still in 1980, a man named Paul Henze or Paul Henze.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is the Boys in Ankara did it, which is like a disputed quotation.
Right,
but,
disputed quote, but apparently,
yeah,
allegedly, it was like you boys pulled off the coup, basically, and they did. And I should remind anybody that thinks that's so out of character for the peacemaking peanut farmer Jimmy Carter. I do believe that in early 1980, if you go back to early episodes of. I think episode 2 and 3 of Demon Forces, the coup of 1980 in Liberia of William Tolbert, who was getting a little too close, getting a little too non-aligned in his behavior, was overthrown in a military coup by Master Sergeant Samuel K. Doe and his comrades, who had just coincidentally finished a U.S. Special Forces training program several weeks before, just randomly, and then launched an armed coup and killed the president and took over the government. So, you could say that under Zbigniew Brzezinski, the national security advisor, that the U.S. was, flexing their muscles in this period. And, they pulled off that one without anybody even kind of realizing at the time just how, people in Liberia kind of saw what it was. But in the West, it was sort of reported as just in fact, there was a lot of laundering in the media of how William Tolbert was too much of a gentleman farmer, too much of an elitist. He was a middle-class elitist, basically. And, the native population, which Doe represented, was finally rising up and, getting rid of this, patrician sicko, blah, blah, blah. But, again, these things are nuanced. Tolbert was a bourgeois, kind of America-Liberian guy, but he was also pulling away a little bit too much from the U.S. And maybe you could see a similar situation happening in Turkey. It's extra ironic that the man on the ground, I believe, I'm having a little trouble getting his exact bio, but Paul Henze, or Henze, Henze, was the CIA station chief for Turkey, I believe from like 1972 to 1980, when he retired and took a job as a consultant for the Rand Corporation. Just like a totally chill job to have. And he's like a specialist in like, Caucasian history and stuff like that. But also, funny enough, he pops into this story after Pope John Paul II is shot and writes, what was the name of his book? Like The Plot to Kill the Pope.
Yeah.
Which squarely advances the Bulgarian conspiracy angle and the KGB responsibility for shooting the Pope. Coincidentally enough, the shooter is a Turkish gray wolf connected to Operation Gladio, who in fact already had a history as an assassin of like left-wing figures, right? There was the famous like kind of left-leaning journalist that was assassinated, I think in 1979. Let me see if I could pull his name up. That was later like attributed to Ağca, and another guy. It was Abdi İpekçi. Yeah, was the left-wing journalist who was murdered in 1979, right? And Ağca had been caught and was put in prison for several months. But then, just like Charles Taylor, he just finds a way to walk out one night, right? And quote-unquote escapes from a Turkish prison and then goes on a very long, strange trip around like West Asia and Europe, leading up to him landing in, St. Peter's Square. But I just, it's interesting. Paul Henze was one of the 3 authors that was like the most quoted, most cited, going on TV all the time, people that was telling us like what really happened and wrote a book about it.
Well, and beyond
right?
that, like he actually was like one of the sort of disciples, in fact, like maybe like even in like an academic advisee of Bennigsen, Alexandra Bennigsen, who was like, an expert, like, with a certain kind of a bias or, a certain lens through which he approached his work. But he was an expert on Islam in Soviet territories.
Oh,
and
interesting.
he was like, also like an intelligence officer, right? Who did like a lot of covert work. And he, he certainly worked with U.S. intelligence agencies. And like one of his big kind of points that he advanced again and again was like the utility of Islamism or sort of militant Islam as sort of a force to marshal against Soviet communism.
Right.
So in Central Asia, for instance, so like the sort of theory behind things like the support for the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and you could also see like the idea of using the gray wolves as a force, and really they were, even in the context of the Turkish coup, this was sort of seen as a proxy conflict in their minds, right, between their great enemy, the USSR, and the far right kind of, it's interesting that, they kind of, at the time, the CIA was like, oh yeah, secularism has won the day. Like that's kind of how they described it, with this like military coup that like basically like prescribed all like civilian institutions and like just, for at least for a few years, like, ended democracy altogether. It was like, yes, they've advanced our values. Thank God for secularism. But, the Grey Wolves aren't really so much a secular group. I mean, they're...
Wait, are you saying that the Soviets were, like, supportive of the 1980 coup, or...
No, the U.S. was.
Oh, yeah, the U.S. was. Oh, yeah, because they're heckin' secularists. Yeah.
Right, yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean...
Yeah, which is really not entirely true.
Right.
Certainly, insofar as they supported at least sort of the far right groups, like some of them like kind of had more of maybe an Ataturkist kind of alignment, but I think overall, like the Grey Wolves, I mean, it kind of like you could really sort of trace it as sort of maybe, to be generous, like an intensification of an Ataturk sort of approach, where he also was kind of an ambiguous figure in some ways in terms of his stance towards religion. On one level, he certainly could be described as like an arch secularist in some respects, but he had like kind of also a sort of utilitarian concept of Islam as well, that it was an important kind of a social force, a source of social cohesion, important a way to achieve that.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
so like I think that the Grey Wolves kind of take, they have like it basically, like they have this one sort of saying that is like, the medicine is Islam, and the physician will be a Turk. It's kind of this really an idea that you can kind of almost trace back to the Ottoman period of like Islam is sort of a like a glue, a social glue, but that is like Turkish led. Very much like has a strong like Turkish nationalist character.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, is that in all the things I've read about the Grey Wolves, is that I think their ethno-nationalism comes first, like before. It kind of distinguishes them maybe slightly from, say, like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan or something, in that, and also like the virulence of their nationalism and their really kind of like racial nationalism of like, it should be a Turk ruling. I think one of the like forerunners to like the Grey Wolves had something about how like the only people, like anybody in Turkey, like who isn't 100% ethnically a Turk, like only has two roles, like a servant or a slave. Basically, like we need like Turkish supremacy, like in Turkey, and also expand Turkey. That's something that would come up with the Grey Wolves networks, and also a lot of these CIA hands. I do wonder if Graham Fuller and Paul Hens, if like Graham Fuller started like working under Paul Hens, because Graham Fuller would later become, he worked a lot in the Afghanistan thing in the 80s, but he was also based in Turkey for a while and was really active in like the Caucasus. And one thing that like the Operation Gladio book and some others, bring up is after the Soviet Union finally fell, you basically had they had this idea back in the 80s of basically activating the sort of pan-Turkic Muslim populations of Central Asia that were part of the Soviet Union, like the stands, essentially, and sort of, sending in like people that could like rally a kind of pan-Turkic sentiment and kind of expand Turkey's like realm, through that. And in Azerbaijan, I think in the 90s, there was like a very, I forget the name of the president who eventually took over, but I think they had like a lot of like Grey Wolf advisors and stuff like that. And you can still see, like to some extent, though I think they weren't like, it's like totally successful in all cases. But there have been intelligence operations. I think like the pipelines, for example, of like, how did all the Uyghurs get to Syria to like fight in the war? That was probably through like pan-Turkic intelligence kind of rat lines.
It's definitely through Turkey.
Yeah.
Like even now, like in, like they have that connection. Like they have this sort of a cultural connection, right? Or this sort of ethnic connection, right? And definitely like even now, like a lot of the kind of like Uyghur fighters that are like either part of like the, like Syrian forces, like broadly speaking, like they, kind of are loyal to the sort of Turkish militias, right? Which have really been like some of the biggest problems and some of the violence that Syria has seen since the removal of Assad. So yeah, but definitely, definitely there's a huge like kind of like Turkish paramilitary dimension to all that.
Right.
I mean, as Trump said, like they control the guys who did it or whatever.
Right. And also like
they've wanted it for 1,000 years. Like, well, they actually did like have control of Syria for a pretty long time until relatively recently.
But you can see how like this jives up very well with, this is also an idea that Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, big trilateral commission guy, was very fond of like, well, yeah, you should kind of like use like Islam, like kind of like political Islam and like Turkish identity to break up, the sort of, Russia and the Soviet Union into much smaller pieces that could be like geopolitically managed, right? And I think that's to some extent what they kind of attempted to do in the 90s, and that's still something that like people have their eye on today. But also the Grey Wolves were constituent members of the I think the World Anti-Communist League, but also the Association of like Captive Nations, or like one of these other like fascist anti-communist like international alliances. They definitely sent like delegates to like one of these things, like the kind
for
of
sure.
walk.
I mean, they were like one of. I mean, I remember like I showed my students like this old documentary that was like made during the Cold War, like about Turkey, and like it's like so obviously like kind of like our great like anti-communist, like it's about like Ataturk and like how like how great all of his reforms have been, and how he's gotten these like worthless people out of their turbans and into their like hats, their proper hats and stuff. It's like very much like kind of presenting him like for Western consumption in like a pretty amusing way, but like the whole thing is framed around like the gateway to the East, and how like Turkey is there like on the front lines, like holding the door.
Well, they were the
fast against the communist menace,
the easternmost bulwark of NATO, basically, and they had nuclear weapons. Remember, stationed in Turkey. That was a kind of a horse that was traded secretly during the Cuban Missile Crisis to defuse it. Where I think Kennedy agreed to pull out all these ICBMs or whatever that were, stationed in Turkey. So, you got the Bosphorus like Strait and everything.
Actually, there's like this good kind of article about that kind of talks about like Ağca in this context, like even going back like sort of earlier to the relationship between like Soviet Turks and the Soviet Union. Or what will become Soviet Turks in the Soviet Union, like puts that in the context of Ağca's life. It's from this eventually like became a lot of the material in this sort of edition of the Covert Action magazine from spring of 1985 eventually went into a book which was hold on, let me bring it up if I can. It was written by The Rise and Fall of the Bulgarian Connection by Edward S. Herman and Frank Broadhead. There's a lot of crossover.
We should note that Edward S. Herman, you might have heard of him before because he was the co-author of a very famous, serious book, Manufacturing Consent with Noam Chomsky. And I guess, I hadn't really read a lot of his like solo work. I guess they collabed on that. Maybe we'll talk. Actually, that book covers this assassination kind of saga and the Bulgarian Connection thing. And I'd say overall, I think they kind of they do get it right. It's probably one of the stronger Chomsky books overall in terms of not committing like sus errors. However, it kind of might have gotten he might have been biting a little bit from Mr. Dr. Parenti, who wrote the book Inventing Reality several years before, which is like almost the same book, but just like more socialist. Like more Marxist. But his book as well also talks about the sus stories that were floated about the shooting of the Pope. But anyways, yes, you're reading the Bulgarian Connection revisited from the
well, this is like kind of this is from the Covert Action magazine, but there's a lot of crossover
with
the material written for this, and that eventually made it into this book. So so this is what they write. This is from the Turkish background. This is after they critique the whole idea of the Bulgarian Connection, they go into talking about kind of
I guess we haven't like explained what the Bulgarian Connection is, but like the intro kind of does. Do you want to read the intro? Because I feel like I don't know, like we haven't said what it was.
We can read the intro. I can go back to I think this is kind of a sort of a reduced version, so I can go back a little bit I can open it up. So on May 13th, 1981, a young Turkish gunman, Mehmet Ali Ağca, fired shots at Pope John Paul II as the Pope's vehicle circled slowly through the crowd in St. Peter's Square. Immediately arrested, Ağca's movements prior to the shooting were soon reconstructed by the Italian police, who sought to determine his motives and accomplices. Yet when Ağca was brought to trial in July 1981, little of this information was produced in court. His aims were still unclear, and no co-conspirators were named. Ağca's crime was committed in the first months of the Reagan administration. From the outset, administration officials and supporters sought to link the assassination attempt to the Soviet Union and its allies. In accordance with the principles of Secretary of State Alexander Haig's War on Terrorism. Whoa.
Interesting.
There you go. Wow, the prehistory of the War on Terror. This effort did not bear fruit, however. until the publication of an article by Claire Sterling in the September 1982 issue of Reader's Digest. Sterling maintained that the attempted assassination, they really go in on this, and like it just seems like a totally like shitty, tendentious article. I mean, I didn't read it myself, but Sterling maintained that the attempted assassination, previously thought to have been the work of a lone right-wing gunman, was in fact instigated by the Bulgarian secret services, and behind them, the KGB. The allegation of a Bulgarian connection received apparent confirmation in November 1982, when Ağca declared that several Bulgarian officials living in Rome had assisted him in his crime, and that the plan had been originally laid when he was passing through Bulgaria in the summer of 1980. With the heightening of Cold War tensions, the allegation of a Bulgarian connection and the attempted assassination of the Pope found a welcome and uncritical reception in the Western media. While no independent evidence linking Ağca to the Bulgarians or the Bulgarians to the crime has ever been produced, leaks of Ağca's involving claims kept the connection continuously before the public. The Bulgarian official, Sergei Antonov, arrested after Ağca's new allegations were made, was all but convicted in the Western press. On October 25, 1984, Judge Ilario Martella issued his final report officially indicting Antonov, other Bulgarians, and several Turks as members of a conspiracy to assassinate the Pope. A trial is expected to begin in April 1985. It is our judgment that the media's uncritical, even enthusiastic embrace of the Italians' case is not merely wrong, it is also indicative of the more general propaganda role played by the press. As we will show below, the credibility of Ağca, the primary, in fact, sole witness, based on his character, history, interests, circumstances of imprisonment, and shifts and contradictions in testimony, is close to zero. Furthermore, the logic of the case, as developed by its main proponents, is completely unconvincing and rests ultimately on Cold War ideological premises. We believe that similar evidence and arguments put forward in a case is not helpful to Western political interests, would have been objects of derision and quickly rejected and buried. Where the creators of the Bulgarian Connection see one conspiracy, we see two. The first conspiracy, based in a Turkish neo-fascist organization called the Grey Wolves, assisted Ağca in escaping from a Turkish prison in November 1979 and aided, financed, and sheltered him during the 18 months prior to the assassination attempt. All investigations into Ağca's background and associations in Turkey have placed him at the center of an intricate web of political rightists, drug dealers, and gun runners. We developed these links and the possible underlying motivations which would have led Ağca and his associates to kill the Pope in part 2 below. And also talks about how there's also the sort of a political basis of the case that has developed in the Italian and new Cold War context. And they say we are entirely persuaded this is the source of a plan and decision to pin the assassination attempt on the Bulgarians. This is a second conspiracy, which involved the Italian secret services, their friends in the CIA, and the Reagan administration, and other elements within the Italian government and bureaucracy. So,
just the last part here. We described and then we could jump ahead. We described the domestic and international forces at work in 1981 and 1982, causing the Italian authorities to press Ağca to play a cooperative role, the extensive penetration of the Italian security services by the right-wing conspiracy Propaganda 2, P2, Licio Gelli's group, and the evidence of preparatory contacts of security agents and other outsiders with Ağca prior to his new declarations. So
he was definitely under pressure to say a certain thing, but this gives a pretty good overview of the part on his Turkish background. Gives a good overview of him, his connections with the Grey Wolves, and also the connections of the Grey Wolves themselves with the sort of CIA. So they write, while it is possible that the Pope's would-be assassin was manipulated by some outside party, in our view, Ağca's motivation must be sought in his Turkish roots. The picture of Mehmet Ali Ağca that emerged in the first weeks after his assassination attempt was one of a young man deeply involved in Turkey's neo-fascist right. Coincidentally, his assassination attempt occurred at the same time that Turkey's new military government handed down a 945-page indictment against the Nationalist Action Party, NAP, the neo-fascist organization within whose political milieu Ağca functioned. Thus, the Western media had ready access to vast amounts of information about the extensive political network that had sheltered and perhaps guided Ağca in his attempt. Ağca, moreover, had been arrested, tried, and convicted for the 1979 assassination of one of Turkey's most prominent newspaper editors, Abdi İpekçi, and information disclosed at his trial was also available to the Western media. This information was originally tapped by the media, albeit gingerly, but was then dropped entirely when the Bulgarian connection began to assume prominence. Born in the eastern, more underdeveloped part of Turkey, Ağca came of age during the time that the growing ranks of the NAP and its youth affiliate, the Grey Wolves, were destabilizing Turkish society and politics. They were particularly active in high schools and universities. A member of the NAP served as Minister of Education in a coalition government in the mid-70s, while the Grey Wolf terrorists beat and murdered opponents to gain hegemony in the schools. Ağca's high school was one of those taken over by Grey Wolf militants. His teachers, courses, and high school chums shared the right-wing views of the NAP. The importance of Ağca's immersion in the world of Turkey's ultra-right cannot be underestimated. Yet it is quickly passed over by the quote-unquote terrorist experts of the Western media who, claiming to see no reason why a Turk would want to kill the Pope, cast their gaze to the east. As elementary acquaintance with the history and ideology of the NAP, however, an elementary acquaintance with the ideology of the NAP and its history, quickly reveals a worldview that adequately supports, if it does not quote-unquote rationally explain, an attempt on the Pope's life. Ağca's younger brother Adnan, for example, told a reporter for Newsweek that Ağca wanted to kill the Pope because of his conviction that the Christians have imperialist designs against the Muslim world and are doing injustices to the Islamic countries. The Nationalist Action Party was formed in the mid-1960s when Colonel Alparslan Turkish and some other former army officers took over a largely moribund party of the traditional right and infused it with pan-Turkish ideology and cadres. Turkish and the NAP were heirs to three-quarters of a century of pan-Turkish aspirations and politics. At first, the Pan-Turks had hoped to reunite all Turkish peoples in a single nation stretching from western China, as you were just mentioning, to parts of Spain. At the end of World War I, with the Russian Revolution, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, and the emergence of a modern Turkish state, Pan-Turks focused their agitation on the plight of the outer Turks, those people of Turkish descent who had been left outside Turkish national boundaries and who constituted a majority of all Turkish peoples. It was of great significance to the future development of Pan-Turkism that a majority of outer Turks were now, quote-unquote, captive Turks within the Soviet Empire. Not surprisingly, the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 was greeted eagerly by pan-Turkish organizations, as it provided an opportunity to dissolve the Soviet Empire and to unite with the Turkish motherland of the Turkish peoples, quote-unquote, held captive. More than 100,000 Soviet Turks were recruited out of POW camps by the Nazis and enrolled in army units that fought alongside the Germans. With the defeat of Germany, and thus pan-Turkish hopes, most Turkish people were still outside Turkey proper. Pan-Turkish organizations were henceforth characterized by a strongly anti-communist and especially anti-Soviet ideology. This was the inheritance that Turkish and his colleagues brought to the NAP in the mid-1960s. The party's structure served in turn as a vehicle to disseminate a pan-Turkish worldview, and it soon emerged as a force to be reckoned with in modern Turkish politics. In his writings and speeches, Turkish combined a vision of a science-based, state-planned economy, which was to bring Turkey into the atomic age, with the legends of the Grey Wolf, who led the Turkic peoples out of Asia to their homeland. As with European fascism, Turkey's pan-Turkism sought to appeal to the little man, crushed between capitalist monopolies and a strong labor movement. It was also addressed to patriots who believed their nation was being humiliated by its weakness in relation to the Soviet Union and the capitalist powers of the West. Ağca became involved with the NAP's youth affiliate, the Grey Wolves, at the height of its terrorist phase. At that time, the Grey Wolves were training thousands of young recruits in camps throughout Turkey. The NAP developed a powerful base in Turkey, and in 1975, it elected 4 members to parliament and served as a junior partner in the National Front government organized by the right-wing Justice Party. By the time of the military coup in September 1980, there were 1,700 Grey Wolves organizations in Turkey, with 200,000 registered members and about 1 million sympathizers. In its indictment of the NAP in May 1981, the Turkish military government charged 220 members of the party and its affiliates with responsibility for 694 murders. And this is part 2 of subpart 2, section 2 of part 2. Ağca as terrorist, the Grey Wolves nexus. Although Ağca's immersion in the world of the Grey Wolves is inconvenient for supporters of the Bulgarian Connection, the evidence connecting Ağca to Turkey's neo-fascist right is overwhelming. What is more, these connections never tapered off and may be traced to the very day of the assassination attempt. There are, nevertheless, 2 models of linkages that try to explain the nature of the conspiracy supporting Ağca's attempt. One model, the Grey Wolves connection, is supported by the testimony of investigators in several different countries and contains a large volume of hard evidence. The other model, that of Sterling, Hens, and Martella, is based on Ağca's shifting claims made after a long stay in Italian prisons. Hard evidence for this model is non-existent. The Grey Wolves connection began when Ağca was in high school. According to Raset Kisakchik, a Turkish journalist who has studied Ağca's later years, or Kisajik, probably, because of the C. A Turkish journalist who has studied Ağca's later years, he was often seen with Grey Wolves leaders while in school. And when the police later raided Ağca's home, they found pictures showing the young Ağca in the company of leaders of the Grey Wolves. Moreover, the people Ağca came to know among his hometown Grey Wolves activists aided him in many of his later terrorist activities, including his attempt on the Pope. On paper, the Grey Wolves were directed by the Nationalist Action Party. In fact, notes Michael Dobbs in the Washington Post, the command structure seems to have been a loose one, allowing plenty of room for semi-autonomous factions and groups that did not necessarily take their orders from the top. The loose network of Grey Wolves from Ağca's home base, the Malatya region of eastern Turkey, seems to have functioned as one such semi-autonomous group. Led by Orel Celik, apparently involved in the murder of Ipeki and the operation that broke Ağca out of prison in 1979, and who has been identified as a second gunman in St. Peter's Square. That's interesting.
Yeah.
The Malatya gang supported itself by smuggling operations and robberies. We find their presence at each of the milestones of Ağca's path from high school to St. Peter's Square. In 1978, Ağca enrolled in Istanbul University. He apparently spent little time in classes. Instead, he hung out in right-wing cafes like Marmara, which advertised the politics of those who frequented it with a large mural of a gray wolf on one of its walls. According to historian Feroz Ahmad, students in the hostel where he lived remembered him as a well-known militant who was allegedly seen shooting 2 students in the legs during an attack on a leftist hostel. His notoriety in terrorist circles was such that leftists tried to kill him on a number of occasions.
Damn.
On February 1st, 1979, the Malatya gang assassinated Abdi Ipeki.
I think it's Ipekji. I think it's a typo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
yeah. They also didn't put the little marks on it. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's Ipekji.
All right, I'll say Ipekji. Abdi Ipekji, perhaps Turkey's most prominent newspaper editor. Ağca was arrested a few months later, and although there now seems to be serious doubt whether Ağca was indeed the gunman, he quickly confessed to the crime. At his trial, the following October, Ağca steadfastly denied any connection with the NAP or the Grey Wolves, claiming instead to represent a new form of terror on my own.
All right. PTK alert. I don't know.
After several sessions of his trial, Ağca threatened in court to name the truly responsible parties when the trial next convened. This was clearly a signal that someone had better get him out, and a few days later, some Grey Wolves, led by Celik, smuggled Ağca, disguised as a soldier, through 8 checkpoints and out of prison. Ağca's first act upon escaping from prison was to send a letter to Milliyet, Ipekji's newspaper, threatening to kill the Pope, who was about to visit Turkey. Once again, we stumble upon an event which presents inconvenient facts for Sterling and company. For on its face, Ağca's act supports the probability that he and the Malatya gang needed no KGB hand to guide them toward a papal assassination. In his letter to Milliyet, Ağca stated, fearing the creation of a new political and military power in the Middle East by Turkey, along with its brother Arab states, Western imperialism has dispatched to Turkey in the guise of a religious leader, the Crusade commander John Paul. Unless this untimely and meaningless visit is postponed, I shall certainly shoot the Pope.
Very normal. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Was this letter written at the direction of Ağca's controller, as Sterling maintains? It's so ridiculous, like that. This letter, obviously, the Soviets told him to write that, so they would throw everybody off the trail.
Right, clever Soviets.
But we cannot say with certainty. The fact that the contents of the letter accord perfectly with the ideological views of the Grey Wolves strongly suggests that the letter simply speaks for itself. While for whatever reason Ağca and the Malatya gang chose not to, or were unable to, carry out their threat to kill the heavily guarded Pope during his visit to Turkey, such an act was on their agenda. At this point, Ağca's life as a fugitive began. Wanted by Turkish authorities and Interpol, Ağca nevertheless moved with apparent ease through some dozen countries in the 18 months separating his prison escape from his assignation with the Pope in May 1981. Throughout this time, Ağca was rarely outside the Grey Wolves network and was frequently in contact with the Malatya gang. After murdering the informer who had tipped off police to his whereabouts, Ağca was taken by the Grey Wolves to Iran to hide out. Some months later, he returned to Turkey and, aided by a false passport provided him by Grey Wolves members, he was smuggled into Bulgaria and through that country to Western Europe. I mean, it should be noted that this is kind of the thing, that, like, the sort of Mossad angle, like, oh, you know, he went to Iran and there he was in a camp, or like, it should be noted that, like, Grey Wolves are not, like, fond, like, Turkish ultra-nationalists are not fond of Iran. And the very reason that he probably was able to go to Iran is because, like, you know, there are, like, a significant like Turkic population within Iran that like they probably had connections with that like they feel like should be under the control of like a larger Turkey,
Right.
like
Yeah.
so the idea that like they would have been like acolytes or supporters or partisans of Khomeini or
Right.
obviously Ağca's personal politics are a bit eccentric and eclectic in some ways, and they seem to kind of like change and shift very freely over time. Like the idea that like, oh, he was an Islamist in some way, or he said that like, he was a Crusader commander, like his like Grey Wolf connections would suggest that he probably wouldn't be partial to the Islamic Revolution with its like very prominent kind of Shia character.
Of course, yeah, and they're not Turks, so they're Persian, so that's already a bit of an issue. You can also see a really similar parallel to what the kind of trick they pull with Ağca passing through Bulgaria and certain Bulgarian connections, and a common thing that a lot of people did during this period, it was the Bulgarian connection, was kind of assume that if you were going on like a smuggling route through communist Bulgaria, that this was like de facto like with the blessing or under the control of the Bulgarian communists, and then by proxy the Soviet Union, when in fact there was like these were black market smuggling networks. You know what I mean? Like they weren't like I think there was another article you found, that the academic article that like made this distinction of like we shouldn't just assume that like because they're in Iran, like Khomeini's government is like personally like overseeing and like blessing this. Same as we can't assume that the Bulgarian communist authorities are like on the one hand, like they could just not know about it. They could also, this could be a thing they would crack down on if they did know about it, because it's like black market smuggling. And, there's even a grayer area, especially with the import-export manufacturer Kintex, rather notorious Bulgarian state import-export company that kind of gets wrapped up in a lot of this stuff, but like is often because it's a state company, like Western journalists and people commenting on this would assume that it was all controlled by the communists, when in fact like there was on the one, there were corruption issues, like not everybody was like on the level that was like working at Kintex, and there was a lot of like shady things. There's also a kind of like letting shady things happen through this company, so for like surveillance purposes and like intelligence purposes, right? Like letting something operate, that like some unsavory international smugglers are like going through this network, but you'd rather know like what they're doing, where they're going, how much money and this and that, than just like shutting it down. I mean, there's nuances to it that they try to make his presence in any of these countries, except like, West Germany, that like no government involvement whatsoever, of course, that's actually what this next part is about. But like when it's Bulgaria or like Iran or like the PLO training camp allegation that
like,
the PLO trained him.
Iran is like a in the same way that like there are probably like Kurdish like cells of like that are kind of like aligned with or like loyal to like the PKK like in Iran.
Yes.
Like right now as we speak, even in like a much more like securitized and like a smaller world where like it's much easier to like kind of like control one national border through the technologies that we have now, right? Like even compared to 1981, like. There's like Iran is as what's his name, Tucker Carlson pointed out to Ted Cruz in that hilarious interview that they did early on when Ted Cruz was first kind of beating the drum for an invasion of Iran. Iran is a multi-ethnic country, right?
Right.
And so like there are like there are Turks, or people who and of course Azerbaijan and everything, right? So which was at this time an SSR. So, there's a lot of like Turkish like networks. Of course, not all Turks like are right-wing nationalists. There's a lot of like Azeris in Iran, probably.
No, they are. But anyways, let's talk about Europe. Let's talk about Europe, because there are some Turks, unfortunately, that were definitely down with the Grey Wolf lifestyle that were living in Europe. Let me read this little part here. So throughout this time, the 18 months, between escaping from prison and then showing up and shooting the Pope, Ağca was rarely outside the Grey Wolf's network and was frequently in contact with the Malatya smuggling gang. After murdering the informer, he was taken by Grey Wolves. So he was smuggled into Bulgaria and through that country to Western Europe. Arriving there in the fall of 1980, he narrowly escaped the military coup and forced many Grey Wolves undergrounder into exile abroad. Thus, the Malatya gang soon followed Ağca to Western Europe, where they sought shelter among the Grey Wolves network in the large Turkish immigrant communities of Switzerland and West Germany. In fleeing from Turkey, Ağca was not abandoning the Grey Wolves network so much as seeking the shelter of its exterior branches. The Nationalist Action Party and the Grey Wolves had recruited for many years among the civilians of Turkish background. Had recruited for many years. They'd recruited among the millions of Turkish men who left their country to work in Switzerland, West Germany, or other European countries for a few years before returning home. When a 1976 Turkish court decision made it illegal for the Grey Wolves and NAP to maintain foreign affiliates, they were reorganized into the Federation of Turkish Idealist Associations, secretly maintaining their ties to the NAP. The Federation claimed 50,000 members in Europe, and at the time of the military coup in September 1980, the Federation boasted 129 chapters in Western Europe, including 87 in West Germany. The West German police estimated that at least 26,000 Turkish workers in West Germany were members of neo-fascist organizations. Another report estimated there were 200 conservative Islamic centers in West Germany, and there were strong anti-Western, anti-Semitic, and anti-Christian currents in the Islamic center's publications. This network of right-wing Turkish orgs sheltered Ağca between the time he left Turkey and the day he shot the Pope. Musa Jerdar Jalebi, the head of the powerful Frankfurt branch of the Federation, and a leader of their activities in Western Europe.
I think that is Chelebi.
Oh, is it Chelebi? Okay, yeah. They don't put the little like dangly things in this article, so it's like hard to tell. So Omer Bagshi, I think, a Grey Wolves militant in Switzerland, has been indicted for delivering a gun to Ağca in Milan, and the gun was obtained from Horst Grillmeyer, a right-wing gun dealer based in Austria. In short, Ağca was a Grey Wolves militant, and up to May 13, 1981, all his contacts, for which there is independent evidence, lead straight to the Grey Wolves. So now Ağca is a, quote, international terrorist. The overwhelming evidence connecting Ağca to the Grey Wolves is minimized by Claire Sterling, Paul Hens, and Martella. Claire Sterling, another like intelligence-affiliated American author living in Rome, who jumped on this train real quick and was like the figurehead of the Bulgarian Connection, along with another guy who hasn't come up yet, Michael Ledeen, who I think recently passed away, right? He's come up in a bunch of our episodes. Major sus lord.
Did he recently die?
I think Michael Ledeen died in the last like few months. Yeah, but remember he was like the Mussolini scholar.
He shows up a lot. Yeah,
he's like a Forrest Gump of like Wackle susness, basically. Wrote a book with General Michael Flynn in like 2015. Very involved in like Italian deep state. I think he might have even been like a member of P2, or at least he was close with like military intelligence guys that were in P2 during this period. So like very sus. And then he becomes like one of these like quote unquote just like random journalists that comes out and is like Bulgarian Soviets did it.
He did work for SISMI. He was paid by SISMI to do work for them.
He was like a consultant for like Italian military intelligence. Very cool. So these authors seeking to portray Ağca either as a longtime recruit of the KGB who had infiltrated the right, or as someone whose ties to the right were marginal, they attempt to force Ağca into the mold of a, quote, pure terrorist, rising above mere political loyalties of the left or the right. They must therefore struggle to evade the main facts of Ağca's life, that all his close friends were Grey Wolves, and that many Grey Wolves were involved in every phase of his movements, from the Turkish jail escape to the assassination attempt. The, quote, proofs that Ağca was an apolitical international terrorist illuminate the quality of terrorism pseudoscience. I think Sterling also wrote like kind of like the book about international terrorism around in 1980 or 81 that was like, it's like the Soviets.
Claire Sterling, because she seems like a complete sus lord.
She is. She worked for a British intelligence. She worked for like some kind of British intelligence media cutout. I think right at like the end of World War II or right after. And then moved to Italy, like doing a newspaper job.
I think we might have actually talked about her before. in our series on Palestine, right? Because
oh yeah,
she wrote that book like Our Goal Was Palestine.
Yes, she did. She wrote that book. Yeah. She was involved in that kind of. I think the agency she worked for at the end of like World War II might have ended up becoming the like the Jewish Telegraphic Agency or something like that, or merged with it.
Yeah, she worked for which was a covert British propaganda operation.
Exactly.
At the time, the Overseas News Agency.
Right. So, So yeah, as one.
Yeah, apparently her whole thing. It seems like her entire thing was just like blaming different like deaths on like Soviet spies.
Really, that's her beat is like talking about Gladio terrorism and saying the Soviets did it and that they're behind all. I think she pushed the very convenient lie that the Soviet generals in Kabul were like basically at bare minimum looking the other way. And letting poppy production just go wild so that, the West could be flooded with like heroin to like destabilize our culture and shit like that. Like basically the global drug trade was being controlled and like weaponized by the Soviets when in fact it was like literally the opposite was the case in terms of like who was really doing that. And I mean, a lot of heroin went through Turkish networks.
This is kind of a funny anecdote about her book, The Terror Network.
Right.
In that book, she claimed the Soviet Union was a major source of backing behind terrorist groupings around the world. The book was read and appreciated by Alexander Haig and William Casey, but its arguments were dismissed by the CIA's Soviet analysts. Lincoln Gordon, one of 3 members of a senior review panel at the CIA, charged with bringing non-intelligence professional and academic review to the agency, discovered comparing CIA intelligence reports and the book at Casey's request that at least some of Sterling's claims had come from stories the CIA itself had planted in the Italian press.
Yeah, that is an inevitable big thing about this. In fact, in one of the older documentaries about this, they interview the CIA analyst Melvin Goodman, and I think this came out actually in either 1990 or 91 during like a Senate confirmation hearing. This issue somehow came up. And I forget if it was Melvin Goodman or a different CIA analyst, basically testified exactly that we found no evidence of a Bulgarian connection, like actually within the CIA. And then when they kind of like Bill Casey came and was, I think he was singing the praises of Claire Sterling's book and saying like, this is the truth. Like we need to get blah, blah, blah. When they actually analyzed her book, they found out that it was sourced upon fake articles that the CIA itself had seeded into like the Italian press to basically as like a psyop to make to cast blame on the Soviets and the Bulgarians, and was like the product of a psyop, which does bring to mind the quote we discussed recently that Barbara Honegger allegedly heard Bill Casey say, in 1981, right when they took office, where he told Reagan in a meeting that like, we'll know that our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie. Or something like that.
Yeah, it's funny that like even they themselves were like, this book is awesome, and they're like, actually, like this is all a bunch of lies like we told.
Well, but in a way, okay, the funny thing that jumped out at me is when CIA analyst Melvin Goodman talks about it in this documentary, he explains all that, how like everything we just said, and he goes, this was a classic case of blowback. Like Claire Sterling saw the CIA disinfo in the press and put it in her book, and then the CIA grabbed it, like the heads of the CIA grabbed it and were like, this is, amazing. We need to look into this. But like, not so fast, CIA analyst Melvin Goodman. Like, I'm not so sure that it's blowback. I think, especially given if Bill Casey did say that quote, and given his general behavior overall in this period, like, I kind of feel like he wanted that, like he didn't give a fuck that it wasn't true. He wanted like the fake thing to just become like reality. I mean, you could see the perils of that.
It's also kind of the other famous quote, the history's actors quote, like we'll act and we'll create new realities, and you will be left to study what we do.
Right.
Like,
certainly.
It's kind of a similar thing of like, like it doesn't really matter like the truth of these things to these people. Like it serves them to like believe that it is the truth. So like it's not like there's no blowback really, because whether Alexander Haig and William Casey actually believe that story in no way matters.
No,
and is in fact perhaps better that they do. Even though it's not true.
And
it's not like it's like we got confused about what the truth was because we were so successful
We
in
psyoped
shaping
ourselves.
in psyoping the world. Like, doesn't really matter. In fact, it's almost better if you believe your own bullshit for a certain point.
Right. And who better than Americans, to believe their own bullshit? It's kind of it's a cultural, strong cultural trait of Americans, especially, to believe your own bullshit and kind of manifest it. But yeah, I'm trying to think also, like, I get where the CIA analyst is probably coming from. Probably the normative view would be that you got to psyop people in public, but like your own analysts inside of, top secret facilities, you don't want them to be like psyops by bullshit. Like, you want them to be able to like figure out what's really going on, because then, you might make some bad decisions and have bad intelligence, like, and make mistakes if even your analysts are like psyoped. Now, that may, as a general rule, there's probably an element of that, of just like, you don't want to lie. However, when you're talking about CIA analysts perhaps like figuring out or following up on the theory that you tried to kill the Pope, and blame it on the Soviets, maybe you don't want the CIA analysts like all around Langley like digging into that too much, right? Like you might want to corrupt the info stream that they're even the raw intelligence that like they're analyzing, and like force them to throw off in like a stupid like fake direction, like even at the cost of like potentially, psyoping them or manipulating them into working on false assumptions. You don't really want them if you did try to kill the Pope, you don't really want them working on, true assumptions, do you? Especially a good Catholic Knight of Malta like William J. Casey, that's a little bit killing the Pope, There's a lot of Catholics in the CIA. They call it Catholics in action sometimes. There's a lot of Catholics in the CIA, in the kind of the rank and file, and people probably wouldn't, like that very much inside of the government. Even like more conservative type people, that's like a lot to try to murder. Like, he's not even a leftist Pope. He's like an anti-communist Pope, and you're going to murder? Like, so I think, sometimes it kind of reminds me, I think, there was like a tweet going around this week where people were kind of like making fun of it about the like this guy was like, as a leftist, let me tell you why I subscribe to the Financial Times. And like it was like this long tweet about it, like, you gotta subscribe to them because this is an unvarnished look at what the capitalist class
called.
People
like,
there is some great tweets like, hold on, wait, slow down. Are you telling me that you as a leftist are reading the Financial Times to get an unvarnished look at what the capitalist class really thinks? Are you even allowed to do that? And people were pointing out, it's like, first of all, it's owned by like a kind of very like right-wing like Japanese like mega corporation now. They're very like, their coverage is arguably gone like it's not like, it's not political. Just the idea that if you pay for the super expensive subscription to this magazine, I'm not saying you can't learn nothing from it, but
they
like,
kind of did like psyop the world. First of all, like, you can really get past any paywall still, like, inshallah that remains to be the case.
Right.
But like, there's like the kind of this image that was like cultivated like, around that time, like really like a decade ago now, that like, the sophisticated Marxist who like, his dog like brings him the copy of Financial Times in the driveway, and like that he gets delivered because he has like a like $30 a month subscription or something. I don't even know how much it costs.
It's a lot. Like, it's like 80 pounds a month or something like that. It's ridiculous. Yeah. The best response I saw was they said, I'm pretty sure only one person needs a subscription. That's the person that uploads it to archive.ph every day, and I'm pretty sure it's not you. So, I mean, I read the FT sometimes, but I'm getting it different. I'm not paying them those 80
Well,
quid.
you need that glossy paper.
Right. You need the print edition.
Like, kick your feet up in your Brooklyn apartment.
Get your New York Times crossword puzzle.
Goes out to the driveway in front of your Brooklyn and Brownstone and brings you your Financial Times, and then you kick your feet up on the table with a nice cup of bespoke coffee, and you just get an unvarnished take on. You
get that unvarnished take on what the ruling class is really thinking. They just put it all there in a paper with like a high paywall, and then you can just access it. Yeah, the idea that wouldn't be a battleground for kind of like either self-delusion or psyops or just propaganda. Like, I think the propaganda might just be aimed at like a different class of person that subscribes to the Financial Times, but it's not like the boardroom members of all the like the corporations like just chatting it out in the pages. Like there's still levels that are occulted.
I mean, also I've been hearing that like for years, and I've never like heard anyone like apply any insight they gained for the Financial Times, or like discover any kind of secret knowledge from there that like was valuable, and certainly not that helped the American left fight back through its like secret spying for $80 a month,
right?
On the Financial Times.
Yeah, just gotta go subscribe now. That's what a real Marxist would do.
Yeah.
But so it kind of feels like that of like, damn, these guys didn't even realize that they're doing a heckin' blowback, and it's like I think Bill Casey was a sicko. Like I think maybe he thought it was worth it to like even psyop people inside of the CIA. I think that's kind of a thing about him is like he was down to like purge people even from institutions that he loved, like maybe the Catholic Church, if they weren't like on side and like down with the the program that he wanted to run. Anyways, but yeah, Claire Sterling. Let me pop up again this covert action article and talk about. There we go. So going on a little bit here. This was the thing, the proofs, that he was an apolitical terrorist illuminate the quality of terrorism pseudoscience. They include Grey Wolves affiliation as, quote, cover. The Sterling Hens NBC school has suggested that perhaps the Soviets and Bulgarians recruited Ağca early and had him serve in the Grey Wolves as cover. The same reasoning is applied to his threat to kill the Pope in 1979. He was actually supplying a right-wing cover for what was actually a left-wing terrorist act. Again, it's like propaganda due projecting. Like, that's literally what they were doing with Gladio. Mm-hmm. But, okay. One problem with this line of argument is the absence of the faintest trace of supporting evidence. Another is that many of Ağca's Grey Wolves comrades would have had to be similarly manipulated. The third problem is that the alleged Soviet motive to kill the Pope, the threat of Poland's solidarity, did not exist in earlier years, nor at the time when Ağca made the threat in 1979. Yeah, because like solidarity was still kind of new, in 1981. I think it started maybe in 1980. So like they're, interesting. And so why would the Soviets be shopping around to kill him like right away? So another one, they say that Ağca was not a card-carrying member of the Grey Wolves. Like, did he literally have the lanyard where you clock in to be a Grey Wolf? Like, you're saying this guy is a Grey Wolf?
Yeah.
Sterling and Hens place great emphasis on the fact that Ağca never appears to have obtained an official Grey Wolves membership card. Note that this line of proof is diametrically opposed to that made in the previous point. If Ağca were a KGB recruit and they wanted to tar him with the brush of Turkish fascism to cover up a terrorist act, the KGB would make sure that he did have the necessary paperwork. Indeed, the absence of a membership card undermines the argument that Ağca was controlled by the KGB while a Grey Wolves activist. Apart from this contradiction, however, the record of durable linkages and long-standing political commitment, barring credible alternative evidence, must be persuasive to non-pseudoscientists. And then the next one, the Sofia visit as the dominant fact. Yeah, he did go to Sofia, Bulgaria, but the main alternative evidence for their school, apart from Ağca's confessions, is indicated by Claire Sterling's account of her interview with Orson Oyman, Bonn correspondent for the Milliyet and consultant for the NBC program on the Bulgarian Connection. Oyman had, according to Sterling, what is probably the most complete file on Ağca in existence, crammed with unavailable documents from 5 or 6 countries. According to her, Orson felt that the Grey Wolves had to be the prime movers, since we kept tripping over them at every turn. But that was too simple, I thought, says Sterling. I could not see how to reconcile that with Ağca's summer in Bulgaria. This is terrorism pseudoscience in its mature form. One convenient but contested assertion by Ağca that he spent several weeks in Bulgaria outweighs and overpowers a mass of serious evidence showing Ağca's deep and continuous involvement in the Grey Wolves network. Furthermore, there is nothing to be reconciled, as Ağca's stay in Bulgaria under a false passport proves no more about a Bulgarian involvement in the assassination attempt than his visits to 12 other countries prove about those governments' involvement. His false passport found in Rome shows him entering Bulgaria on August 30th, 1980, and leaving on August 31st, not spending a summer in Bulgaria. Finally, it's also obvious that if Ağca actually stayed in Sofia for any reason at all, this might easily provide the pretext for the Western terrorism pseudoscientists and Italy's secret services to set up a phony Bulgarian conspiracy. In our view, this possibility, ruled out by Sterling and company out of patriotic bias and assumption, is precisely what happened. Yeah, so then the motives behind his confessions, they say that, they ignored three motivations for his confessions. One is loyalty. By claiming he was an international terrorist, Ağca took the blame and kept the heat off his Grey Wolves comrades, right? He'd done the same thing in Turkey by confessing to the İpekçi murder in 1979. The next one, self-preservation. By accommodating his captors, he made life much easier for himself. And publicity. Ağca had a passion for fame and recognition. According to Turkish journalist Ismail Kovaci, Ağca suffers from both jealousy and delusions of self-grandeur. For him, terrorism represented his way of leaving his mark on the world. How many times have we heard that one? Many people who encounter Ağca both in Turkey and Italy have spoken of his Carlos complex. His image of himself as a top flight. Yeah, Carlos is another like weird guy. He's almost like, he is like, if there was a left-wing version of like this type of guy, it might be Carlos. Like kind of a very murky individual. I'm saying that mostly off of like watching the movie series about him. But anyways, his desire for personal publicity seems unquenchable, right? So like being able to implicate the Bulgarians has opened up new avenues once again to attain star status and TV recognition. There might be like an ego thing with him. He does seem a little bit wonky, I would say. And also Ağca says just what Claire
he definitely
Sterling
like
says.
is, kind of your kind of patsy archetype, someone who's like obviously kind of unstable and definitely has sort of like delusions of grandeur.
He wanted to be a big
man.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing of like, can I meet Pope Leo? Yeah, like I think, exactly.
So yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. So then they do go a little deeper here. There is a very interesting aspect of this, which is like the smuggling connection, and actually it goes real deep. Let me look over here a little bit. This article just kind of like covers it lightly, but the Operation Gladio, Paul Williams' book, goes quite deep into like what this truly connects to, right? Because so far I think we've laid out some things here that just make it seem pretty unlikely that on its face that he would be doing this on behalf of the Soviets and the Bulgarians, even though there's some motivations you could like point to, like, oh, he's anti-communist, he like kind of supports solidarity. But then why is this right-wing sus lord from Turkey, this Grey Wolf, like, popping up and like being the one shooting him? Like, the things feel a little bit off. But like also, we're not really getting yet to like the other question of like why, if this was from like U.S. and right-wing forces, like why kill the Pope, right? So let's see. Let me see here. Yeah, so okay. Yeah, I'll just read a little bit from this, and then maybe we can switch over to another source. This is the smuggling connection, the end of this article. Money was the lifeblood of the NAP and Grey Wolves networks. Money for guns, money for bribes, and money to maintain the party's organizational apparatus. One former Grey Wolves member, later used by NBC as a source for its TV special on the Bulgarian Connection, has testified that the West European network of the Grey Wolves sends large quantities of money back to Turkey. Not only money, but weapons and equipment. Guns from France, West Germany, Belgium, and Bulgaria are smuggled by sea into Turkey. One of the NAP's greatest sources of funds is drug smuggling. Heroin and hashish are smuggled out of Turkey and into Europe, and the NAP even markets much of the drugs in Europe itself. The profits go to buying guns in Turkey. A British survey of NAP's participation in drug smuggling says the first indications of their involvement came in 1973 when Kudret Bayhan, an NAP member of the Turkish Senate, was detained in France with a consignment of heroin. Also arrested with him were 2 other members of the NAP's executive committee. In 1976, another NAP senator with a car, trunk loaded with the drug, was arrested on the border between Italy and Yugoslavia. 3 years later, Italian police at Trieste arrested 19 Turkish right-wingers transporting a total of 2 million pounds worth of heroin. $5 million worth of heroin. Some of them admitted to police investigators that the heroin was destined for the United States, where it was to be traded for arms with underworld contacts. That is a big thing right there. Although much of the smuggling to and from Turkey was carried out by sea, much of it also crossed the Bulgarian land bridge separating Turkey from Western Europe. Given the vast flow of Turks traversing Bulgaria on their way to and from Western Europe in the 70s, it was virtually impossible for Bulgaria to control its borders against smuggling. It is also possible that at least some Bulgarian officials saw the opportunity to enrich themselves by taking payoffs, and investigators in both Turkey and Italy have claimed that Bulgaria supported smuggling as a matter of state policy to earn hard currency. It is worth asking, of course, to what extent the existence of smuggling across Bulgaria or the participation of certain Bulgarian officials in the smuggling trade establishes smuggling as Bulgarian state policy, and whether Bulgarian involvement is equal to or greater than drug smuggling by Mexico, Colombia, Jamaica, Italy, or even the United States. Indeed, we now know that the Turkey-Bulgaria-Italy smuggling route was run at least in part by officials from Italy's military intelligence agency, SISMI, which had Michael Ledeen on its payroll, and NBC News reported on March 23, 1983, that the 3 top CIA officials in Rome were in, quote, deep trouble, one source of their problems being that they, quote, might have been using a guns and drugs smuggling route between Sofia, Bulgaria, and Milan, Italy, to run their own agents into Eastern Europe. In short, it would appear that, as with drug smuggling and other lucrative but illegal trades throughout the world, the smugglers' highway between Turkey and Western Europe was both lined with money and broad enough to accommodate the intelligence services of several nations. Sterling, Hens, and Martella believe that the root of the Bulgarian connection lies in the drug and arms smuggling activities of what they call the Turkish mafia, and the links between the Turkish mafia and those Bulgarian state officials who tolerated, protected, and or helped organize the smuggling. They maintain that Ağca was a relatively low-level employee of this mafia, and, and that while in Bulgaria, he was on the payroll of Abuzer Uğurlu, the godfather of the Turkish mafia. Uğurlu, in turn, worked with another godfather, Turkish businessman Bekir Celenk. According to Sterling, Hens, and Martella, it was through Celenk and Uğurlu that the Bulgarians directed the Turkish smuggling operations, and through them that the smugglers received Bulgarian protection. And according to Ağca and now Martella, it was Celenk who offered to pay Ağca more than $1 million to kill the Pope. But most of this story rests on the credibility of Ağca, the sole source of many crucial details. Here we can, we can show throughout this article that Ağca is completely unreliable. Here we can address the claims about the relation between Bulgarian officials, Turkish mafia, and the NEP, who was working for whom. For Sterling, Hens, and Martella, the Bulgarian state officials and the Turkish mafia are engaged in mutually profitable activities, and the NAP is essentially irrelevant. To others with less of an axe to grind, the power of the NAP and the Grey Wolves seems formidable. Michael Dobbs of the Washington Post presents evidence and testimony that Uğurlu was dependent on the NAP for protection rather than the other way around. Dobbs notes that to carry out this large-scale smuggling operation, Uğurlu needed agents in the Turkish Customs Ministry. And it's now known that key customs posts were infiltrated by NEP supporters during the late 70s. Michael Dobbs, or Orsay Oyman told Michael Dobbs, my opinion is that it was the Grey Wolves who were in a position to ask favors from the mafia. They were the ones with the political influence at the time because of the control over the customs ministry. Thus, the established facts show Ağca to have been a Turkish fascist, linked closely to the Grey Wolves and working with them every step on the way to Rome. When Ağca passed into Bulgaria through a border customs station controlled by the Grey Wolves, or when he procured a passport issued to the NAP militant Faruk Özgun Through the efforts of a police official who was also a Grey Wolf, there was no reason not to take these events at face value. One of Turkey's most notorious terrorists had boarded the Underground Railroad, long used by the Grey Wolves to get their drugs, guns, money, and militants back and forth between Turkey and Western Europe. Apart from a stay in Sofia of uncertain duration, all Bulgarian links rest on Ağca's claims, which were made after he spent 18 months in an Italian prison. Yeah. So, you know, I think it's pretty. This is 1985, by the way. So, you know, they got their asses here. And you know, this is a good covert action article overall. A lot of good information in it.
Yeah.
And
they devoted like an entire
issue
I mean, I guess eventually a lot of this came into the book, but they devoted like an entire issue just to this because like it was so infuriating, I guess.
Yeah, and was relatively successful for a while in kind of getting a lot of people to kind of at least look at the Soviets kind of half, you know, suspiciously for maybe having, you know, something to do with this. But yeah, I would like to read from Operation Gladio to get into like some real deeper theories about why target the Pope, why did this come to be? I just want to step away for 1 second. I don't know if there's anything you want to read from or point out real quick, but I'll be right back.
Okay. I didn't have anything necessarily in mind. To answer your question in the chat, yes, I am really Muslim. I don't know what you mean by I follow the canon. If you mean, do I follow the Quran? Or, like, do you mean the Hadith? Like, I'm Sunni. I mean, if you really, like, want my honest opinion, like, I think that, like, some Hadith probably do, like, reflect the Prophet's actual actions and that, like, and statements. And that I mean, this is a total digression from the topic of the episode, but, yes, I wouldn't, you know, I certainly, you know, as a performative, I wouldn't, like do any kind of bit like that, even if I weren't Muslim, where I make my entire life about religion that I don't actually believe in or follow. You know, like sort of ridiculous, but yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by the canon or how you conceive that. But in terms of my position on Hadith, I think, you know, there's Hadith that talk about how like many Hadith are like not reliable, right? And I think, you know, yeah, I mean, maybe I have a insufficiently pious position on it, but you know, there are some that I question, or I question like the, you know, I don't take I don't place the full like Hadith corpus on the same level as the Quran, but I'm not a Quranist by any means. You know, I recognize that like if it weren't for the same mechanisms that preserve the Hadith, we wouldn't have the preservation of the Quran. Although of course, you know, there's probably some divine agency in the Quran's preservation. You could extend the same thing to the Hadith in a way, and I think that, you know, you can tell. Like, there's even a Hadith that says something to the effect of, you know, if like you listen to a Hadith and you know you dislike it, then it doesn't come from me, right? So there's this huge like proliferation of Hadith, but I do think those corpora are actually like very valuable. Like, I think, you know, I'm like a big defender of Bukhari. There's weird stuff in there, you know, there's stuff that like you know, I think one has to have kind of like a balanced like perspective on it. I don't kind of like the sort of hyper hadithist sort of approach. Is this Dimitri back? Oh no, I guess not. I don't like the hyper hadithist sort of approach that you see among some people, where their view of Islam is just like kind of being like a hadith robot. But you know, that's my best interpretation of what you mean by do you follow the canon. You know, obviously I follow the Quran and I do my prayers. Yes, I do pray and stuff. Such as fast, such as pay zakat. I have not been to Mecca, but I would like to go one day. I mean, I'm kind of like, yeah, I mean, I've like, obviously this shouldn't like affect whether I go on Hajj, but like, you know, my feelings about Saudi are like not great. So Is that Dimitri returning? Okay.
Yes.
Word.
Yes. So, I thought we might go over to talk, since we brought up smuggling networks, might be good to go through Paul L. Williams' Operation Gladio, the unholy alliance between the Vatican, the CIA, and the mafia. This is one of those, I think, along with like Daniela Genser's book, I think NATO's Secret Armies. That's another really good book with a lot of information. But this one focuses a little bit more on like the Catholic Church involvement with Gladio and how it intersected with, and we could say the broader like Contra network, because when we're talking about Gladio, we're talking about Contra. These are really kind of two heads of the same hydra in a lot of ways. So I think, we actually, let me go back a little further, because actually I think it talks about the death of John Paul I and Cardinal Villot, who I think was a right-wing kind of sus cardinal. But just at the end of the chapter here, let me see. Yeah, there was argument over the autopsy with, like, I think Cardinal Villot stepping in, saying that canon law expressly prohibited the body of a pope from being subjected to surgery. Rumor quickly became rampant that John Paul I had died of poisoning. And, blah, blah, blah. And people really thought that Cardinal Villot might have been, like, the poisoner of John Paul I. There was kind of a theory with a drug called Effertil that could have like accomplished this. But the explanation, I guess, proved to be bogus. John Paul I had never received a prescription for digoxin, etc. Okay, so let's start un Polacco, this section here. On Monday, October 16th, 1978, the CIA's plans came to fruition as its dark horse candidate ascended to the papal throne as John Paul II. The news of the selection of Karol Wojtyła's election caught the teeming crowd gathered in St. Peter's Square by surprise. The people expected the election of some established member of the Vatican bureaucracy. They were stunned to hear the name of Wojtyła. Even members of the press turned to one another to ask, who is Wojtyła? His strange-sounding name led many to believe the new pope might be an African or Asian. Eventually, Father Andrew Greeley of Chicago told them, un Polacco. He is a Pole. Okay, that's what it is. Nice. It was one thing to elect a Pole, such as famous anti-communist Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski, but quite another to elect one about whom so little was known. Who was Wojtyła? How would a junior cardinal come to the throne in less than 2 days of balloting? Not only was the election unexpected, but the new pope also looked unusual as a Holy Father. He lacked the delicate, almost effete features of Paul VI and Pius XII. His hulking physical frame and his non-intellectual mannerisms seemed to some observers antithetical to the Roman grace and refinement of many of his predecessors. This lack of refinement came to the fore during his first public appearance. Wojtyła, as John Paul II, approached a group of American reporters and beseeched them with the folded hands of a penitent to be good to him. A few minutes later, in a further effort to ingratiate himself with the press, the new pope cupped his hands like a megaphone and shouted his blessing to the milling crowd like a cheerleader at a football game. So now, the unknown Wojtyła. Gradually, the public came to learn that Wojtyła, as a young man, had sought not to become a priest, but an actor. They further learned that he had worked in a chemical factory under Nazi control during World War II, although no one knew for certain if he had been the leader of, quote, an underground movement which assisted Jews or a Nazi collaborator. Rumors persisted that he had developed romantic attachments to many women and may have been married. The alleged marriage helped to explain the so-called Great Gap in John Paul's career, the 5-year span of time between 1939 and 44. But new things about the Pope, certain things about the new Pope eventually came to light. Cardinal Villot and the quote Masonic cardinals had engineered his campaign with the help of American cardinals Cody and Kroll, and celebrated his election not with traditional Te Deums and official prayers, but rather a gala champagne party in which the new Holy Father filled the empty glasses of the nearest cardinals and nuns while warbling his favorite song, a Polish number called The Mountaineer. After the coronation, the Vatican Inc. returned to business as usual. Cardinal Villot remained Secretary of State, and Archbishop Paul Marcinkus returned to his position as the head of the IOR, the Vatican Bank. The ties to Roberto Calvi, Licio Gelli, and the CIA were renewed, and the time became ripe for a deal with the Turks. All right, interesting. So now we move on to Chapter 12, The New Network. There's a quote here from a fellow Pole, Zbigniew Brzezinski, from his book The Grand Chessboard in 1998, which I think talks about his like Central Asian dreams for the Pan-Turkic alliance. And this is actually a very famous quote. What is important to the history of the world? The Taliban or the collapse of the Soviet Empire? Some stirred up Muslims or the liberation of Central Europe and the end of the Cold War? Said 3 years before 9/11. Classic. So now let's get into the deep history. With the fall of Saigon, the drought in Southeast Asia, and the eradication of the poppy fields in Burma and Thailand, the CIA set its sights on the Golden Crescent, where the highlands of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran all converge for a new source of drug revenue. Since the 17th century, opium poppies were grown in this region by local tribesmen, and the market remained regional. But by the 1950s, very little opium was being produced in Afghanistan and Pakistan, with about 2,500 acres in both countries under cultivation. At the close of the Vietnam War, the fertile growing fields of Afghanistan's Helmand Valley were covered with vineyards, wheat, and cotton. The major problem for the CIA was the Afghan government of Nur Muhammad Taraki, who sought to eradicate poppy production in the border regions of the country that remained occupied by radical Islamic fundamentalists. This attempt at eradication sprang from Taraki's desire to unite all Pashtun tribes under Kabul rule. The fundamentalists spurned such efforts not only because of their desire to keep the cash crops, but also because they viewed the Taraki government as shirky, I guess. They were a shirky government. The modernist
regime.
What it says? Well, it's as shirk, parentheses blasphemy. But, I just remember people using the term shirk. It's a shirky symbol. They're a shirky government.
As mushrikun. Maybe they saw them as mushriks.
Right, right. Yeah, so it talks about how these tribesmen who were kind of rebelling against the central government were eventually led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, who became the new darling of the CIA.
They might have viewed having a government of that type as shirk in a way. Anyway,
I think so.
Yeah.
So, so Hekmatyar, I think we talked about him in our Taliban episode. He made his public debut in 1972 at the University of Kabul by killing a leftist student. He fled to Pakistan, where he became an agent of the ISI and the leader of Hezb-e Islami, an organization dedicated to the formation of a pure Islamic state. Et cetera, et cetera. He was whatever. And he was supported by the CIA by the late 70s. The agency also began to funnel millions to the ISI, which became its surrogate. So they, the CIA wanted, of course, we've been over this before, the start of the Afghan war and the role that, heroin played in it, right? Basically and also this book kind of goes over how the CIA really agitated to trigger Soviet military intervention in Afghanistan. They kind of wanted that, right? So it says in the summer of 1979, 6 months before the invasion, the U.S. State Department issued a memorandum making clear its stake in the Mujahideen. Quote, the United States' larger interest would be served by the demise of the Taraki regime, despite whatever setbacks this might mean for future social and economic reform in Afghanistan. The overthrow of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan would show the rest of the world, particularly the Third World, that the Soviets' view of the socialist course of history as being inevitable is not accurate. In September 1979, Taraki was killed in a coup organized by Afghan military officers. Hafizullah Amin was installed as the country's new president. Amin had impeccable Western credentials. He'd been educated at Columbia and the University of Wisconsin. He'd served as president of the Afghan Students Association, which had been funded by the Asia Foundation, a CIA front, etc. So, fearing a fundamentalist U.S.-backed regime at its border, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in December 1979. The CIA got what it wanted. The Holy War had begun. For the next decade, black aid, amounting to more than $3 billion, would be poured in Afghanistan to support the Holy Warriors, making it the most expensive covert op in U.S. history. So now, Afghanistan delight. The war in Afghanistan delighted State Department officials, including Secretary of State Zbigniew Brzezinski. I think he was the National Security Advisor, not the Secretary of State. But anyways, voicing the utopian vision of what Arthur's Chalmers Johnson called the military-industrial complex, Brzezinski wrote of the plans to control Eurasia. Yeah, was he? Yeah, I don't think he was.
He was never Secretary of State.
Right. There's a couple random minor errors in this book, which are kind of like that. But anyways. So Brzezinski wrote of the plans to control Eurasia, including Turkey, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. This is a quote from Brzezinski. For America, the chief geopolitical prize is Eurasia. Now a non-Eurasian power is preeminent in Eurasia, and America's global primacy is directly dependent on how long and how effectively its preponderance on the Eurasian continent is sustained. To put it in a terminology that harkens back to the more brutal age of ancient empires, the three great imperatives of imperial geostrategy are to prevent collusion and maintain security dependence among the vassals, to keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together. Brzezinski and fellow members of his, quote, overworld, the elite group which puppeteers events to bring about a new world order,
okay.
Kind of, realize that the concept of democracy and freedom.
Was that how Brzezinski described it?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if. I don't know actually if that's from his book where he actually uses those terms, but they're in quote. They are in quotes. Overworld, a new world order. Brzezinski realized that the concept of democracy and freedom could never galvanize the scattered tribes and peoples of Central Asia. They could only be unified by the cause of Allah, since they were overwhelmingly Islamic. Something. They were
Islamic people. One of my favorite.
Right.
That's another one of my favorite mistakes. Hence my Twitter handle.
Oh yeah, Islamic person. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. So
an Islamic person is called a Muslim.
Right. So the Holy War in Afghanistan, as we know, in the view of American geostrategists, offered many benefits, including the possible downfall of the Soviet Union and possibility of gaining access and control over the vast natural gas and oil resources of Eurasia. Months before the Soviet invasion, the CIA launched Operation Cyclone, an attempt to destabilize the Soviet Union by spreading militant Islam throughout the Central Asian republics. Eventually, this operation, of course, would serve to create hundreds of Islamic terror groups, including Al-Qaeda, Al-Jihad, the Ulema Union of Afghanistan, etc., etc. It would also, it's the funny last line here. It would also give rise to terror attacks and would kill and maim millions of people throughout the world, and the dream of a new Islamic world order, which would be espoused by Fethullah Gulen and his disciples. Another CIA asset, I guess. So
was this book written by a right-wing Turk or something, or
no? It's Paul L. Williams. I remember this book, has some asides that I'm like, okay, the info in it is pretty solid, and it's very voluminous, but it has these little asides that are kind of funny.
That was a weird dig at Gulen.
He might have been brought up earlier in the book, I think. Then there is a section here on BCCI. It does mention that it handled money.
I'm reading about this guy now. He does seem like a little bit of a sus lord, as you were kind of.
He's a little bit of a sus lord, but this has, I'm picking out the information that's. He does mention BCCI handled money for Saddam Hussein, Noriega, Palestinian terrorist Abu Nidal, Osama bin Laden, Liberian President Samuel Doe, and the leaders of the Medellin cartel. Of course, Bill Casey sort of knew all about this. The CIA was complicit. Now we talk about Turkey's deep state. So this is kind of important. That Turkey became the pivotal center of the heroin route from the Golden Crescent into Western Europe and the United States. And this is facilitated by the MIT, like Turkish intelligence. And the CIA, I guess, worked, CIA trained the MIT, I think, and they had very close relationships also throughout the 70s. The CIA continued to train and support all members of Counter-Guerrilla, the organization containing all Turkish Gladio units, including the Grey Wolves. They were trained at various places around Turkey and in Cyprus by members of U.S. Special Forces, including the Green Berets. The key training manual, FM 3031, taught the secret soldiers how to launch terror attacks and place the blame on the communists. The Grey Wolves embraced this training wholeheartedly. Anyways, so yeah, there were very the ties to both the mafia and the security services. Let's see. There was they murdered a fellow Turkish guy in a small Yugoslav town near the Italian border. Let's see. Yeah. And then they were doing deals in Sofia, Bulgaria as well, which is where Ağca passed through. They said the Hotel Vitasha, which I guess is where Ağca passed through, was an ideal place for crime clan gatherings. The modern 30-story resort boasted a bowling alley, a sauna, Olympic swimming pool, etc., and a gambling casino. The tab for the get-togethers of mafia people was paid for by Kintex, an official arm of the Bulgarian government. So now, next section, drugs for arms. Kintex was formed in 1968 by top-ranking members of the Bulgarian Security Service. Its primary function was trafficking in illegal arms for right-wing Turkish groups, the PLO, and the government of Israel. That's an interesting combo right there. But with the opening of the drug route from the Golden Crescent, it became the first outfit to offer morphine base as payment. The firm was used extensively by NATO and the CIA. In one typical Kintex deal, 459 rocket launchers and 100,000 missiles were shipped in May 1977 from the Black Sea port of Burgas in a Kintex freighter under Cypriot colors. The vessel was skippered by a Greek captain. The provenance of the munitions appeared to be a NATO naval base, and the probable customer was Israel. Dwayne Dewey Claridge, remember him? From, I believe he mined the harbors of Nicaragua in the 1980s. Very big CIA kind of cowboy operations figure. He, lest we forget, he served as the CIA station chief in Ankara at the time of these organized crime meetings. He allegedly worked with the Grey Wolves and Kintex and became a key figure in the arms for drug business. He should have been aware of the activities taking place at the Hotel Vitasha and the alliance being forged between the Babas and the Dons, even though he makes no mention of this development in his book A Spy for All Seasons. After the new drug network was established, he became the station chief in Rome, where he remained until the attempted hit on John Paul II. So he was the station chief on the ground in Rome when JP2 got shot at, interesting. In accordance with this final agreement, the capos, I think this is an agreement between the Italian mafia and the Turkish mafia, that was a morphine for arms deal. In accordance with the final agreement, the capos agreed to pay the Babas for the morphine with shipments of arms, including Leopard tanks, Cobra helicopters fully loaded with rockets and guns, and RPG-7 rocket launchers. The Turks could then sell the arms to insurgent groups throughout Poland, Central Asia, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. These munitions were provided by the CIA from NATO arsenals in Western Europe and from Horst Grillmeyer, a German arms dealer who worked for the German BND, the German Secret Service. The arms trafficking would be managed by Kintex in Bulgaria. Now, that's actually funny because I believe the person that procured the pistol that was given to Ağca to shoot John Paul II with was Horst Grillmeyer. Okay, interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. A German another high German arms dealer kind of guy who worked for BND provided the Browning high power that Ağca used. Kind of interesting. So going on here, drug hub. The operation at the start was tightly run with Milan as its hub. The heroin base was smuggled into Italy by ethnic Albanians via the Balkan route, which ran from Bulgaria through Kosovo and into Albania, Greece, and Yugoslavia. The route continued to Milan, where Salah al-Din Waqas and Kahim Nasser, intermediaries for the Babas, had set up warehouses. The product was picked up at these locations by Nunzio Lamattina and Antonio Totolo in TIR trucks and conveyed to nearby ports for shipment to the Sicilian port of Catania. In Sicily, it passed into the hands of Giuseppe Calderone and Nito Santapaola, who trucked the morphine to laboratories owned by the Gaetano brothers and operated by Gerlando Albertini and his team of Corsican chemists. Once refined, the heroin was loaded on freighters and shipped to the United States by Stibam International. I think that's how you pronounce it. Stibam, Stibam International, a Milan-based shipping firm. Stibam was located in Via Oldofredi No. 2, a building owned by Banco Ambrosiano. That's important. The firm was headed by 67-year-old Henri Arson, known as the Playboy Mafiosi. Fond of gaudy clothes, gold chains, and loose women, the mysterious Arson, whom various sources identified as either Syrian or Armenian, wore many hats, including that of a CIA operative. Another leading principal in Stibam was General Giuseppe Santovito, head of Italy's military intelligence agency and prominent P2 member. Santovito, who played a part in the Aldo Moro kidnapping, was later responsible for expunging all traces of the Turkish mafia's presence in St. Peter's Square after the Pope was shot. Almost overnight, Stibam became a multi-billion-dollar concern, providing drugs to the American mafia and arms to a vast array of clients, including AK-47 rifles for the Nicaraguan Contras and American missiles for the Khomeini government in Iran. One of the most spectacular of the Stibam undertakings involved in its sale of thermonuclear weapons to an Arab nation believed to have either been Syria or Saudi Arabia. I think we can say now that not Syria, probably.
No.
If true.
Yeah, it's probably not true. Honestly, like, I would take, like, anything this guy says about, like, Muslims in general, like, with a grain of salt. Like, I think his deal is that he's kind of, like, a right-wing Catholic, but he seems to have, like, a sort of, like, another big, like, kind of element of his, like, sort of, I don't want to call it academic, but like his publication career was like kind of like post 9/11 like scaremongering books about Muslims.
Right. I think I do remember this now, that like he had some other books from like what's up with that? I don't know if they're before this book or after.
Is, Day of Islam, the Annihilation of America and the Western World from 2007.
Okay, well,
Islam was yet to come with the election of
we can
Obama.
we can
Osama's Revenge.
Okay. We can call things out as we see them, but you know, this information is in other books.
It's Moon Rising.
All right, yeah, I know. So this guy's a little sus. Sus alert. We'll put a sus alert on it, but this information, take it with a slight grain of salt. But it's you know, like I've seen this most of this stuff reported in other places, so I know that it's like. It's most of this stuff about the Catholic Church and the CIA is stuff that I've seen elsewhere. But yeah, there was a little editorial thing maybe. But just keep that in mind. So anyways, yeah, they're talking about, allegedly, there was a rumor that there were thermonuclear weapons sold to maybe Saudi Arabia. And that operation involved Glauco Partel, described in the Italian press as being a missile expert who worked for the NSA, and Eugene Bartholomeus, a U.S. intelligence veteran who served the CIA at the Nugan Hand Bank in Australia. Now, speaking of Nugan Hand, for CIA officials and former spooks such as Ted Shackley, who worked for private intelligence agencies like Research Associates International, Milan became a one-stop shopping and snooping center. They could visit Arson and Jelenk at Stibam to arrange for the shipment of arms to the right-wing guerrilla army of the day, check on the latest shipment of heroin to the States, provide Jelenk with the latest hit list, receive notification of any problems concerning the Balkan route, and receive the latest list of news from the Grey Wolves in Turkey. After exchanging parting pleasantries, they could walk down the street for a meeting with Calvi, Licio Gelli, and Archbishop Marcinkus at Banco Ambrosiano, where they could discuss the activities of the shell companies the Vatican had set up in Panama, the needs of the Christian Democratic Party, the latest developments in the strategy of tension, and the concerns of the clerical couriers who were carrying suitcases stuffed with cash to the IOR. So, let me see here. Oh, I'm going to take that off now. We're on a different article. My bad. Going on here. Then, the IOR, the Vatican Bank. So few who gathered at such conferences were aware that the heady days would soon come to an end. By the end of 1983, Calvi would be found hanging from a bridge in London. Celenk and Licio Gelli would be wanted fugitives. Marcinkus would be a prisoner within Vatican City, and Arson would be found dead in a jail cell. So now, the next section here, the heroin boom. But in 1979, business was booming. As soon as the freighters were unloaded on the docks of Miami and New York, the heroin was trucked to pizza parlors owned by the Gambino crime family in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. The parlors became the centers of heroin distribution throughout much of the eastern half of the country. The cash from the drug sales, deposited in amounts less than $10,000, would flow from the CIA-controlled banks, including, here's a lineup here, Continental Illinois, Castle Bank and Trust, and the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, to the Vatican Bank and the Vatican's chain of parochial banks throughout Italy. Eventually, the money laundering would come to involve many of the country's most prestigious financial firms, including Citibank, Contra 8-Star, the Bank of New York, and the Bank of Boston. Wow. In 1979, the flood of heroin from Afghanistan inundated the U.S., capturing over 60% of the market. In NYC alone, the mob sold 2 tons of smack, which registered a, quote, dramatic increase in purity. Heroin addiction in the States climbed back to 450,000 people. Within a year, street sales increased by 22%, and the addiction rate reached 500,000. Cool. It's funny how it coincides with kind of like the punk, like late 70s, like, oh, I'm a punk and I'm going to do heroin, like kind of thing, like coming back in, it's interesting to see when culturally heroin becomes like the market is flooded mysteriously with heroin, and there's even like culture accompanying it, making it kind of chic, right? You could see after the breakup of the Soviet Union and the withdrawal from Afghanistan too, that until the Taliban took over, there was a similar like explosion of Afghan heroin under the global market in like the early 90s, which coincides with, grunge and like Kate Moss and all these other things. And then, gets like constricted later. This also was happening in like the late 70s. And the Pizza Connection is like a big deal. Like, I forget if Rudy Giuliani was involved in prosecuting the Pizza Connection. I do think that James Comey was like, he kind of made his bones as a DOJ prosecutor or a federal prosecutor on like busting up the Pizza Connection with the mafia in the 1980s. So, that is actually like all connected back to the shooting of the Pope, himself. The sons of the mafia, they lived opulent lifestyles. The Gambino family people, whatever. Let's see. The Albanian mafia was, I guess, very like rough and played a kind of important role, and did a lot of dirty work for the Italian mob along the Adriatic coast. And eventually, like, the Muslim Albanians and the Italians became, I guess, like, close. Going to new Gambino goons. All right, now let's see the shell game. Actually, I'm just gonna jump ahead now to the critical chapter, because we're talking. Oh, let me see here. Actually, no, because this is kind of where it starts here. I'm going to go to the middle of the chapter here, where the Banco Ambrosiano starts to like get in trouble, and it starts to involve the Pope in certain ways here. So let me see. going up. I didn't also know there was a CIA proprietary airline called Air Scranton that flew out of like the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Airport in Pennsylvania that was bringing in tons of cocaine from Colombia, kind of like a little mini Mina. So okay, I'll start here. Chapter 13, The Shell Game. It began as a means of providing funding to Operation Gladio and its strategy of tension, along with Operation Condor and its support of right-wing regimes in Central and South America. Pablo Escobar and other leading drug lords were encouraged, often by priests and bishops and by Roberto Calvi, to deposit their earnings in 8 firms that had been set up by the Vatican as money laundries. 6 of these firms, Astolfin S.A., United Trading Corporation, Aaron S.A., Bellatrix S.A., Belrose S.A., and Starfield S.A. were in Panama, a 7th, Manic S.A. in Luxembourg, and the 8th, Nord Europe establishment in Liechtenstein. By 1978, when John Paul II ascended to the papal throne, the money coming into these firms from the Medellin cartel alone was enormous, since Escobar, at the height of his power, was smuggling 15 tons of cocaine into the U.S. every day. The 8 laundries were simply storefronts, manned by secretaries and street thugs. The money they received was wired or transported by courier, often a cleric, to the central headquarters of Banco Ambrosiano in Milan. From Milan, the money was rerouted to the Vatican Bank, the IOR, which charged a processing fee of 15 to 20%. Damn, talk about like usury vibe. Okay. From Vatican City, the funds were transferred to numbered bank accounts at Banca del Gottardo, or Union Bank of Switzerland. With the money flowing between tax-sheltered banks, the Guardia di Finanza, Italy's financial police, and other bank auditing agencies were hard-pressed to obtain the names of depositors, let alone evidence of criminal malfeasance. Air Scranton was bringing in lots of cocaine into Scranton, Pennsylvania. The profits of this were used to sponsor black ops in South and Central America. A substantial amount of this cash was funneled into IOR's offshore shells. In addition to cash from the cartels, money poured into the 8 shell companies in the form of loans from Banco Ambrosiano. Roberto Calvi, who remained Ambrosiano's CEO, convinced the bank's directors that the offshore firms were concerns of the Vatican for the exportation of, quote, parochial goods. So like, rosaries, like statues, things like that. Of all the directors of all the banks in all the world, the directors of Banco Ambrosiano were the least likely to question the integrity of the undertakings of Holy Mother Church. The bank had been established in 1896 to provide financial service to Roman Catholic institutions and families. The Ambrosiano's independence from secular interest was protected by a statute that barred any individual from obtaining more than 5% of its shares. It was supposed to support moral organizations, pious works, and religious bodies. Any objection that the directors might have to the strange new offshore companies were offset by the fact that the loans were sent not to Liechtenstein or Luxembourg, but directly to the Vatican Bank. Overnight, the 8 phony firms became multi-million-dollar businesses that had been established without capital expenditure, a mind-boggling accomplishment. He calls this a Ponzi scheme with a threefold purpose. The first was to provide a new source of arms revenue for, quote, gladiators involved in the strategy of tension and right-wing regimes, even the regimes at war with America's closest allies. They were Bellatrix used 200 million of its assets to purchase French missiles for Argentina's military junta during the Falkland Island War against England. Other offshore companies engaged in obtaining Libyan arms supplies for the Argentine troops and for Nicaragua's Anastasio Somoza, whose regime was threatened by the Sandinistas. Since the Vatican owned the companies, Holy Mother Church was becoming a principal source of murder and violence throughout Italy and Latin America. Licio Gelli was a pivotal figure in this plan, along with fellow P2 members Umberto Ortolani, who received the title of Gentleman of His Holiness from Pope Paul VI, and Bruno Tessandin, managing director of the huge Rizzoli publishing firm. Gelli had created many of the offshore corporations, including Bellatrix. He was also charged with overseeing the distribution of arms in Italy and South America through P2, which had established lodges in Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Gelli was the perfect man for the job. He retained dual citizenship in Italy and Argentina and was well known and respected by leading Latino strongmen, including Argentina's Jorge Videla, Chile's Agostino Pinochet, Bolivia's Hugo Banzer Suarez, and Paraguay's General Alfredo Stroessner. Gotta love General Alfredo Stroessner. The second purpose of the scam was for the Vatican Bank to obtain financial control of Banco Ambrosiano. So the shell companies used a portion of the loans to purchase Ambrosiano stock. So they did a workaround of the program where no outsiders could own it. And I guess Calvi was complicit in this. Calvi traveled with Licio Gelli to Nicaragua and dropped several $1 million into Somoza's pocket. The dictator was so pleased he not only pronounced his blessing upon the new bank branch, but also granted Calvi a Nicaraguan diplomatic passport. To increase the value of the shares, Calvi announced huge stock dividends and rights offerings and was splitting the shares. But actually, let's not forget, the third purpose of this whole bank, scam operation was to provide funding for solidarity in Poland. As soon as he was crowned with the tiara, Jean Paul II met in private with Roberto Calvi to demand that an ample share of the money from the Ponzi scheme be channeled to Lech Wałęsa, who had been, quote, sent by God, by Providence. Such payments met with the approval of Zbigniew Brzezinski, President Carter's national security advisor, and General Vernon Walters, the U.S. ambassador at large. By 1981, over $100 million in funds from the drug cartels and illegal bank loans flowed into the coffers of the struggling Polish labor movement, making the new pope a great hero in his native country.
Is this for real?
I've seen that elsewhere, that there was massive amounts of money directed into kind of shadow bank accounts to bankroll solidarity. You can look at, there's a footnote if you want to click on that. So few, including Wałęsa, opted to look the gift horse in the mouth to discern that the true source of the manna from heaven was the drug trade. Early in 1982, Calvi discussed the Pope's involvement in laundering money for solidarity with Flavio Carboni, an emissary to Ambrosiano from the CIA. In one of their secretly taped conversations, Calvi can be heard saying, quote, Marcinkus must watch out for Casaroli, who is the head of the group that opposes him. If Casaroli should meet one of those financiers in New York who are working with Marcinkus, sending money to Solidarity, the Vatican would collapse. Or even if Casaroli should find one of those papers that I know of, goodbye Marcinkus, goodbye Votiwa, goodbye Solidarity. The last operation would be enough, the one for $20 million. I've also told Prime Minister Andreotti, but it's not clear which side he is on. If things in Italy go a certain way, the Vatican will have to rent a building in Washington behind the Pentagon, a far cry from St. Peter's. Uh-oh, yikes, that sounds risky. So anyways, in addition to the shell game, Calvi remained Sindona's successor as the principal banker for the heroin trade. Insight into Calvi's position as the mob's consigliere was provided in 1996 when Francesco Marino Manoia, the leading pentito, basically informant from the Sicilian mafia, testified in the Andreotti trial. He told the court that Calvi became the key figure in laundering heroin revenue for the American mafia after the arrest warrant for Michele Sindona had been issued by the Italian financial police in 1976. The heroin, according to Manoia, continued to be sent to the Gambino family of Cherry Hill, New Jersey. The Gambinos deposited large sums of their earnings in the banks controlled by Calvi for cleansing by the Vatican Bank. Eventually, the money was used by the American mob to purchase hotels, land, and financial companies in Florida and the island of Aruba. Licio Gelli, Manoia said, remained the principal figure for the Sicilian mafia. So they used a bunch of Sicilian banks. The day after Manoia spilled his guts, his mother, sister, aunt, and 2 uncles were murdered within their homes in Bagheria, Sicily. Manoia's testimony concerning Calvi was confirmed by other mafia informants, including Antonio Giuffre, who had enjoyed a close relationship with Sicilian capo di tutti capi, boss of bosses, Pippo Callo. Thanks to the new heroin network, all the profits of Stibam International were recycled through Banco Ambrosiano. Calvi handled all the foreign currency exchanges. Stibam also began to receive strange guests, including Thomas Angioletti, an agent with the U.S. DEA. It also entered into major business transactions with a mysterious American named Garth Reynolds, who maintained an office in London. Reynolds gained access to an incredible array of weapons that he supplied to Stibam, including Cobra helicopters fully loaded with rockets, anti-tank guns, incendiary rockets, and RPG-7s. He was arrested in Los Angeles in 1980 and, like a true spook, disappeared forever from the U.S. criminal justice system. But then, in June 1978, a 12-man team from the Bank of Italy launched a probe of Banco Ambrosiano, only discovered that they had wandered into a bewildering labyrinth of shady financial transactions. Calvi refused to provide the team with any information concerning the 8 companies that had received hundreds and millions of loans, or about the branches of the bank in Luxembourg, Nassau, Bahamas, and Managua. He claimed such disclosures would breach the banking regulations of other countries. So they audited it for like 6 months, but they couldn't figure out the true nature of the shell companies. And they released a painfully abstruse report in 1978 that said the overall verdict was that the bank was not at all satisfactory, and this sent shivers through Italy's financial community. The auditors recommended that that basically they need to give up more information, and the report devoted more than 25 pages to the torturous relationship between Banco Ambrosiano in the Vatican Bank. So now, a warning to the Pope. When the news of the report was leaked to the public, shares of Ambrosiano fell 30% on the Milan exchange, and a horde of panicked depositors descended on the once staid bank to withdraw their savings. The findings garnered the attention of the financial police, who opted to take a closer look at the books and the dealings of Roberti Calvi. The new investigation prompted Calvi to move the base of his international operations even deeper within the heart of Latin America, to Buenos Aires. As soon as the new investigation got underway, Italy's Treasury Minister Andreatta met with Cardinal Agostino Casaroli, the Vatican Secretary of State, to urge the severance of all ties between the Holy See and Calvi. Casaroli presented these concerns to the Holy Father, but so much money was pouring into the Vatican Bank in solidarity that John Paul II opted to ignore the warning. Interesting. So I guess also they got messed with in 1979 because interest rates shot up. Remember, this is like we talked about earlier, like the era of the kind of sovereign debt crisis, right? In kind of the global south, developing countries. So it made it more expensive for Banco Ambrosiano to obtain money for loans, as people are also looking into them more. It got even worse because the dollar rose sharply against the lira, diminishing the worth of lira bank shares. In 1980, July, the financial regulators uncovered evidence of illegal capital exportation, bank documentation forgery, and fraud. And Calvi was ordered to surrender his passport and warned him that criminal charges were on the way. So he went to, He went to go get his passport back. Thanks to the intervention of Licio Gelli and leading members of P2, who provided bribes to Ugo Zaletti and other members of the Superior Court, Calvi managed to recover his passport just in time to travel to Nassau, where he forged a link between Ambrosiano overseas and Artok, a leading financial institution of the Arab world, and he got a temporary bailout, but the money never arrived. Let's see. And January 21st, 1981, this is now 4 months before the shooting, a group of Milanese shareholders wrote a letter to John Paul II, urging him to investigate the unholy ties between Marcinkus, Calvi, Umberto Ortolani, Licio Gelli, and the huge flow of cash into the corporations under the, quote, patronage of the Vatican. The letter, which was written in Polish so that the Pope could understand it, stated the following: The IOR is not only a shareholder in Banco Ambrosiano, but also an associate and partner of Roberto Calvi. It is revealed by a growing number of court cases that Calvi stands today astride one of the main crossroads of the most degenerate Freemasonry, P2, and of mafia circles as a result of inheriting Sindona's mantle. This has been done once again with the involvement of people generously nurtured and cared for by the Vatican, such as Ortolani, who moved between the Vatican and powerful groups in the international underworld. So, John Paul II neglected to give the shareholders the dignity of a response. Instead, in a gesture of cold indifference to their pleas, the Pope elevated Marcinkus to the position of President of the Pontifical Commission for the State of Vatican City. This position made, quote, the guerrilla, the governor of Vatican City, in addition to the head of the IOR. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah. He was called the Gorilla, I believe, because he was like a big like football player kind of guy from Chicago. So the promotion was made on September 28th, 1981, the third anniversary of the death of John Paul I. So that's actually after he got shot that he promoted him. Interesting, right? Maybe he realized that, you got to take care of certain people. Regarding this appalling effrontery, author David Yallop wrote, quote, through his Lithuanian origins, his continual espousal in fiscal terms of Poland's needs, and his close proximity to the Pope because of his role as personal bodyguard and overseer of all security on foreign trips, Marcinkus had discovered in the person of Karol Wojtyła the most powerful protector a Vatican employee could have. Sindona, Calvi, and others like them are, according to the Vatican, wicked men who have deceived naive, trusting priests. Either Marcinkus has misled, lied to, and suppressed the truth from Pope John Paul II since October 1978, or the present Pope also stands indicted. The elevation of Marcinkus was made despite the warnings from Italy's Treasury Minister, the Bank of Italy audit, the worsening financial condition of the shell companies, and the circulation of the P2 list, which showed that the guerrilla remained a Freemason in violation of canon law. That's right, you can't be a, Freemason. Yeah. And it's not supposed to be a thing. Why John Paul would make such a promotion at this stage in his pontificate defies all rules of logic, let alone moral rectitude. One must realize that the Pope, not less than common layman, was aware that Marcinkus was a principal player in the $1 billion counterfeit securities scam, the collapse of Banca Privata, P2 in the strategy of tension, the Aldo Moro affair, and the mysterious death of his predecessor. The real post-mortem miracle of John Paul II remains the continual concealment of his complicity in high crimes from the legion of men and women of good faith who have proclaimed him a saint. That's right, he is a saint now. He was canonized.
Totally, yeah. I feel like that will happen to most popes from now. I feel like there's been a little bit of the bar is kind of dropped in terms of the canonization, I think.
Mm-hmm. So I guess at this time, like in late January 1981, there were new regulations
established. You just need to get the 3 miracles, right?
I think you need 3,
Yeah, and then the Pope has to kind of recognize it. Oscar Romero's a saint too.
Oh he is. So I guess like at this time, January 1981, again a few months before the shooting, the Bank of Italy announces like new regulation. The Italian government announces new regulations and like financial disclosures that seem like they're not mentioned by name, but everyone knows this is going to apply. This is kind of targeted at Banco Ambrosiano. So within the Vatican, the Pope had responded to his plight with a demand for increased aid to solidarity, to Calvi's plight. He wanted more money to solidarity. Within P2, Gelli's reply was a request for $80 million from the shell game to purchase more Exocet missiles, or Exocet missiles for the Argentines. Within the U.S. intelligence community, the CIA's answer was a call to Calvi for an increase in cash and munitions to combat the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. The Ambrosiano bankers stood on the brink of personal and financial ruin. The game had persisted too long and the stakes had become too high. The total debt for Ambrosiano hovered at $1.75 billion. It was a debt that no one, including the Vicar of Christ, opted to acknowledge, let alone pay. He was at this point, like Calvi is like panicking, and then I believe he goes at some point to the Pope, or he writes a letter to the Pope. Let me see if I can find it, where he actually was interned at he was eventually arrested at the New York, like put in the Metropolitan Correctional Center, where Jeffrey Epstein would later die mysteriously. I guess he was arrested when he was in the U.S. And then he was actually, I think, like charged, and he attempted suicide in jail at some point, but like he survived. And then he was sentenced to 25 years in prison and fined $200,000. But check this section out. I'm sorry, my bad. Michele Sindona, who was arrested earlier, was in the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. Sorry, not Calvi. But listen to this. While Sindona remained at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, Licio Gelli made trips to Langley to meet with George H.W. Bush, the director of the CIA, William Casey, the manager of the Reagan-Bush campaign, who later became CIA director, and CIA Special Agent Donald Gregg, who was, I believe, H.W.'s like national security advisor when he was vice president. The worshipful master was involved in planning the October surprise. Oh my God. The meeting had been arranged by Bush, who had become an honorary member of P2 in 1976. This strategy, which Bush called the White Rose in honor of Gelli's favorite flower, would serve to ensure Jimmy Carter's defeat. No. Wow. So, yeah, this is where the first TOW missile deal, the TOW missiles and the Hawk missiles were, offered to Khomeini and the Iranian government, low-key, in order to delay the hostages, et cetera, et cetera. In January 1981, Gelli became an honored guest at Reagan's inauguration. After the celebration, his lodge received a gift of $10 million in unvouchered CIA funds. That night, as he swirled around the dance floor at the inaugural ball, the P2 master had no idea that within a matter of weeks, he would become a wanted fugitive. He eventually, in March 1981, 2 months before the shooting, the police raid Licio Gelli's villa at Arezzo, where they found the official membership list of P2, 426 incriminating files on leading Italian figures, and top-secret reports. Within the office of Gelli's mattress company, the Italian police uncovered evidence showing the P2 master had been the puppet master of the strategy of tension, which had resulted in 356 people killed and more than 1,000 wounded. Warrants were issued for Gelli's arrest, but the worshipful master was not to be found. He had fled to South America. He manages to get away, conducting business as usual. Marcinkus did not appear concerned over the fate of Sindona, the flight of Gelli, and the plight of Calvi, nor was he flustered by the arrests of Massimo Spada and Luigi Mannini, the former and present lay delegatos of the Vatican Bank, for their complicity in looting the Banca Privata Finanziaria. His composure in the face of the worsening circumstances engulfing the Vatican Bank may have been due to his awareness that a plan was in the works to deal with John Paul II, who had become a primary cause of setbacks within Operation Gladio. All right, so let's get it. All right, now here we are. Chapter 15, The Pope Must Die. This is where the theory of the case is laid out. And it very much has to deal with this money laundering issue. And, I think this also gets a little bit into like the nuance of how could Mr. Anti-Communist Pope be standing in the way of these sickos, right? But I guess, from their perspective, he kind of was. So speaking of New World Order, there's a helpful quote from David Rockefeller's memoirs here from 2002. You've heard this one before, right? This is David Rockefeller saying, quote, "For more than a century, ideological extremists at either end of the political spectrum have seized upon well-publicized incidents to attack the Rockefeller family for the inordinate influence they claim we wield over American political and economic institutions. Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as, quote, internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty." and I am
Yeah,
proud.
I think
And I
we've
am
read
proud
this
of it.
before.
I am proud of it, folks. He's just like he's rubbing it in our face. He literally rubbed it in your faces. That So yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's not really the charge at all. Like, I feel like he's kind of making it like, I'm a like
bringing
it's
world
kind of
peace.
the thing of like, oh, I'm just an internationalist. Like, I have like cosmopolitan values, like, which is not really what anyone has a problem with, who's reasonable. I think. I mean, maybe Alex Jones, like when he rants about the globalists, like his kind of thing is like, Jade Helm type of stuff. But like,
Right. It's kind of the
that's
black
not really
helicopter '90s thing.
Like what's wrong with these people is not really that they I don't know, like believe that we're all one people or something like that. It's kind of a straw man of the whole whole problem people have with the Rockefeller family.
I see them as like sort of the managing counter-revolutionary vanguard of the like upper tier of the elites, of the capitalist elites and the bourgeoisie. That's the kind of one world that I see them building. But yeah, so how does this all end up in a gray wolf shooting John Paul II? Let's find out. By the end of March 1981, events surrounding Gladio were spinning out of control. The raid on Gelli's villa. Sorry, actually, I'll bring this up here in case people want to. It's helpful to read along, though. Let me see. Operation Gladio. Here we go. There we go. All right. So, the raid on Gelli's villa had provided Italian police with evidence of the covert operation, including statements of payments linking P2 to right-wing terrorist outfits and criminal orgs such as the Ordine Nuovo, New Order, Movimento d'Azione Rivoluzionaria, the Revolutionary Action Movement, and the Banda della Magdalena. They were like a criminal gang. The confiscated files also provided insight into Gelli's close ties to the CIA and SISMI. Adding to the treasure trove of information came proof that Sindona, Calvi, and Marcinkus were members of the secret society, that Gelli had been instrumental in setting up branches of Banco Ambrosiano in Latin America, and that the Vatican's shell companies had been used by P2 as a means of providing arms to right-wing regimes and rebel armies. The Italian police were now aware that U.S. political leaders, including the vice president, the secretary of state, and the U.S. ambassador to Italy, were intricately involved in the inner workings of the lodge. All these discoveries were made possible by John Paul II's failure to provide assistance to Sindona, a failure that led to the fake kidnapping, the visit to Arezzo, and Sindona's incarceration in a New York prison, where he was beginning to break out in song. What's worse, the jailed Don issued a $100,000 contract for the murder of John Kenny, who now served as the chief prosecutor in his extradition hearings. By refusing to shore up the losses incurred by the IOR's shell companies, the Pope had been remiss. The payments of the loans should have been made through the Holy See from the seemingly bottomless reservoir of black funds, but John Paul II intransigently refused to acknowledge such debts for fear that the common laity might come to learn that Holy Mother Church was a very worldly institution. This refusal resulted in a massive investigation by the Bank of Italy into the affairs of Calvi and Banco Ambrosiano, and the revelation that hundreds of millions of dollars had been illegally exported out of Italy to the Vatican's strange-sounding companies. What, the investigators began to wonder, was the parochial purpose of the offshore firms that had received over $1.5 billion in loans from Ambrosiano. Surely the companies, now gorged with cash, couldn't be engaged simply in selling rosary beads and scapulars and garish backyard statuary to impoverished Latinos. I would write that differently, but more that attitude. But okay. So basically, like the probe, thanks to John Paul II's inaction, continued to gather steam with each passing day. And if the investigation was not halted, it would lead to the office of Stybam International, which was located on Ambrosiano property, and the discovery of the massive drugs for arms deal that was underway to make the world safe for democracy. All right, so the raid at Arezzo also produced another devastating result: the loss of power for the Christian Democrats in Italy. Since 1947, the CIA had bolstered the party with over $65 million in cash, making sure it would remain in control of the Italian government. but the names of 3 leading members of the cabinet of Prime Minister Arnaldo Forlani were on the P2 list, along with the heads of Italy's military intelligence, commanders of the Guardia di Finanza, prominent journalists, and Silvio Berlusconi, right, for future prime minister, powerful judicial officials, and leading military officials. The government of Forlani, the geostrategist within the CIA realized, could not weather the crisis and would collapse within the year, and the agency would lose control of, this is kind of crucial, they would lose control of the financial police who were in charge of the Ambrosiano investigation. The military intelligence would no longer be able to plant evidence against the Italian communists, judges would no longer issue the prescribed ruling, and journalists would no longer provide the proper spin to the daily news. The overseers of Gladio, at the bidding of the elite members of the Trilateral Commission, had engineered the Pope's election and catered to his every demand. They had directed covert action against the proponents of liberation theology. They had bolstered the Christian Democratic Party so that it would remain the dominant governing force in Italy. They engaged in the arrest and execution of troublesome laymen and priests, including Bishop Oscar Romero. And they had shelled out more than $200 million in black funds to Solidarity. Elizabeth Wasiatinski, who ran the Solidarity office in Brussels, expressed wonder at the galactic sums of money flowing through her tiny office every day. John Paul II, in his naivete, simply assumed that such support was his proper due as the Vicar of Christ. Ingratitude, while grating, was permissible, but the Pope's sudden decision to undermine the fundamental objective of Gladio by seeking a rapprochement with the Soviets was intolerable. Now this is interesting right here. You don't really hear about this a lot, but this gets into that yes, he's an anti-communist, but he at a critical moment he was not doing what they wanted him to do. So let's go here to secret negotiations. In January 1981, this is also the month that Bill Casey becomes CIA director, right? After the election. So new management in town that is very gung-ho. In January 1981, John Paul II met with Lech Wałęsa and an 8-strong Solidarity delegation who sought his presence among the union workers to ward off any plans of Leonid Brezhnev for a Soviet invasion of Poland. The Pope said that he could not provide such personal intervention. He could only provide spiritual solace to his fellow Poles during this time of turmoil. Tadeusz Mazowiecki, a member of the delegation, recalled the meeting, quote, "The Pope was speaking about solidarity directly to some of its founding fathers, but I also felt he was also speaking beyond us to the wider world. He said, solidarity is a movement that is not only fighting against something, but is also fighting for something. He made it clear that he saw solidarity as a movement for peaceful change." Neither Mazowiecki nor Wałęsa nor any other delegation member realized that John Paul II was engaged with talks with the Kremlin to bring about a political rapprochement between the Soviet leaders and the union organizers. The Pope felt uniquely qualified to forge an accord. As Archbishop of Kraków, he had dealt with communist leaders on a pragmatic basis. He realized that the godless Soviets and devout Catholics could live together under the same roof. The vast majority of Poles espoused Marxist doctrine during the week and trooped off to Mass on Sunday morning. The Pope understood this peculiar brand of Christian humanism. In December 1980, the Soviet Central Committee chairman, Vadim Zagladin, made the pilgrimage to Vatican City, where he secretly met with the Holy Father to come to an agreement over the labor problems in Poland. Interesting, right? But an accord between Solidarity and the Kremlin forged by the Holy See would violate the claims and trust of the Reagan administration, which spoke of the evil empire in order to spend $2.2 trillion on new weapons, including the Star Wars initiative, a fanciful technology supposed to vaporize any Soviet missiles approaching the U.S. from outer space. What's more, John Paul II's unwanted efforts would undermine the CIA's anticipated victory in the Cold War. The Soviets, after all, had stumbled into their own Vietnam, and the agency was very busy shipping to Afghanistan not only missiles and weapons, but also Tennessee mules uniquely capable of carrying the munitions to the Mujahideen in the mountains. To make matters worse, the Holy Father, this is actually interesting, to make matters worse, the Holy Father was negotiating with the Kremlin about other matters, including an agreement for nuclear disarmament and recognition of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He had entered a political arena where his presence was neither warranted nor welcomed. So then there's like the big solidarity crisis. In March 28th, 1981, Solidarity mounted the largest strike in the history of the Soviet Union. I think they mean like Warsaw, like Eastern Bloc. Like, obviously, Poland wasn't in the Soviet Union. But the largest strike in the history of the Eastern Bloc in protest of the beating of 4 Polish workers by the Communist Secret Service, the Security Service. Between 12 and 14 million Poles took part in the protest. A general strike to shut down all labor and commerce was set for March 30th. The Soviets, in response, planned an invasion. The strikers, however, were not afraid. They believed a report from a French diplomat that the Pope would leave Vatican City to stand with his people against the invaders. At the last moment, Wałęsa received a letter from Pope John Paul II, who condemned the union's intransigence and asked for the strikers to return to work. The effects of this communication were immediate. The general strike was called off, Wałęsa toned down his inflammatory rhetoric, and Solidarity became greatly weakened as a force in Polish affairs. A few days after this decision was made, Wałęsa told interviewers, quote, "The Pope wrote to us in the primate, pleading for reason and reflection. Tomorrow we may achieve more, but we may not go to the brink. At the same time, I know what is good today may turn out tomorrow to be bad. And the historians, when they come to judge, may say, but he was crazy, the authorities were bluffing, they were weak, their bark was worse than their bite. It would have been possible, at long last, to put the country straight. They could have won, and they flunked it. They can judge me like that in 10 or 50 years, and we don't yet know if I was right, or those who took the other view. In my opinion, the risk was too great." So, I imagine maybe, Bill Casey didn't like that so much, right? So the Pope's timing could not have been worse for Gladio. In Belgium, plans were being drawn for the Brabant massacre, which would result in the killing of 8 people, including an entire family. The same unit was training for an attack on a police station in the sleepy southern Belgian town of Vilsum, where they would steal weapons in order to plant them among communist agitators. In Spain, the Gladio unit continued to hunt down and assassinate the leading members of the Basque separatist movement. In France, the secret army was preparing to murder Marseille police inspector Jacques Massier and his entire family, since Massier had launched an investigation into drug trafficking in Gladio. In Germany, the Gladio unit under Heinz Lemke had launched a major terror attack in Munich. The weapons used in the attack came from a large arms dump in the Lüneburger Heide district. In Italy, the gladiators had just completed the Bologna bombing, but nowhere was Gladio at a more decisive stage than Turkey. So, Turkey, terror in Turkey. In 1980, General Kenan Evren, commander of the counter-guerrillas, a Gladio unit, staged a coup that toppled the government of Bülent Ecevit and the Democratic Left Party. Upon hearing the news, President Jimmy Carter phoned Paul Hens, the CIA station chief in Ankara, and said with great relief, "Your people have made the coup." Hens confirmed with enthusiasm, "Yes, our boys have done it." The takeover did not really come as a surprise to Carter. Before the coup, Zbigniew Brzezinski, his NSA, advisor, had said, "For Turkey, a military government would be the best solution." Upon assuming power, Evren dissolved Turkey's parliament and suspended legislation governing civil liberties and human rights of Turkish citizens, stating such acts were needed to establish political stability, but the violence did not come to an end. It was transferred from the streets to the prisons. Thousands were tortured while incarcerated, dozens were executed, and scores remain missing. The coup was successful due to the intensive training the Gladio units, including the youth division of the counter-guerrilla known as the Grey Wolves, had received in sabotage, bombing, killing, torture, and rigging elections. The training was conducted at paramilitary centers set up by the CIA in Ankara, Bolu, Kayseri, Buja, now Izmir, Çanakkale, and Cyprus. Select officers were sent for advanced training at Fort Benning in Georgia and the Ensenada Naval Base in San Diego. Damn. As we've gone through, they were doing tons of terror attacks throughout the 70s. They were unleashed to fight the PKK back when they actually were Marxist-Leninists. And the Armenian. They also fought the Armenian Secret Army for the Liberation of Armenian, Asala, which was like a left-wing kind of Armenian dissident group that was allegedly trained in the Beirut camps of the PLO. And was responsible, allegedly, for the assassination of at least 36 Turkish diplomats, and both of these groups, credit to credit's due, were the old PKK. They represented an obstruction to Gladio's creation of a new world order.
Okay. I have to say, okay, well, there's another example. I guess fair enough. All right, yeah, did Gladio try to create a new world order? I guess.
You could, in the long view, they were a type of new world order, you could say, where they crushed communism.
I've been looking into some of this guy's footnotes. I'm a little bit I think there's a little bit of storytelling going on. I still I'm not there's a couple of things. The first thing was going back to the sort of drug money. It is certainly true that funds from the IOR, the institutes for the Office of Religion or whatever it is, basically the Vatican funds, those were really pushed into solidarity. So that's true. And there was a lot of money being moved around. But I went to his an interesting thing about that is that I followed the footnote to his source, which was this book about the entity, the sort of Vatican intelligence agency, which is by Eric Frattini. Translated by Dick Cluster.
Okay.
That's a whole horrible name,
Dick
man.
Cluster, wow.
Okay. But yeah, I feel bad for him. But but he kind of it portrays it so this is kind of where his citation goes to. This is where, and I think that the citation mostly has to do with that quote about Walesa being kind of sent by God, but it paints kind of a different picture of JP2, and this is kind of his own sort of source. So this is fair enough. I think this is it's definitely kind of on the same wavelength. This is also kind of I don't know. This book seems a little bit less again, it's still kind of a very popular sort of for a popular audience, but it's it's not too granular, nitty gritty, but it has a little bit of a more balanced tone in some ways, and I find the sort of contrast to be a bit interesting. So hold on, let me find the relevant part here. I'm just gonna do a search for Providence. Okay. So, and when he talks about the Holy Alliance, that basically is the original name for the entity. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what had in fact begun as isolated strikes soon became true counter-revolutionary political insurrections, as Leonid Brezhnev put it. On August 16th, when some workers were on the point of going back on the job in return for 1,500 zloty wage increase and a promised monument in honor of the victims of 1970, Walesa counterattacked. Emboldened, he presented a list of 16 demands. When these were about to be accepted, he added 21 more, including government acceptance of a free trade union. That same day, 180 more factories joined the strike in support of Walesa's demands. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, John Paul II was receiving handsomely bound reports written by Holy Alliance agents and passed on to him by Monsignor Luigi Poggi. I'm surprised that guy doesn't really show up so much in the Gladio book.
I think he might have earlier. Because we're kind of just jumping into the middle of it.
He's pretty heavily. He was the head of the entity at that time, and he was pretty involved. He was the guy who kind of met with the Mossad agent, and he had strong links with the Mossad, and he kind of brought to the Pope this sort of story of Iranian involvement. It kind of it's interesting. At one point it's weird that Ağca eventually started to say I was trained in Palestine and stuff like that.
Right.
It's it's interesting to think about because there definitely was at least kind of attempts to manage that narrative. But anyway, so Poggi had ordered the Polish Jesuit and agent Kazimierz Przdatek to form a group of Polish priests to infiltrate the strikers and unionists.
Mm-hmm.
From then on, Przdatek made himself Walesa's shadow and the Vatican's best informant on the Polish situation. According to the Pope, Walesa had been sent by God, by Providence, and Poggi needed a full-time contact close to the union leader. Every night, the Holy Alliance agent assembled first-hand information he had gathered from talking with everyone from workers to priests. One of his best sources was Father Henryk Jankowski, a priest at the Church of St. Brigida, Lech Walesa's parish in Gdansk. Am I saying that right?
Wałęsa.
Oh,
you can say Wałęsa.
Yeah,
the L with
what
a thing
what
through
about
it.
Gdansk?
Gdansk. Yeah, Gdansk.
Yeah, Gdansk.
Yeah.
John Paul II liked hearing how a handful of shipyard workers had climbed the high barbed wire fences to hang huge pictures of the Pope, to the astonishment of the police guarding the facility. From his earlier work with Paul Marcinkus, Przodek knew what the Vatican wanted to hear, and he was happy to provide it. Kazimierz Przodek even invented the fact that the workers had disobeyed an order to stop and, after climbing the fence, had torn down pictures of Polish government leaders to replace them with those of John Paul II.
No.
This is a lie, of course, but the Supreme Pontiff was pleased with the story.
Oh, wow. He loves
Solidarity, the union newly created by Lech Walesa, was the Holy Alliance's next target. Faced with the danger that the Union could become one more refuge for moderate communists, the Pope ordered Poggi to assign his agents to infiltrate Solidarity and maneuver its leaders into accepting a much more open organization, one that clearly included Catholic leaders and intellectuals. Przodek persuaded Walesa to bring Tadeusz Mazowiecki,
Mazowiecki.
Editor of the Catholic newspaper Vice, and Catholic historian Bronislaw Geremek into the Solidarity leadership. From this moment on, the strike movement fell under the control of the Church. Within a few days, the Holy Alliance informed Poggi that the Cardinal Primate Wyszynski was writing a homily opposing the strike, which the Warsaw government would report on the state television network. Poggi reported this to Casaroli, but the diplomatic expert knew that he couldn't say anything to the Pope about his friend and former protector. Cardinal Wyszynski began that day speaking about the mistakes committed by all sides. No one, referring to the strikers, should point a finger at his neighbor, the Polish communist government. We all make mistakes and commit sins, said the cardinal from the pulpit of, again, I'm going to probably get, Częstochowa.
Częstochowa.
Częstochowa, yeah, all right. The most important part of his speech was his reference to the strikers' demands. You cannot demand everything at once. It is better to have a program. Nobody should put the country in danger. The speech fell like a bomb. The strikers took it as a clear message from the Church to retract their demands for an independent union. Catholic intellectuals protested but maintained public silence. Walesa paid no attention to the elderly cardinal, and John Paul II spent 3 days muttering between his teeth in the hallways of Castel Gandolfo, "Oh, that old man, that old man." On August 31st, 1980, the famous Gdansk Accords were signed. The Accords accepted the first independent trade union behind the Iron Curtain. With political support from the Vatican and Pope John Paul II, and with financing through the Holy Alliance, Solidarity began to spread through the length and breadth of Poland. A few days later, Edward Gierek fell from power, replaced by Stanislaw Kania. On October 29, 1980, the Soviet Politburo met in a secret special session. Andropov, Gorbachev, Kirilenko, Chernenko, Rusakov, and the rest discussed the Polish situation. I think, and the events themselves demonstrate, that the Polish leaders don't fully understand the gravity of the situation they face, said Yuri Andropov, head of the KGB. Unless martial law is imposed, things can get worse. Our northern forces are prepared and ready to fight, declared Ustinov. But the most radical position belonged to Andrei Gromyko, the foreign minister, who insisted, "We must not lose Poland. The Soviet Union lost 600,000 soldiers freeing it from the Nazi yoke. We cannot allow a counter-revolution now." His audience remained silent. No one wanted a new revolt like the Hungarian one of 1956 or a Prague Spring like that of 1968. Really, by early 1980, no Soviet leader wanted to see Russian tanks roll into Warsaw to repress a counter-revolution. 2 days after that meeting, thanks to a Holy Alliance infiltrator in the Polish Defense Ministry, John Paul II and Agostino Casaroli knew exactly what messages Warsaw was getting from Moscow. Their agent was Colonel Ryszard Kulinski, an aide to General Wojciech Jaruzelski.
Yeah.
On January 20th, 1981, Ronald Reagan became president of the United States. Several weeks before his swearing in, however, strategic contacts had already been initiated between Washington and Vatican City, between Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II, and between the CIA's William Casey and the Holy Alliance's Monsignor Luigi Poggi. Since late 1980, U.S. Vatican discussion of the Polish situation had been carried out by Zbigniew Brzezinski, President Carter's national security advisor, and Cardinal Joseph Tomko, Vatican propaganda chief and former head of the counter-espionage service Solidarium Pianum. Tomko had been in charge of the SP until John Paul II named Monsignor Luigi Poggi to run both Vatican intelligence services under a joint command, as they have remained organized to this day. With authorization from Jimmy Carter and John Paul II, Tomko and Brzezinski designed Operation Open Book, a plan to inundate the Eastern European countries as well as Soviet areas like Ukraine and the Baltic states with anti-communist books. This operation was to be coordinated by the CIA and the Holy Alliance through priests working in those areas. While John Paul II aided Operation Open Book, Carter did nothing but raise objections. For 11 years, Colonel Kuklinski had been providing very valuable information to the Vatican Secret Services. As events pointed to a greater and greater likelihood that Soviet armed forces might enter Poland, the Holy Alliance decided to share information coming from the Polish General Staff Officer with the CIA. As a new U.S. administration got underway, the Vatican had two new key contacts in Washington with respect to Polish affairs: National Security Advisor Richard Allen and CIA Director William Casey. Reports from Kuklinski, the Holy Alliance, and the Vatican were of great value from the point of view of strategic analysis. Zbigniew Brzezinski also maintained his role as a link between the White House and Pogi's Holy Alliance. Ronald Reagan's view of the Catholic Church and the Vatican was quite different from those of previous administrations, including that of John F. Kennedy, the only Catholic president of the United States. Reagan was the son of an Irish Catholic worker, and that background had left its mark. I didn't know Reagan was the son of a Catholic worker.
I knew he was Irish, but I didn't realize that he was. I think he wasn't raised Catholic. But
so I guess I guess he wasn't.
Because his dad didn't his dad die or something when he was very young.
I guess we need to watch the Reagan biopic.
I did, but it was so brain rotted, I forgot about it.
Catholic voters had formed one of his major electoral blocs, and he felt comfortable in the presence of Catholics. Reagan and his advisors, the church was the perfect counterweight to communism. Like John Paul II, the U.S. president regarded Marxism, Leninism, and communism as evils to be eradicated from the earth. It was clear by now that Moscow saw solidarity as an unprecedented threat, an infection that was spreading within the monolithic communist system. If it infected the Baltic states, it could eventually dismember the Soviet bloc. John Paul II and his main Vatican advisors were convinced that if solidarity won in Poland, the shockwave would spread through the Ukraine, the Balkans, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and perhaps Czechoslovakia as well. Reagan understood that if this were so, it would mean the end of the Cold War and the triumph of capitalism over communism. During a meeting attended by President Reagan, William Casey, and presidential advisor William Clark, the latter said, "We can't be going into the country and overthrowing the government in the name of the people. All we can do is use solidarity as a weapon to accomplish that." That was when Reagan decided solidarity would get financial aid from the United States. Casey didn't know where those funds would come from, but deep inside the Vatican, this issue had already been resolved. This is kind of what you're talking
the
about.
Drugs, the guns, everything else. The most evil profits.
He doesn't go so far as to draw like the drug connection, but
no, I mean, I know this guy's a little fast and loose, but like that's very well established elsewhere. These were drug trafficking networks, these were gun networks, it was that type of underworld shit, and the pizza connection is a very clear kind of line of influence.
This actually is kind of, and you can kind of read between the lines and sort of figure out where the Iran-Contra thing comes into play, and the drug connection. The liaison for the new joint operations of CIA and the Holy Alliance in Poland was Jan Nowak, head of the Polish-U.S. Congress. His role is to keep a constant flow of information between Warsaw and the Vatican, and from the Vatican to Washington. Nowak also took on the task of fundraising and dispatching money to Poland to finance underground media, printing presses, photocopiers, and the like. Another figure who took a leading role in Operation Poland was the Pope's apostolic delegate in Washington, Archbishop Pio Laghi. Casey and Clark liked to visit Laghi at his residence. While they drank cappuccinos, they talked about the political situation in Central America, or about birth control, but especially about Poland. Ronald Reagan needed to know about all facets of the intelligence operation mounted by the Holy Alliance in Poland. Cardinal John Kroll of Philadelphia also made his appearance on the Polish scene. Allen, Casey, and Ronald Reagan himself began to meet with Kroll, who took to entering the White House by the back door. More than any other churchman, Cardinal Kroll kept the White House informed about Solidarity's situation, needs, and relations with the Polish bishops. Although Kroll often interfered with operations and communications undertaken by the Holy Alliance under Monsignor Luigi Poggi, for the Vatican and John Paul II, the Philadelphia Archbishop's relationship with President Ronald Reagan was something to take advantage of. Ronald Reagan's men called John Kroll the Pope's buddy. In the spring of 1981, relations between the White House and the Vatican were very fluid, especially in regard to Poland and Central America. William Casey, Vernon Walters, William Clark, and Zbigniew Brzezinski on the U.S. side, and Monsignor Luigi Poggi and the Cardinals Pio Laghi, John Kroll, and Agostino Casaroli on the Vatican side, became a sort of shock force whose only responsibility was to support the Solidarity Union in the struggle against the communist government in Warsaw. Which each took to Rome to meet secretly with John Paul II, Reagan's special ambassador, Vernon Vernon Walters sent back more and more abundant reports. Walters spoke with the Pope about Poland, Central America, terrorism, Chile, Chinese military power, Argentina, liberation theology, or Leonid Brezhnev's health, Pakistan's nuclear ambitions, Ukraine, the situation in the Near East. In sum, John Paul II and Vernon Walters established geostrategic contact. In return, the Holy Alliance received CIA reports based on intercepted telephone conversations of Nicaraguan and Salvadorian priests and bishops, which revealed their support for liberation theology.
Oh, that's what.
And their active participation in opposition to the forces backed by the U.S. On William Casey's orders, Oliver North and other members of the National Security Council made secret payments to upper-class Central American priests who were loyal to the Pope and the Holy Alliance.
Oh my God.
There is no document to prove that Pope John Paul II or any other high Vatican official approved these payments, but there are indications that Luigi Poggi must have known. On April 23, 1981, William Casey arrived in Rome. The purpose of his trip was to try to maintain CIA and Holy Alliance support for solidarity. The agency's director knew that the Polish situation was more an evolutionary process than a revolutionary one, and that removing Poland from the Soviet orbit was essential. John Paul II and Casaroli spoke with the Soviet ambassador in Rome on 3 different occasions, and Casey was kept informed about what was said. Jaruzelski feared a true disaster that would culminate in Red Army troops entering Warsaw and crushing the men of Solidarity. He had asked for Wyszynski's help in convincing Walesa to call off the general strike. When Walesa and the rest of the leaders refused, the cardinal went down on his knees before the Union leader. He held Walesa by the pants leg, and he wouldn't let go until Walesa agreed to end the strike. The emotional blackmail worked. Walesa ordered an end to the strike, which allowed General Jaruzelski to tell Moscow that he had the situation under control.
Right.
On February 9th, 1981, Jaruzelski became Prime Minister of the Popular Republic of Poland in place of Joseph Pinkowski in a coup d'etat. Et cetera, But while meeting with the Pope, William Casey spoke of Central America, the possible extension of communism throughout that region, and Cuba's training of Nicaraguan and Sandinistan combatants. Casey told John Paul II that the Russians, the Cubans, this is a quote, the Russians, the Cubans, the Bulgarians, and North Koreans are involved. He also gave John Paul II a binder containing a report labeled Top Secret. The Pope didn't open it, but passed it on to Monsignor Poggi, who was seated by his side, always present when the Supreme Pontiff met with the head of the CIA. There's a report that had been supplied to the CIA by the Italian Espionage Service. When Lech Walesa had come to Rome in January to see the Pope, according to this report, he had also met with Luigi Scricchiolo of the Italian Confederation of Labor. The Italian counter-espionage said in the report that Scricchiolo was really a Bulgarian Secret Service agent. To the Italians, this meant that Solidarity's plans could have been exposed, or that Lech Walesa might be the target of an assassination attempt. On May 13, 1981, nothing suggested a tragedy about to unfold. John Paul II lunched with several guests. Around 5, the Pope left for the Apostolic Palace to conduct his weekly general audience in the Piazza di San Pietro. The ceremony began on time. Thousands of people crowded into the circle, blah, blah, blah, and this just tells the story of the assassination of the Pope-mobile and all that stuff. This is kind of when it happened,
Well, I think, sorry.
It's just interesting, how in that story, it's almost the opposite, where in that you almost have, it's almost like Walesa and, Solidarity is kind of, being run by the CIA as, this aggressive anti-communist thing, and, Pope John Paul II, maybe is, obviously he did meet with the Soviets, right?
He did,
but that is, kind of to be expected in a way, if, I think the contacts with them were probably less than they were even in the past, right? And tensions were pretty high. And on the Soviet side, they didn't perceive, oh, don't worry, the Pope's our man or anything like that. They were, freaked out,
they were freaked out.
kind of...
Which I think is why, it sounds like by that account that, the Vatican decided to intervene and, kind of plead for, because, there's a classic, situation of, the dynamic that the Polish government often, in the communist era found itself on was, needing to prove to Moscow that, they could handle their own internal security, because at various times when there were, riots or, strikes and things like that, if it looked like they couldn't, then that's when, if it looked like they really were losing control of the situation, then the Soviet army would intervene. And so even Polish people that weren't necessarily down with the communists, would kind of want the local Polish communists to like, you know, retain control rather than have the Soviets come in and like directly occupy that kind of thing. So I could see like for JP2 kind of being like, oh, you know what, like I don't want to see Poland get steamrolled because like Solidarity is poking the bear way too much and like trying to stoke like a general uprising and all this shit. And like, I don't want to see Poland get like basically like punished, you know, or like in his view, punished by like the Red Army, you know, who's going to go in there and like remove what's left of their sovereignty and blah, blah, blah. So he's doing like a delicate kind of approach that I guess maybe that the version you just read doesn't sound so much like Casey and the Pope are like at odds with each other as much. Like it doesn't kind of say like how did Casey feel about it, but you know, I just want to read the next section from Paul Williams' book because he gets into like how Casey felt about it. You know, going here, he was describing Ağca's like strange trip and quotes his letter, you know, after escaping from jail where he says, "I'm going to kill the Pope because he's the Crusader commander or whatever." And it says, Ağca was not only an experienced assassin who had already spewed his hatred of John Paul II, but also a radical Islamist and pan-Turkish visionary who longed for the return of the Ottoman Empire. Even better, he suffered paranoid delusions, at times professing that he was Jesus Christ. Then the Gladio Directive. Early in April 1981, Abuzer Oyurlu received word from Gladio. Kill the Pope and blame the communists. It was to be the ultimate false flag attack. The message came with a payment of 1.7 million. The arrangements had been made by the members of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, P2, and the Safari Club, a covert organization that had been established by Henry Kissinger. The gunmen would be Gelli and Ağca. So now the second, you know, this section here, the shooting in St. Peter's Square, they get down to the moment of truth, but from, you know, in this, you know.
So it was the Knights of Malta who also like ordered this?
He's going to get to that in this next section here. Specifically in terms of like how people heard about certain things. So he starts by talking, he actually quotes Uyur Mumcu, I guess was a Turkish source from 1984. It might be a Turkish journalist who said, "Needless to say, writing about such matters as such as the İpekçi murder, the underworld, and the conspiracy to assassinate the Pope has inevitably made me a target for wide-ranging attacks. These serious threats from certain enemies, and even enemies of enemies within the same circles, all in all gave me the impression that at the very least I was getting near the truth. Investigating the assassination conspiracy, I felt obliged to study the İpekçi murder and the relationship between the banker Calvi and the Vatican. This in turn led me to the scandal involving the P2 Masons Lodge and the connection between Calvi and the Italian mafia. If I hadn't investigated the connection between Ağca and the nationalists, the smugglers of the underworld and their international associates, the Vatican and the banker Calvi, Calvi and the P2 Lodge, and finally the P2 Lodge and the Italian mafia, I would have never been able to get to the roots of the whole matter." So we start here, a guy that maybe, you know, we haven't profiled enough in this, you know, in our whole Contra cycle. Known as the Blonde Ghost because of his aversion to cameras, Theodore Shackley had been one of the CIA's most infamous agents. He helped set up the heroin trade in Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War and overseen Operation the Phoenix Program, which involved the killing, you know, we all know what the Phoenix Program is, the mass murder, counterinsurgency project. The Blonde Ghost also served as a principal figure in Nugan Hand Bank, overseeing the deposit of billions in black funds into the Australian laundry. From Australia, he went to South America, where he took an active part in Operation Condor by organizing death squads. In Chile, he teamed up with Stefano Della Chia for the murder of Salvador Allende. In 1976, Shackley became CIA's deputy director for operations, a position which placed him in charge of covert ops throughout the world. He used this position to set up corporations and subsidiaries around the world to conceal the agency's involvement in the drug trade and its ties to Edwin Wilson and other notorious arms suppliers who were providing highly sophisticated weaponry to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya and Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Many of these firms were set up in Switzerland and came to include Lake Resources, Inc., the Stanford Technology Trading Group, Inc., and Compagnie des Services Fiduciaires, Others, such as CSF Investments Ltd. And the Udall Research Corporation, were located in Central America. A few were in the U.S., including the Orca Supply Company in Florida and Consultants International in Washington, D.C. All were funded by heroin proceeds, and a few, including the U.S. firms, were interlinked with the Vatican. After leaving CIA in September 1979, Shackley formed Research Associates International, which specialized in providing intelligence to business. In 1980, Shackley's talents were sought by the Reagan-Bush Election Committee and became a key operative in planning the October surprise, etc. He was also a member of the Safari Club, set up by Henry Kissinger in September 1976, which, was like intel people from U.S., France, Egypt, the Iran under the Shah, like the Savak, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and a bunch of CIA people. The primary function of the club was the orchestration of terrorists and proto-terrorists by proxy groups around the world. In 1981, here we go. A guy from Contra 1, Count Alexandre de Maranche, right? Alexandre de Maranche, chief executive of the SDECE, the French intelligence, right? Served as the leader of the Safari Club. Maranche was also a member of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, along with CIA Director William Casey, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, Treasury Secretary William Simon, U.S. Ambassador to the Vatican William Wilson, Licio Gelli, Father Felix Morleon, and General Santo Vito of Sismi. Through the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, Moranche became aware of John Paul II's negotiations with the Kremlin and agreed that the Polish upstart had to be removed from the Holy Office. All right, there we go. That's the allegation right here. So, to back that up, Ted Shackley arrived in Rome on February 3rd, 1981 for a series of meetings with General Santovito. The assassination, in keeping with the strategy of tension, would be blamed on the Soviets. The plan would involve a multitude of CIA associates, including journalist Claire Sterling, Paul Hens, the station chief in Ankara, Michael Ledeen, a consultant to the U.S. National Security Council, Father Felix Morleone of the right-wing Prodeo movement, Francesco Pazienza, a CIA informant and Sismi official who helped engineer the Bologna bombing, and Frank Turple, the agent who had been assigned to work with the Grey Wolves. He's a big name, too, Frank Turple, like one of these OG guys. Santovito soon emerged as a lead character in the assassination plot. He would handle all aspects of the investigation. He would provide cover for the co-conspirators. He would grant shelter to the assassins. As the head of military intelligence and commander of the Italian Gladio units, he was uniquely qualified for the role. By the time of his meeting with Shackley, the general was working closely with Stybam, ensuring safety to the massive arms for drugs operation that had been set up by the Sicilian mafia, the Turkish Babas, and the CIA. The Sismi general was also implementing the strategy of tension by launching terror attacks throughout Italy with P2 puppet master Licio Gelli. He was diverting the financial police from probing too deeply into the transactions of Banco Ambrosiano and the ongoing flow of millions in cash to Vatican shell companies. He was serving the CIA by commissioning underworld figures to conduct hits on troublesome politicians, magistrates, pentiti, informers, and journalists. Stretched to the limits, Santovito's network of connections extended to Giuseppe Pippo Callo, the Sicilian mob enforcer, Toto Rina, the godfather of the Corleonese clan, Giovanni Pandico, leader of the Camorra, and Francisco Giuseppucci, Maurizio Abatino, and Alessandro Dortenzi, founding fathers of the Bando della Magdiana. No man knew more about Gladio than Santovito. No official was more valuable to the operation, and no individual was more at risk of exposures. So now, the Bulgarian thesis. In Rome, Shackley and Santovito worked with Pazienza, second-in-command at Sismi, and Father Morleon, Dominican friar and former OSS spook, in developing the Bulgarian thesis, a bogus scenario to place the blame in the murder of John Paul II on the Soviets. Morleon had discovered the perfect patsy. Sergei Ivanov Antonov, a Bulgarian communist working in Rome for Balkan Airlines, lived one floor above Morleon in the same apartment building. Since Antonov constantly traveled back and forth from Bulgaria, he could be presented as an agent for Bulgaria's Committee for State Security, CSS, who had been commissioned by KGB Director Andropov to kill the Holy Father. The contract, according to the script, would have been necessitated by the Pope's support of solidarity and his capacity to unite the Polish people in opposition to Soviet rule. As soon as the investigation of the holy homicide got underway, a team of CIA spin doctors, including Claire Sterling, Michael Ledeen, and Paul Hens, would circulate the thesis and manufacture connections between Antonov, the CSS, and Kremlin. To make matters more believable, Antonov, with his sinister Russian-sounding name, could be depicted as an agent who also worked in tandem with East Germany's General Intelligence Administration. This enhancement could be useful since a certain Antony Ivanov Antonov, a Turkish cog in the drug smuggling ring, was alleged to have served as an East German informant. Hens, who possessed a literary flair, was station chief in Ankara. For this reason, he could be counted on to provide manufactured inside information on Antonov. Ledeen, who acted as the CIA's contact with SISMI, had close ties to NBC and other major American news outlets. Sterling remained the CIA's leading agent of disinformation. Yeah, she published The Terror Network, which blamed the source of almost all acts of international terrorism on the Soviet Union. So, then at the end of March 1981, Count Moranchet passed a warning to Vatican security services about a planned attack by an unspecified foreign power that was to take place in the immediate future. The Count could not provide details. The warning had come to him from his agents within the Eastern Bloc. They noted the warning, unaware that Moranchet was merely building a platform that would support the Bulgarian thesis. The Pope John Paul kind of waved it away because he was, he was making breakthrough in his deals with the Kremlin. But then, then on to the BND protection aspect. So when Ağca, got out of prison, he made his way to the Hotel Vitosha in Sofia, where he met with Bekir Zelenk and other Babas. He went back to his job as an enforcer of the Stybem pipeline. During this time, he went to Palermo a few times and met with Pippo Calò and Toto Rina. He also traveled to Milan, and he constantly changed his passport, etc. Then they were in Munich in, I think, early 1981. Let me see. They say here that the complicity of the BND in the assassination attempt on John Paul II has been widely ignored by the U.S. press, even after Gelli later testified to a judge in Rome that he had received 3 million marks by the German Secret Service to perform the hit. Interesting. Within Munich, Ağca and Gelli were joined by Oral Celik, a fellow Grey Wolf who would take part in the attempted papicide. Celik had provided backup to Ağca on the Ipekshi killing. Like Ağca, he too served the Babas by providing protection for trucks along the Balkan route. He also had Interpol notices. On April 18th, Ağca, Gelli, and Celik traveled to Milan to meet with Bekir Zelenk at Stybam. They stayed at the Hotel Augusta, where Ağca registered under the name Faruk Ozgun. From Milan, the trio made their way to Rome for a visit with Father Morleon to learn the layout of the priest's apartment. On April 23rd, the day John Paul II was holding a private audience with CIA Director Casey, the Turks were provided with 9mm Browning high-power pistols with 13-round cartridge clips. They had received training on the use of these weapons by CIA agent Frank Turpel. The semi-automatics had been imported from East Germany by Horst Grillmeier, an arms dealer and operative of the BND. The place of origin was significant since the pistols, when found, would support the Bulgarian thesis. On May 13, 1981, John Paul appeared in the Papa-mobile, an open-top Jeep before an adoring crowd of 5,000. As he was being driven around St. Peter's Square, he stood upright to return a young girl he had been holding to her mother. It was 5:19 in the afternoon. A series of shots rang out, with bullets striking the Holy Father and 2 women from New York. Chaos ensued, and a small explosion went off in the corner of the square. Ağca fled, tossing his pistol under a truck, before he was collared by the Vatican security chief. Yeah, so he almost died. It said one of the bullets passed within a few millimeters of the central aorta, and I think another bullet that went through him, the same bullet, came within a centimeter of shattering the Pope's spine. He had survived by a miracle. Yeah, and he almost died of a loss of blood before they got him to the hospital. Now, I think they do say later in this chapter that, everything was wrapped up relatively quickly, even though there's kind of ample evidence that Ağca, didn't act alone. But then, it does mention here that during the 3-day trial, neither the prosecutor nor defense attorney made note of the sighting of two unlikely figures at the scene of the crime: former CIA agents Theodore Shackley and Tom Clines. The presence of such prominent spooks in St. Peter's Square at that particular time and that particular hour remains unexplained. In his biography of Shackley, titled Blonde Ghost, noted journalist David Korn does not mention Shackley being at the crime scene or his clandestine meetings with Count de Moranche and General Santovito. And Ağca, when he was in jail, he received an ongoing stream of surprising visitors, including Pazienza, General Santovito, Father Morleon, members of the Camorra, agents from the CIA, Monsignor Marcello Morgante, who represented Archbishop Marcinkus of the Vatican Bank. The visits, this author argues, were choreographed by Pazienza to advance the Bulgarian thesis. I guess Pazienza, during his visits, would show Ağca photographs of Antonov and several Bulgarians they wished to implicate in the assassination attempt. For hours, Ağca pored over the photos, memorizing distinctive characteristics and, et cetera, et cetera. But I guess this messed up when they asked them, like, what the height of two different Bulgarians was. And he kind of said, like, oh, they were, like, about the same height. And they were almost, like, comically, like, one was, like, really tall and one was really short. And he's like, yeah, they're like...
it was like you and me.
Yeah. But it's like, I guess maybe he didn't see any picture of them together. So he had no way of, like, being able to tell who was really tall or whatever. So that, like, there were like, red flags like that he was being coached. And then, the story kind of does eventually, like, unravel. But then he keeps on saying, like, while, Ladine and Claire Sterling are pumping out, like, all these, like, crazy, like, blah, blah, blah, the Soviets did it, and getting these, like, big major public, books published. They're getting book deals. They're going on NBC all the time. They're the serious experts that have studied this, like, really kind of like gatekeeping. I think they even said that when they went on like news shows, one of their requirements was that you can't book anybody that like doesn't believe the Soviets did it. Like we refuse to debate this with somebody who doesn't buy our version of the story. So it was really like Mockingbird run wild. And
they were like the Barry Weisses of their day.
They kind of were. Yeah.
It all reminds me very much of Barry Weiss, where it's like they're serious. They're doing the fucking news, but all, like they're just like like naked propagandists, like pushing like a cockamamie theory. That it's like it's really like an interesting situation because like on one hand it's like the official narrative, but like if you think about it, it's like impossible to take seriously, and there's no evidence for it whatsoever, like not even like a scrap that points in that direction, but they're like so insistent upon it. It's like it stands out, even relative to some of these other propaganda campaigns.
And this one, it did end up, especially because the Pope survived, it kind of like it ended up in this weird place where it definitely created a bad vibe and like a stink around the Soviet Vatican relationship, I think, and I think after that, he promoted Archbishop Marcinkus after that. And I think pretty sure the Pope kind of continued to like support solidarity and if anything, take a more firm line.
It's one of his like greatest legacies, I guess, or like, quote unquote greatest, but one of his most significant legacies.
And we have to think about it, even though, the Pope in his later writings about it definitely kind of gives indications that it was like an organized conspiracy to kill him. Like obviously Ali Ağca like wasn't a lone gunman type situation. I think he wrote that in like his last book. And elsewhere he doubted specifically some of the specific allegations about Bulgarians being connected. He said that like, I don't like believe that. Like over the years.
One impression that I got, I mean, this was like that's kind of like the angle that that book Gideon Spies took, which I mentioned to you, like, which is kind of like sort of this longer sort of like pop history of the Mossad. But like, yeah, they talk about like basically the position that book takes is kind of like that, but the Mossad managed to convince him that it was all like Khomeini's plan, and that like that angle is also like a little bit interesting in a way, because like not that it was all Khomeini's plan, but that like the Mossad did manage to convince him of that, because like one of the things that like I most associate John Paul II with is that like he like kissed the Quran, like and he was like making these big kind of overtures to like Muslims, like in general, and like they kind of like what's it called, like Nova Aetate, right? Like the new age, right? And it's like that's kind of a sort of this brotherhood of all religions concepts under that umbrella, and so you saw like some kind of gestures of like kind of a apology for things like the Crusades and stuff like that happening under JP2.
Right.
But like later on, he did kind of change his tone a little bit, and he did kind of get a little bit more like, well, you guys are persecuting Christians, you guys suck a little bit, like, not to say that like he didn't in some cases make fair points, but like he did kind of go from this more conciliatory tone to one that was a bit more kind of muscularly kind of like Christian in his like kind of towards the end of his papacy, like in a kind of a noticeable way. So it's interesting to think like, how much did, like, is it true? Like, I definitely could believe that whether it was the CIA or whether it was other groups, he had people like in his ear telling him all sorts of stuff about like who did it.
Exactly.
And, like, if the Mossad had told him like, oh, it was Iran, like it was these Muslims, or like, just the idea that like, even if you kind of take like what I think is probably the most like, kind of like the easiest thing to conclude. Not to say that like the Grey Wolves don't have like significant CIA involvement and that doesn't point to like a larger direction, but the bare minimum, like certainly this guy was like a like a far right, like kind of like Islamo-nationalist far right Turk, so on the surface of it, like I could see why that would like kind of increase your hostility in that direction. It is kind of
right, that aspect of it. But he was being shot by like a Turkish like
like
so
the whole
shot by a
element of
Muslim.
like the
those rumors that he was
to think someone who like sorry, what were you saying?
but like the rumors that like he was negotiating with the Soviets to like recognize the PLO, like that could, it's like that makes the having a Turk shoot him like a little bit more potent in terms of like scaring him away from that too, just as like the Bulgarian connection would make him more scared of communists, right? Like
exactly.
That kind of vague element of like you don't know exact, and
the rumor that like it does kind of make me think. I mean, it's hard to say like what actually Ağca really said during that meeting that they had, but like the rumor that like he was like, it was Khomeini, I'm sorry, like, or what, like during that, when he was like whispering to him, like, and the fact that he like at one point said like he was trained in Palestine and everything, like that kind of made me think like, did like Mossad have some kind of access to him, were they like also kind of like in the same way that because like Poggi, for instance, was someone who had like a lot of Mossad connections.
I'm sure they could have been in the mix,
and that like he like worked with them to help like foil the assassination plot on Golda Meir, stuff like that. So like one wonders, like, was he like in the same way that he was getting fed this Bulgarian thing that he tried to play into, was he getting fed like another narrative that he also tried to kind of like talk up to push the Pope in one way or another? But yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, sorry,
I just think like fundamentally, like an interesting question to ask is like, to what extent was this? I mean, you could say they came close to killing him, so you have to assume that they were trying to kill him, but also, particularly afterwards, like since he survived, how much of it became like we need to psy-up the Pope? Because I think that's clearly what they were trying to do, and surrounding him with people whispering these various like kind of constructed like conspiracy theories about this or that group, like do either this guy was like the one level he's a crazy Islamo-fascist who doesn't want the crusader coming to his country, so he's going to kill you. On another level, like he's working for the communists. Like it just kind of puts a cloud over his dealings, like, and being afraid, like, who tried to kill me? You know, he's obviously gonna like think about that, like, who is really behind this shit. And there's not going to be as many people around him to be like, the CIA did it. Like, you know, like, think about the people surrounding the Pope. They're going to be like, you know, maybe there was somebody who quietly like said that's what the game is, you know, but at the same time, I feel like he probably was surrounded by counsel that was being like directing him 24/7 in the opposite direction, you know, to like make sure the Pope got psyoped.
To me, the most like persuasive thing, like the most persuasive like angle in terms of like the CIA motive would be that, like, because, you know, on one level, like, I can actually see like, you know, obviously this guy is like a little bit like unstable, you know, like he's like, so in terms of like just Ağca himself, like, I can kind of see like how, you know, there might be like a reasonable motive to like kill the Pope, you know, and like a perception, like, I mean, you know, as the story kind of attests, it's not 100% wrong that like the Pope is like a representative of like Western imperialism and like you know, crusader, you know, this is sort of a crusader empire.
Certainly,
but
yeah.
know, even though, like, you know, the sort of gray wolves were like very much in bed with the CIA in the same way the Pope was, kind of, so that kind of undermines that, or, you know,
I don't buy that kind of like, we're gonna just like do kind of this one-off little like jihad of the deed and like kill the Pope, like, you know, when we're like NATO allies, we got the World Anti-Communist League. We're involved in like drug trafficking and like weapons trafficking, like through multiple countries, and like using the same offshore banks. Like, it just doesn't really hold up to much scrutiny.
There might be some other targets. On the other hand, like, I guess the Pope, you know, Pope had visited Turkey, and that like kind of maybe caused like an outrage among those people. I mean, I could kind of see it, but in terms of the CIA like motive, like the one that makes the most sense to me would be like, kind of like you know, the sort of the same kind of rationale that would make like Israel trying to kill Charlie Kirk. Yeah, exactly. Like, for the, you know, for those who like suspect Israel, that the only like rationale that makes sense would be that like it would create that kind of reaction of like, we carry the flame, etc.
Yeah.
Like that, you know, like killing him would like inflame like the solidarity movement more, you know, and if they could blame it on the Soviet Union, then that would, like, you know, be more powerful than having him be alive. I do feel like he was so, like, because he was such like a, you know, it's the same thing with, it's more so than Charlie Kirk in a way, because like Charlie Kirk didn't really have any actual use, and like wasn't actually like a shrewd operator, like in the way that, like, you know, he kind of like,
he's not on the same level as a Pope.
I mean, I guess he did kind of build that organization and everything, so maybe I don't want to sell Charlie Kirk short, but he's no John Paul II in terms of like his operational like value, like, you know, as a figure, right? So and like I feel like he's much less replaceable in some ways, like so it's a much bigger calculation to be like, oh, like, is the Pope will be much more useful to us, like, sort of as a martyr than as someone who's alive. That to me like seems a little bit like it's like an unclear question, but
it's a heavy thing for somebody like Bill Casey, but then, you know, he's sitting around with his fellow sovereign, you know, his Knights of Malta. They're all like Catholic, you know what I mean? Like, for the most part, you know, like, these are all Catholic men that would be deciding to like make this decision. And I guess maybe when you get to like highest, like, you know, you get to high enough levels, you end up in rooms where you're talking about like, do we have to kill the Pope? Yeah, I think we do. Like, you know, like this, it's probably something that has happened on and off throughout the last like 2,000 years, you know, of people secretly killing the Pope, you know. And
I mean, I don't
we
think,
thought we would be past
I
that,
feel like if you
or your personal religion would like make, I can't like kill the Pope, like that's like bad. But I mean, Bill Casey was also like a twisted individual, and it, like, he had a very twisted morality, because he was like, fund death squads, like you create wars.
I don't necessarily think that William Casey was like a Catholic in the sense that like he would have this sort of like religious aversion to murdering the Pope, like, necessarily. Like, that's not like the vibe I necessarily get from him, like whatever his like religious beliefs or like sort of relationship with Catholicism might have been. I feel like,
well, no, remember like the Saudis like built a church
if
for him.
Actually were like, you know, if you were like truly like a really like extreme, like, you know, kind of like Ostpolitik, like communist Pope, then like, or, you know, communist sympathetic Pope, then I could totally, I would have no doubt that William Casey would kill him like a second, You know,
You're right.
like, for sure. Because like a lot of the Catholics don't like see, you know, or seem not to see the Pope as like kind of this figure who's even above like being kind of sneered at or like
I don't know, but I think maybe more now because after the abuse like scandals like came out, like it could really dinged up that infallibility thing.
Well, I mean, I see,
you know,
I mean, I got, you know, I don't know like how like serious William Casey is, and maybe like Moraes were a little bit different back in the 80s, but I see like right-wing Catholics like, you know, getting like furious with like France. I mean, you have this whole sort of like soft set of a contest mentality.
no, I
you
get
know,
it.
like
I know that's
yeah,
a
Bill
thing,
Casey,
but
yeah,
there's
is
still
one
a
of those.
certain ethos about like, okay, like the Pope has been elected, like he's our
Yeah, he's still,
Pope. I don't really
yeah,
like
yeah.
him, but I don't agree with him on everything. But like you gotta, it's like part of the whole deal with being a Catholic is you kind of, it's like the democratic centralism of the cardinals. Like you just had to accept like the Pope, you know, and then like
Yeah,
whatever they
yeah.
do,
No, I
they
definitely
do.
see that attitude as well.
But when you're close to power and you have the power to kill the Pope and replace him, then maybe the calculation becomes different. I could see easily
It
Bill
probably
Casey.
diminishes the holiness of it a little bit too, like when you like know these people personally and you
Right,
see
you're
them
talking to
frequently,
him.
and like you're like a figure, like you have like a role to play, and like the even like I could
Yeah.
see actually like another thing that would might make it more plausible is like if the CIA had some say in like who the next pope would be, which I
Well,
definitely could see being the case.
earlier in the book, they
So
talk about Brzezinski and the kind of the Trilateral Commission or whatever. Like they definitely had allies, like in the among the cardinals to kind of push for
oh, for
Karol
sure, yeah.
Wojtyła to be elected pope. And maybe that was part of the thing. Like buyers were more like they helped get him elected as pope, and they had this great promise for him to be like an enthusiastic like supporter of heightening up the contradictions and using his celebrity to like knock down. And then Bill Casey comes in like a bull in a china shop, like wanting to start immediately like destabilizing the Soviet Union on like every front possible, like throwing detente out the window. And then the Pope gets cold feet and is like, well, wait, it kind of seems like if I do a more like cautious, like mediating approach and like negotiate with the Soviets, like I can sort of have he was a relatively young Pope too. So he was going to be like around for a while, and he probably thought I have time to like, like use my influence in a more gradual way to like gradually weaken like communist leadership. But like Bill Casey and them wanted to go. And I think they're also, I don't know how serious the belief among some of these like right wing Catholics that Karol Wojtyła might be some kind of like a KGB asset, and like he might be faking his anti-communism to be like this kind of illegal pope, like who's secretly running over everything. But like if they looked at his secret negotiations with them, which I don't know if he wasn't telling the CIA about that or whatever, then they might have thought, oh shit, like what if he is? What if he is? And then in that case, if he's not reliable, isn't he better dead as a martyr than alive and not doing what we want? Because they knew that like when they could probably influence the election of the next pope, just like they did with JP2, and it's not going to be like a pro-communist, like and maybe they'll get the message. You know what I mean? Like they'll like at a certain point, the Cardinals will realize that. What did all these guys do that made them just die suddenly? Like both the John Pauls. What did they do? Maybe they were. I think John Paul I, like he was looking into some of the Vatican Bank stuff when he died suddenly. Like he was kind of asking some questions about it that they didn't appreciate, and they weren't sure they could trust him with that kind of information. So I don't know. But I do find it. Those Knights of Malta, the Opus Dei people, like. They do want, like, I mean, they care a lot about controlling the kind of direction of the church and like how the church is used in like geopolitics, and if they felt like John Paul II was like too far out of line, then it certainly looks like they tried to kill him, which is like pretty crazy, just for being an Ostpolitik kind of guy. And not like doing enough to cover up their money laundering, though it seems like he kind of did. I mean, I know Marcinkus kind of flamed out eventually. Like, he couldn't outrun all the charges. Roberto Calvi ended up hung on like a Freemasonic bridge, like Blackfriars Bridge, right? After, I think, writing a thing to the Pope where he was like, I did everything for you. I laundered so much money, and like all I want is like $1 billion and to like be left alone, and blah blah. It was like vaguely threatening. And he kind of maybe signed his own death warrant with that. But anyways, I don't know. I just think, I think there's enough meat on the bone that, people should know that, like, the CIA tried to murder the Pope. Like, if you're Catholic,
I mean, certainly, like, no one should believe that the Soviets did it. Like, that is, like, completely outrageous.
It's such bullshit.
And, like,
it's a psyop.
I mean, like, the sort of, like, the links are there. Like, it kind of, like, does sort of, like, strongly suggest a CIA plot to kill the Pope. Like maybe they just gambled and they felt that, like, the next Pope would be better.
But they ended up stuck with him for like a long time after this, which mostly served their interest.
And he ended up being like, kind of, he was like,
pretty.
That's kind of like part of the stumbling block that I have here, where he was like the ultimate anti-communist Pope in a way. Like, it's hard,
right.
Like, I get like the sort of argument, but I kind of like it doesn't quite come together for me. But well, I do see like sort of the practical links, like the nature, like the the assassins connections, like the Grey Wolves links to the CIA, which are pretty prominent.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it has it does a little bit have the vibe of like Charlie Kirk, like the most like rah-rah Zionist, like conservative figure, and then the fact that he would just like stop being as rah-rah Zionist is like seen as a way bigger threat than somebody who kind of wasn't a big cheerleader in the first place. In a way.
Well, I mean, the way I've always seen that theory is not that like the way that I've only ever been able to square that possibility is that, like, not that, like, they, he was like, was like, maybe there was a little bit of chagrin or a little bit of consternation with Charlie Kirk, but at the same time, I think like mostly it would have to be that same kind of calculation of like, oh, he has more value like as a martyr, like if we kill him on a college campus, then they'll really like learn their lesson. They'll like we'll get to we'll really be able to go in and like make sure that these kids like can't criticize us, because this is where it leads, right? To the basically
there's something truly scary about doing that kind of thing, to like manipulate the public in that way, but like killing a pope in like broad daylight, like shooting a pope in like public in broad daylight, just to psyop everybody into like lie about who did it, and then use that emotional energy to like destroy communism. That's pretty evil. Like, it's pretty evil. Not very Catholic.
It's pretty evil.
For all these altar boys to go and do that, like, I don't know. It's kind of the most satanic thing, like, from their perspective, especially being like, Knights of Malta and like so devoted to the Holy Mother Church, but like, okay, but then you can't like murder the head of it. I don't know. Yeah, it does. It is, and maybe the him surviving but getting shot and the disinfo campaigns like altered his trajectory in some way. That made him more compatible and like on side for this overclass. And what they wanted. And then it was only at the very end when he was like sick and very old that, the kind of Iraq war stuff kind of came up. And he would be a little bit critical of like capitalism. Like, he definitely was always way more like atheistic Marxism is like really bad and blah, blah, blah. But like, he also would talk some kind of shit about capitalism. And it's like, it's degraded this, like the humanity of Europe, like capitalist development, because it makes everybody, individualistic and blah, blah, blah. And then, he was like not down with the Iraq war, and but then he died. They replaced him with like a Hitler Youth Pope, who also covered up everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a crazy story, but if you ever hear if you're talking to a Catholic who wants to go on and on about like communism, just remind them of this story, because it's worth knowing. Maybe it'll be a rabbit hole they tumble down, and then it opens their eyes about certain things. I would like to come back and do like the a more detailed, just focus on like the life of Archbishop Paul Marcinkus one day, because he's another like he really is like the point man for the connections between like the U.S. deep state and Vatican money laundering and like all this kind of shit. There's a weird movie made about him, like an Italian movie starring Rutger Hauer. I think it was called like God's Banker. I remember it being like okay, but it's like from the 2000s, but it's in Italian. But anyways.
There's a couple Catholic episodes I like to do. Like I'd like to do an episode like on the fall of the Papal States, but we should wrap up. No,
okay. for sure. All right, we're gonna get out of there. We'll be back on Monday, starting out here on YouTube, but then moving to Patreon at some point for 3 episodes in one day. Episode 300, 3 in 1. So yeah, get ready for that. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.